now. Senator McCarthy has 43%. For the first time, he's fallen behind in percentage points. Senator Kennedy now leads with 44% and a considerably greater raw vote. And the uncommitted slate leaning towards Humphrey has 13%. Well, Bill, do you think now that possibly Kennedy is pulling ahead as these predictors and prophets have said he would, with that small gain?
Well, with that gain, Howard, I think what we're beginning to get are the sources of the Kennedy strength. As you remember earlier in the evening, one of the analysts for McCarthy said that he was afraid they had not built up enough of a lead upstate, so that when Los Angeles began to pour in its big vote, as it's now beginning to come in, that they just couldn't withstand the Kennedy advance, and then they began to talk about a moral victory of coming close. But as you know, there are no moral victories in politics, especially if 174 delegates go to the winner. I don't know what the status of our decision desk is. They haven't given me a winner yet. I hope they will shortly.
They haven't given you a winner tonight yet. Well, I see that Governor Reagan has 200,000 votes. One would have thought he would have got more votes than that at this stage in the game. How do you interpret that?
Well, he's simply not drawing the vote, the kind of vote, Republican vote, that's turning out to take part in the Senate.
I'm sorry, I have to. Senator Kennedy is going down now to address his supporters, as McCarthy did a short while ago. Senator Kennedy is in a corridor. He's waiting to be taken in to meet his supporters, and possibly make a speech to them, and we're waiting for him. That's his Rafer Johnson, the Olympic decathlon winner, is on one side of him there. He's been acting as not a kind of a bodyguard, but a kind of a body holder. When Kennedy leans over the side of his car to shake hands, he's often almost pulled out, so Johnson wraps his arms around Kennedy's waist and holds him in. Here's some other aides of the senator from New York. The big man on the right there is Roosevelt Greer, who also takes turns at holding Senator Kennedy and keeping him from being pulled out of his car by his fans and enthusiasts in the streets. Now he's advancing towards the hall where he will talk to his supporters and signing an autograph. On the way, shaking hands, still campaigning, though there's no more campaign to be carried out. The votes are all in now. No one can add to them. They just have to be counted. He holds up his hand to fend off the lights of the television cameras. Now Senator Kennedy, who, by the way, has just pulled ahead of Senator McCarthy and seems to be gaining a little more in the raw vote count, is proceeding towards the ballroom where he will talk to his campaign workers in California. He has a huge campaign staff, extremely efficient one. Started off badly. At first, California politics got involved, and then Kennedy sent some of his immediate staff to California, ironed out those problems, and last week it was working with almost perfect efficiency. He's halted again now. Senator Robert Kennedy of New York hoping, here he is now, he's entering the ballroom, and you can hear the cheers from his supporters. Climbing up on a podium.
Kennedy has just entered the ballroom here at his election headquarters, and you can hear the pandemonium that has resulted. Senator is pushing his way to a crowd of reporters and photographers gathered around the podium, up to the speaker's stand to make a victory statement. And here, once this crowd quiets down, we will hear from Senator Kennedy what he thinks of the victory he's made here tonight in California.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This room is packed full of Kennedy supporters, Kennedy girls, Kennedy aides, well-wishers, anybody who could push their way into this ballroom.
Thank you very much.
Very happy crowd.
Thank you very much. I want to take can you hear this? Can you hear? You can't hear? Can you hear that? That's great. Can we hear from any of this? Let me see if we can we get something that works?
Can we get the guy? Hey! Hold it.
Just one moment. We can't hear. Can you hear on any of these? Can you hear on that? Oh, that's nice. Can you hear? I want to first express my high regard to Don Drysdale. Who pitched his sixth straight shutout tonight. And I hope that we have as good fortune in our campaign. Could I express my appreciation to a number of people. First to Jess Unruh for all that he did, first getting me into this. And express my appreciation to him for his friendship and his help during this campaign, and for his continued perseverance and his effort, and for all of those who have been associated with him. I'll always be very grateful. And if I could also express my appreciation to a number of other people, if you just bear with me for a moment, I'd like to express my appreciation to Steve Smith, who was very, who was ruthless, but has been effective. And I just want to say how grateful I am to him, to his wife, my sister Jean, to my sister Pat, and to my mother, and to all of those other Kennedys who came and helped me. I want to express my gratitude to my dog Freckles, who's been maligned. I don't care what they... As Franklin Roosevelt said, I don't care what they say about me, but when they start to attack my dog. And I'm not doing this in the order of importance, but I also want to thank my wife, Ethel. And her patience during this whole effort is fantastic. Thank you very much. Freckles has gone home to bed. He thought very early that we were going to win, so he retired. I also want to point out Tom Reese, who is here, who was an early supporter. And I want to thank a number of other people, if I may, all of those of you who worked so hard in this campaign, all of the students who worked across this state, the members of my delegation, or our delegation, who also worked so diligently and with such unselfishness across the state on my behalf and on behalf of this cause that we're involved in. I want to thank Cesar Chavez, who was here a little earlier. And Bert Corona, who also worked with him, and all of those Mexican Americans who were such supporters of mine. And Dolores Huerta, who is an old friend of mine and has worked with the union, to thank her and tell her how much I appreciate her coming tonight. We have certain obligations and responsibilities to our fellow citizens, which we've talked about during the course of this campaign, and I want to make it clear that if I'm elected President of the United States with your help, I intend to keep them. I want to also thank all my friends in the black community who made such an effort in this campaign. With such a high percentage voting today, I think really made a major difference for me. I want to express my appreciation to them. To my old friend, if I may, to Rafer Johnson, who's here. And to Rosie Greer, who said that he'd take care of anybody who didn't vote for him. In a kind way, because that's what we are in our country. Smile. And I want to also, if I may, just take a moment more of your time to express my appreciation to Paul Schrade, who, from the UAW, who worked so hard, and all the other members of the labor organizations and members of the labor unions. And I'm very grateful to him and for what he's done and the effort that he's made on behalf of the working man here in the state of California. I'm very, very appreciative. I'm very grateful for the vote that I received and for all that all of you worked on behalf of in the agricultural areas of the state as well as in the city. I think it indicates quite clearly, as well as in the suburbs, I think it indicates quite clearly what we can do here in the United States. The vote here in the state of California, the vote in the state of South Dakota. Here is the most urban state of any of the states of our union. South Dakota, the most rural state of any of the states of our union. We're able to win them both. I think that we can end the divisions within the United States. What I think is quite clear is that we can work together in the last analysis, and that what has been going on within the United States over the period of the last 3 years, the divisions, the violence, the disenchantment with our society, the divisions, whether it's between blacks and whites, between the poor and the more affluent, or between age groups, or in the war in Vietnam, that we can start to work together. We are a great country, and a selfish country, and a compassionate country. And I intend to make that my basis for running and over the period of the next few months. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just take a moment more of your time, because everybody must be dying from the heat. But what I think all of these primaries have indicated, if I can just take a minute or 2 minutes more of your time. What all of these primaries have indicated, and all of the party caucuses have indicated, whether they occurred in Colorado or Idaho or Iowa, wherever they occurred, it was the people in the Democratic Party and the people in the United States wanted change. And that change can come about only if those who are delegates in Chicago recognize the importance of what has happened here in the state of California, what has happened in South Dakota, what happened in New Hampshire, what happened across the rest of this country. The country wants to move in a different direction. We want to deal with our own problems within our own country, and we want peace in Vietnam. I congratulate Senator McCarthy and those who have been associated with him in their efforts that they have started in New Hampshire and carried through to the primary here in the state of California. The fact is that all of us are involved in this great effort. And it's a great effort not on behalf of the Democratic Party, it's a great effort on behalf of the United States, on behalf of our own people, on behalf of mankind all around the globe and the next generation. And I would hope now that the California primary is finished, now that these primaries are over, that we could now concentrate on having a dialogue or a debate, I hope, between the Vice President and perhaps myself on what direction we want to go in the United States. What we're going to do in the rural areas of our country, what we're going to do for those who still suffer within the United States from hunger, what we're going to do around the rest of the globe, and whether we're going to continue the policies that have been so unsuccessful in Vietnam of American troops and American Marines carrying the major burden of that conflict. I do not want to, and I think we should move in a different direction. So I thank all of you who made this possible this evening, all of the effort that you made, and all of the people whose names I haven't mentioned, but who did all of the work at the precinct level, who got out the vote, who did all of the effort, brought forth all of the effort that's required. I was a campaign manager 8 years ago. I know what a difference that kind of an effort and that kind of commitment makes. So I thank all of you, those of you who are here. Mayor Yorty has just sent me a message that we've been here too long already. So my thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you very much.
Senator, do you have any message? Senator, how are you going to counter?
Senator Robert Kennedy claiming victory in California. Here's the way the actual vote count looks now. The last look at it, with almost a quarter of the precincts having reported in now. Kennedy does lead with 44% of the votes. McCarthy is second with 43%, and the uncommitted slate leaning towards Humphrey has fallen another point to 13%. It is admittedly frustrating for our ABC projection desk to have worked through a long night without producing a projection or a solid, hard prediction of the outcome when all the votes are counted. But California has produced the slowest vote count in its history, despite, and possibly because of, a new electronic system in Los Angeles County, where there are over 1/3 of the state's registered voters, some 7 million people in Los Angeles County. The count in Los Angeles County was, in fact, slower with electronics than it was by the old hand counting method. In Fresno, California, a computer that was supposed to speed tabulating was programmed wrongly, and more than 1/3 of Fresno County's ballots still have not been counted. With incomplete information from ABC's key precincts, all we have here at ABC are prepared to say is it was very close indeed in California for the Democrats. The next major event on the political scene, the Republican National Convention in Miami. We'll be there. This is Howard K. Smith at ABC's election headquarters.
Race to the White House, the California primary, a special report from ABC News, has been brought to you by
Be Up Goodrich, where exciting things are happening.
Please stand by. Please stand by for a special report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've kept the air on because we've heard an alarming report that Robert Kennedy was shot in that ballroom at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. A very loud noise like a clap of thunder was heard, a small explosion. We waited to see what it was, and then came a report that Senator Robert Kennedy was shot. We will bring you more news as we learn it. So far, that's all the information we have. As Senator Kennedy had claimed victory in California and was leaving the podium, this loud noise was heard. Our reporter got in touch with us and told us that Robert Kennedy had been fired upon. We don't know how dangerous it is, whether it's serious. And just one of our assistant directors was one of those who was shot. Billy Weisel, an ABC assistant director, working on this program in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, was shot in the hand. We will bring you more details as we know them. We're going to stay on the air meanwhile until we have more news. We don't want to alarm you. We hope not to bring any false information as has happened before, but in the confusion in the ballroom, these were the reports we had. We held off reporting them as long as we could, but then we felt we had to go ahead and report them because we heard a confirmation from a second reporter. The news is that a very loud noise was heard as Robert Kennedy was leaving the podium in the Ambassador Hotel ballroom after having claimed victory and congratulated his supporters. A noise like a small explosion or a gun going off was heard. An ABC assistant director. Here we are now. This is the ballroom in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, California.
We have an emergency here. Please leave the room.
Jim! Jim!
Any doctors in the room, please?
Right here.
Get
me on the air.
Anybody who can get ice cubes, too. We need ice cubes.
This is the ballroom in the Ambassador Hotel.
Doctor and ice cubes, please, somebody.
This is
help
Carl
us.
George.
They're trying to clear the hall. We're still not clear on what happened, but a report that a shot was fired reached us. We hesitated to report it, not wanting to cause alarm or to pass along a false rumor. Then we got the report from a second reporter, and we proceeded to tell you about it on this program. We hope to get more information at any moment.
Lying on the floor. 4 doctors are working over him.
4 doctors?
They're fanning his face
Senator Kennedy is alive.
Kennedy was shot in the hip, we have heard.
Senator Kennedy is
4
alive.
doctors
No
are working
question
over
about
him now. He was shot in the hip. We don't know by
there
whom.
There is blood on the floor.
There's
by
blood on the
Senator
floor.
Kennedy. It's difficult to tell whether or not the senator was shot in the head. However, from what I can gather is that he was hit a couple of times. The crowd is a madhouse in here. One of our own men was shot 2 or 3 times. I can see another man on the floor here. I can't tell who it is.
No mine here. No mine. That's a fireman. No mine, right?
Who's the man on the floor?
Yeah, I'll help. Yeah. No mine.
There's another man on the floor.
No mine.
He's apparently one of the Kennedy assistants. There's a great deal of blood all over. He's resting on...
Nobody. No mine. Right? That's holding back, right?
Just a minute.
Just wait.
Senator Kennedy's chest is bared.
What's it here?
Paul Schrader, UAW.
Paul Schrader,
Paul Schrader, head of the UAW.
Paul Schrader, the head of the UAW, is also on the floor, apparently shot in the stomach. I don't know how many times. Doctors are working feverishly over Senator Kennedy. A gurney has just been brought in. They're lifting Senator Kennedy onto the gurney now. Police are here. Senator Kennedy had very little protection. They're moving the gurney out.
Here, how about this guy?
The senator's wife, Ethel, is being rushed with the crowd. I can't move any further. He's being rushed out through the corridor, the very corridor that he came down in triumph just a few moments ago. Into the freight elevator. The elevator door closes. People are stunned. They can't believe what's happened. One woman's crying. Others are not sure what's happened. Senator Kennedy was alive when he left the basement room of the Ambassador Hotel. I don't know how many times the senator was shot. His blood is still here on the floor. There's ice. Yes, there are apparently 3 men shot. Senator Kennedy, a man from the UAW, and an ABC unit manager. I don't know precisely what his title is. Yes, Bill Wiesel. Associate Director Bill Wiesel. I was with Bill just a few moments ago. Bill didn't realize that he was shot. Bill Wiesel, Associate Director for ABC. We discussed it. I ripped his clothes off, and he apparently took 2 or 3 bullets. There's still utter confusion here. I don't know whether or not the person who fired the shots has been apprehended or not. Pierre Salinger just went by me. He also seems to be in a state of confusion. Pierre Salinger was not here at the scene a few moments ago when it occurred. I was standing in the back of the auditorium, and there was a great shout from the crowd, as you probably saw. And the rumor went through the crowd that the senator had been shot. No one believed it. I raced through the crowd to check that rumor, and yes, indeed, that's what had happened. It's an unbelievable sight. A senator who a moment ago just stood in triumph, giving his thanks to the people who worked so hard for his apparent victory here in California, and then came down in the great rush, people congratulating him, moved through the back door, the anteroom just off the podium, and there apparently someone, Lord knows who, fired the shots. I have no word yet on the senator's condition. There seems to be, as I said earlier, no question at all that while he was here and when he was taken out, the senator was alive. His face was calm. He did not grimace with pain. He maintained a composure throughout.
New York.
The
This is
senator
Howard
seemed to be
Smith in New York. Are we through yet? This is Howard Smith in New York. While we're showing you what's going on in the ballroom, let me tell you a report as I hear it on my earphone from ABC correspondent Bob Clark. ABC correspondent Clark says that 3 men were shot. Robert Kennedy was lying. He was seriously bleeding. He was, his eyes were open. He appeared to be licking his lips. Clark had the impression that Kennedy was not mortally wounded. It is thought that somebody was caught, somebody was apprehended and arrested. Bob, can you tell me more, and I'll relay it right into this microphone. He was in the kitchen. He was in the kitchen of the ballroom. And he was leaving the side door when the shot occurred. Did the shot come from the crowd in the ballroom?
Well, his heart was beating.
Came from the kitchen, from part of the kitchen. There had been a kind of a breakdown of discipline due to the excitement over the senator passing through the kitchen, so people were allowed to come in and out at will. A CBS broadcaster said that Kennedy was shot in the head as he left the platform. We have a report that Kennedy was shot in the hip. Bob, can you tell which of those is so, or if both are? His head and the upper part of his body were splattered with blood, so there may have been more than one wound, one high on his body, and possibly his head. Kennedy's only bodyguard, a former FBI man, was with him. Go ahead. There was expression in his face, though he was obviously in pain. It was not contorted, and he was not unconscious. An Associated Press reporter says he saw blood gush from the senator's face. Can you tell us any more, Bob Clark, in Los Angeles? All right, call us as soon as you can again, and thank you.
Well, the Associated Press story reported that Senator Kennedy's blood was streaming over his face, that his eyes were open but unseeing. Associated Press reporter Bob Thomas saw blood gush from the senator's face, and the AP also reports that the senator's assailant, as yet unidentified, was being held a few feet away by a half dozen of the Kennedy supporters. Now, we've not yet had a picture of this man being held in custody, and as I say, we have not yet no idea of the identity of the gunman who attempted to shoot down the senator in this moment of political triumph. It is another one of those tragedies in the long history of the Kennedy family. Remember that brother Joe was killed in the war, that sister Kathleen was killed in an airplane crash after the war, that John F. Kennedy himself, the president, was assassinated in Dallas, that Teddy Kennedy was very nearly killed in an airplane crash in Massachusetts, and now Robert Kennedy, seeking the presidency in his own right, has been shot down as he claimed triumph in this, the most important primary of the 1968 election. If the senator survives, this is, of course, bound to have political repercussions. And I will now introduce David Jane, who's in California. Come in, Dave.
Kennedy left the the stage, and we were all following him to the rear of the stage, where he was headed to the back stairs and then down to the victory celebration party. In the immediate crush, Kennedy and his aides were probably 2 or 3 men in front of me. Bill Wiesel, an ABC AD, was immediately in front, and as we were crushed along in the pack, all of a sudden I sounded what seemed just like 4 or 5 firecrackers. I dove for the ground, and I saw Kennedy fall in front of me, and then I saw Bill Wiesel lying beside me with the blood coming out from his abdomen and his rear. The doctor says that the wounds are superficial for Billy, and he has been taken off to the hospital. As to how the others are at this time, I don't know. This is Dave Jane in the basement of the Ambassador.
We'll repeat that news. Senator Robert Kennedy was shot several times in the kitchen of the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, and 2 other people were wounded likewise. We don't know how seriously Kennedy's been wounded, but Bill Lawrence has detail to add.
Well, the United Press reports from California, Howard, that Kennedy's brother-in-law, Stephen Smith, who's been very active in the management of the campaign, was also reported to have been shot. The United Press adds the information that the gunman was captured by Rayford Johnson, the former Olympic decathlon champion, and the Kennedy aide that we saw on the camera only a few moments ago, and whom you introduced as the senator was making his way to the ballroom as his kind of body holder. A very alarming and tragic development. We still don't know the story. We don't know how serious this illness, this gunshot or a series of gunshot wounds may be, and I suppose that our reporters, some of them are on their way now to the hospital, where perhaps we can get medical bulletins a bit later.
So far, according to reports, 4 people were injured in those shots. Bill Wiesel, an ABC director who was working on the program we were giving on the California elections, an official of the United Automobile Workers was shot, and Stephen Smith, the brother-in-law of Senator Robert Kennedy, was shot, and the senator himself. We don't know how seriously, but we've heard reports that there was blood coming from his head, but it's very hard to tell. When there is one wound that causes a great deal of blood, it can spread over many places. We now have Dave Jane, who just reported to you, and we would like to question him if we can. Dave Jane, can you come in, please?
I hear you, Howard.
Dave, where were you? Were you in the kitchen when this happened?
I am in the kitchen in the basement of the Ambassador, the floor above the basement, in the kitchen area where the shots were fired, just about 6 or 7 feet behind me.
Did you have any impression about how serious it was? It must have been pretty serious to floor him.
Howard, would you repeat that, please?
It must have been quite serious if it was serious enough to floor the senator. He fell down on the floor in front of you, you said.
Yes. And the next thing, I knew that the senator would be taken care of because his entourage was there. And Bill Wiesel fell right by side of me, and I was taking care of him.
Yeah. Now, we have a report that he was hit in the hip, and someone else reported blood on his face, but his eyes were open. Do you know whether he was hit anywhere else? Do you know whether he was hit anywhere else but on the hip?
Was the question where was Billy hit?
No, Senator Kennedy.
We got an ambulance waiting. One more.
There was an ambulance waiting.
Whether he was hit anywhere else? Do you know whether he was hit anywhere else but on the hip?
Was the question where was Billy hit?
No, Senator Kennedy.
We got an ambulance waiting. One more.
There was an ambulance waiting.
Right up front.
Dave, is the senator still there waiting for an ambulance? Can you hear me? Hello, Dave.
There's an
Hello.
Hello, Howard. There's an ambulance coming now for the UAW worker.
And
the UAW official who was injured.
Senator Kennedy has already been taken away, has he?
David, can you hear me? This is Bill Lawrence.
Everybody clear out, please.
I'm afraid this communication isn't very good.
Kennedy has been taken away.
Senator, David, what about the report?
Officer,
that
could you tell me where the senator was taken?
Pardon?
Where was Senator Kennedy taken?
I have no idea.
David Jane, can you tell us about the report as to whether or not Steve Smith was also shot?
Senator Kennedy, we understand, has been taken to the Central Receiving Hospital of Los Angeles. The police have said that a suspect has been taken into custody. That is in accord with reports we had earlier that someone was apprehended. Apparently it happened in the kitchen of the ballroom, above the ballroom, a floor above it, when Senator Kennedy was using the kitchen as an exit, and the excitement caused by his coming to the ballroom, then leaving, caused the guards to move away, and people came in and out at will, and apparently someone then came in who fired the shots, who, if these reports are accurate, hit 4 people: an ABC director, a United Automobiles worker official working on Kennedy's staff, Kennedy's brother-in-law, Stephen Smith, his campaign organizer, and Senator Robert Kennedy himself. We have an interview now with a doctor, a videotape recording, and we're going to Los Angeles to hear that interview.
Carl George with ABC. What is your name, sir?
Dr. Abo.
Doctor, what would you say the senator's condition is?
Well, his heart was beating, and he was breathing, and he was conscious.
He was conscious. Did you talk to him?
Yes, I spoke to him.
What did he say?
He was talking to his wife. He was complaining about pain in the back of his head and neck.
Could you see where the bullets entered, or?
No. He was lying prone with his head on somebody's jacket stuffed as a pillow. He wasn't bleeding that much that there was any reason to stop his bleeding. And he seemed to be in fairly good shape as far as his vital signs were concerned.
Could you tell how many bullets he received?
No, I didn't examine the area that was involved.
To which hospital did you send him?
I don't know which ambulance came.
What is your name again, sir?
Dr. Abo.
And where are you from, Dr. Abo?
Los Angeles.
We just spoke with Dr. Abo, who administered to Senator Kennedy.
We have a report that Senator McCarthy's staff has asked for security guards for him, and at present in his hotel headquarters, the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles, police are clearing that ballroom completely. We understand from another report that at least 2 other persons were hit. We've heard at least 3 others. We don't know. We haven't been able to confirm that. The apparent assailant is described by an eyewitness as a man who appeared to be about 25 years old, curly-haired, of Latin appearance. Those are the only reports we have. We wish we could confirm those with absolute certainty. We don't know how many times the senator was hit. We've had a report that he was hit on the hip. Another report said blood was gushing from his head, but that could very well be wrong. Whenever there's a deep flesh wound that affects a blood vessel, it can smear quite quickly to other parts of the body. Senator Kennedy has been taken to the Central Receiving Hospital in Los Angeles. You've just heard from the doctor who gave him first aid, who treated him at first. We still have no confirmation of any of the others who have been wounded except our own ABC director, Bill Wiesel, who was working on our report from California about the California primaries when Senator Kennedy entered the ballroom to make his victory declaration. The wounds of that our director suffered were not serious. They were superficial wounds, a wound on the hand, but he is apparently in good shape. As we get further information, we'll give it to you. I'll see if we have a bulletin. The scene of the shock and turmoil was nationally televised, for the shooting came just moments after Kennedy had gone on cameras to claim victory in the California primary. A television reporter said the man who fired the shot was about Well, it says here 1 feet from Kennedy. There must be something wrong with that, but in any case, he was very, very close to the senator. The reporter said that Stephen Smith, Kennedy's brother and campaign manager, was also shot. That's the second report of that we've had. And the American Broadcasting Company has announced that its director working there in the ballroom, Bill Wiesel, was shot but suffered only minor and superficial injuries. Kennedy was taken to the Los Angeles Central Receiving Hospital. Our own reporter described him as conscious, in pain, but his eyes were open. He appeared to be licking his lips. There was blood on his face and blood on the floor beneath him. As these reports come in, we'll bring you more of them. We are trying very hard to weed out those that may not be true in order not to create a false and extended alarm. We have now an interview with a man named Carl. We have an interview by ABC correspondent Carl George, with whom I don't know, but here he is, a videotape recording of that interview.
This is Carl George and the ambassador. I have Joe LaHive of the senator's staff with me. What happened, Joe, and what your
Well, I was behind the senator as he was coming out of the auditorium. Rosie Greer and Rayford Johnson and Jesse Unruh were in front. We heard the shots go off and like so many balloons bursting, and then we knew right away there was a scream, and we charged through. The little guy was just backing up into it, and Rosie grabbed him on the shoulder, and I grabbed him on the legs. We threw him up on the tables, and that's about all. And the police came and took him away. We took the gun away from him right there and gave the gun to Rayford Johnson, and the police came and took him away.
Did you get his name?
No, he wouldn't spare a word except ow, 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 and we screaming when we held him. But the fact of the matter, he looked like about 145 pounds. He looked like 5'3", and he looked like a Eurasian or a Filipino or a mulatto to me, of some nature of that nature. And I couldn't describe it any further than that. The excitement was too immense at the moment.
Were you right next to the senator?
I was right behind the senator, probably 3 or 4 people behind him, enough to charge through. And as I passed, the senator was bleeding from the right side of the head, as I could see, staring glassily at the ceiling. And that was it. That was all I could give you.
Did the senator go down?
The senator was down flat and cold, looking, staring at the ceiling, and I didn't think he was conscious. I went by, but there wasn't time to examine him to go after the man. That's
the doctor mentioned to me that he did talk to his wife.
Oh, thank God. That's all I can say is thank God that, I saw the other man taken out. I saw the girl as I went by. She seemed to be staggering with a blow on her side. And listen, there's nothing more I can really add, because the senator seemed to be hitting the head to me, and it was bleeding from the side of the head, and he didn't look conscious. Actually, the shock probably was immediate when I went by.
Did he fall?
He may have come to a minute afterwards, but we didn't stop to see how he was other than to go after the man.
What's your name, Doctor?
My name is Joe LaHive. I'm not a doctor.
What do you do with the
I'm with the Democratic Party in the San Fernando Valley.
How do you spell your last name?
L.A., capital H-I-V-E. And my profession is business.
Were you worried about the
businessman.
senator's security, Joe?
I certainly was worried about the senator's security, because I lived every experience of Jack Kennedy. I'm the sculptor that did Jack Kennedy's portrait in bronze, and I love these people. I love this family. I love this country, and I'm frantic with what's happening to us. Guys like Rosie Greer, I couldn't tell anything. Rosie Greer, Rayford Johnson, and a couple of other people were the first on the man. And, of course, everybody didn't care whether they got hit or not. They just wanted. Rosie Greer is an immortal individual.
Joe, did the man run after he fired the shot?
He hardly moved because he was hit immediately. He had no chance, and it looked like a desperation thing to me to begin with.
Could you tell what kind of a gun it was?
Joe, nobody fired at him. The thing we were all screaming is, keep him alive, keep him alive, keep him alive, so we know what's happening with this world.
Was it an automatic weapon, Joe, do you know?
It was a revolver. It was a revolver, a 6-shot revolver, as far as I can interpret it. It looked like a Colt. He found it like all 6 shots, but somebody tells me afterwards that there was another one. I didn't see any other one. I only saw the one.
Joe, where were the shots fired? In this room?
Straight ahead, right where you're standing as we come through, and another 10 feet forward, that's where the shots hit. And the whole mass of the Kennedy party was coming right through here. We were all following him, and I was right about where I'm standing now, and I was charging through.
Was Speaker Unruh hit?
The Speaker Unruh was not hit at all. Speaker Unruh was with me right afterwards on the capture. He came up and took charge of things and was pretty frantic, but he was very distraught and really out of control of anything at the moment. He was helping to get the police organized to take out the
Did you hear the senator say anything when he was shot?
Not a sound. Not one sound. I didn't hear a word.
Did his wife say anything?
I wasn't near his wife. Didn't hear her at all.
But when the senator went down, his wife was near him.
In split seconds, there was no chance to analyze anything more than the fact that the senator was hit. You had to stop whoever was doing it.
How long have you been with the senator in this campaign?
In this campaign, only in the San Fernando Valley since the campaign to California, and I was with him from the day he announced his candidacy.
Why was it the senator? Did you ever talk to him about security at all?
No, I never did. I never had the pleasure of sitting to discuss anything of that nature with the senator. No, my contact with the senator is very superficial. I'm not one of his internal party. I'm just a dedicated Kennedy fan. I can't say more than that. And I don't think I can add any more.
Thank you,
Please,
Joe.
may I excuse myself? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
We have a tape recording of the actual time when the shot occurred, when the attempt at the assassination of Senator Robert Kennedy took place. We will now show you that tape recording of that incident in the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, where Senator Kennedy went tonight in order to make a victory statement. We're having a little trouble with that tape recording, but we'll bring it to you in just a moment. For those viewers who may have just begun watching, let me tell you that Senator Robert Kennedy was shot tonight. He went to the Ambassador Hotel ballroom to speak to his supporters in the California primary campaign and to claim victory and to urge them on to greater efforts. As he left the ballroom, through the kitchen of the ballroom, a shot was heard, and altogether now we understand that 5 people were hit. So far we know of no one killed. Senator Kennedy was approached by a priest who said he gave Senator Kennedy a rosary, and the senator clenched it tightly, and then the priest was pushed away. There was blood on the senator's head, the priest said. He attempted to give the senator final rites. However, another report indicates that the wife of one of the doctors, 5 doctors dealt with Kennedy, the wife of one of the doctors said that his condition seemed not to be critical. Yeah. We have another eyewitness report of the shooting, a girl in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. Here is reporter Carl George again.
This is Carl George, the ambassador. I have an eyewitness with me. Your name is... What is your name, please?
Valerie Schulte.
And Valerie, what happened? What did you see?
All I saw was about 2 feet behind the senator, and off to his right. He stopped to shake hands with some of the waiters that were off to his left.
That's right here in this room.
It was, yes, up about 10 feet from here. And the crowd that was moving with him kept going. He stopped. As he stopped, a man came up from in front of him, or where the direction that he was going in.
Like he was facing you?
He was going in this direction, and he stopped, turned this way, and all of a sudden the man came from this direction, and the shots started. They sounded like cap guns. I couldn't tell you what the man looked like, and I ducked and ran.
Did you see the senator fall?
No, I didn't.
Could you describe the man who fired the shots?
No, I couldn't.
You have no description at all?
No, I don't.
Was he a waiter?
I couldn't
Could you
say.
tell me what he was wearing?
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you at all. I couldn't make any valid judgment.
And your name again is?
Valerie Schulte.
Eyewitness report from the Ambassador Hotel. Valerie Schulte was with the senator, close by his side when it happened. She heard the shots fired, as she said, and then ducked, as she put it, and to the side to get out of the way. She says she did not see the shots fired. All right, now back to News Central.
The young lady who was an eyewitness was unable to describe the man, but we have heard that he weighed about 145 pounds. He was short, about 5 feet 4 inches tall. He was Latin in features, and according to one report, he was standing on a box when he fired the shot at the senator. The gunman was caught standing on some sort of box. Only those near the door knew there was a shooting, and in just a moment we hope to bring you a tape recording of the moment when the shooting took place, and most of the people in the ballroom had no idea it had happened. To repeat what we've reported to you, a man attempted to assassinate Senator Robert Kennedy as he left the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel, his headquarters in Los Angeles, California, after he had talked to his supporters to make a victory statement and to urge them to go on working for him. On the way out in the kitchen, a man standing on a box fired a revolver. Apparently he emptied the revolver, 6 shots. and he wounded, apparently, according to reports, 5 people, including the senator. The senator was hit in the hip. We don't know where else. According to one report, a priest attempted to give him final rites, but according to several other reports, he was not in serious condition. Now we go to the tape recording of the moment the senator was shot in Los Angeles. Stand by to listen for the shots now. That was a tape recording of the time the shots were fired. One shot was fired early in that recording, and then about a minute later, 5 more shots were heard. The crowd did not know what was going on. I understand we have another interview with another eyewitness who watched the shooting, and we're going to Los Angeles for an interview with that eyewitness by ABC reporter Carl George.
I'm not a surgeon anyway. I got 2 other
This is Carl George in Los Angeles. I have another eyewitness with me. Your name, sir, is?
Dr. Marcus McBroom.
And what do you do, Dr. McBroom?
I'm a psychologist and marriage counselor.
Where were you when the Kennedy
I was
senator was
about
shot?
5 or 6 people behind him. And he was moving and then stopping. And then suddenly, apparently a little, if I'm not mistaken, a man who was in a sort of a work shirt, his hair was all tousled. He sort of approached the senator from the front, and he was sort of smiling. And then suddenly, it seemed like there was 1 shot and about 5 shots in quick succession. I do know then the crowd panicked, and I was thrown back out of into the ballroom. And one of the women in the Kennedy party screamed, "Get a doctor." So I immediately got into the corridor, and I got Dr. Ross Miller and the other doctor. I'm sorry, I know him very well, but his name escapes me. And then we had a terrible time getting by the guard. We got the 2 doctors in here, and by that time there were 3 or 4 other doctors that had gotten in through the other end, and we broke down one of the tables, serving tables. I had the police officers call an ambulance, and we transferred, to my knowledge, at least 4 people to the hospital. One young man had a very severe head wound in the back of the head. Another one had a wound in the left leg. Another one definitely was from the press bureau. I understand he's the stage manager for the press here.
He's an associate producer for ABC, Bill White.
He had a very bad, he had a bullet wound in the side. It seemed to be a small caliber weapon. And there was one woman now, I don't know whether she was shot or simply trampled or what. But
did you see the senator?
Yes, I saw him, and he's just shocked. That's all. And then some people moved in on him, and then of course.
Did he collapse when the shots
struck
him? Could you see any
Rosie
reaction?
Greer, I tell you, frankly, it happened so suddenly. Rosie Greer and Rayford Johnson seemed to have pounced on the man, and then the security people moved in on the man.
Where was your attention at the time?
I was being shoved back, and people were trying to, some were moving in on the assassin, and others were attempted assassin, and the others were getting out of the way. And because I realized the thing was to get a doctor.
Did you realize the senator had been shot?
I felt he had, because he seemed to sort of start down. That's the last thing I remember. And
when you brought the doctors back, what happened? Did you talk to the senator?
No, he had been removed somehow. I don't know how.
You got back.
Because of the guards were keeping everybody out, and they were slamming people against the wall because some of the women fainted and some went hysterical. But
did you have
my main idea was to get a surgeon in here, frankly.
Did you have a chance to talk with the senator tonight at all?
I just said hello to him, and he waved. I didn't talk to him at length or anything.
Did he make any comment to you?
No, other than, hi.
Did he say anything when he was hit,
No, I just sort of heard an oh. To tell you frankly, it was elation and then just sudden shock.
What do you mean elation and shock?
I mean, he was sort of tired and happy. I mean, he was sort of tired and happy, and he was sort of getting out. And I understood he was a little concerned. He was kind of looking around for his wife. That's what I understood, because she had become a little faint. And I don't know whether it was that momentary distraction or what, but then the man came out.
Where the shots came from? What part of the room?
Well, the man seemed to have approached him from the front. And I noticed the officers took this man out along with the Speaker UNRWA. They had him about.
Did you see the man? Did you get a good look at the man?
Now, it's my understanding that another friend of mine, who, when I was getting the doctors, was outside, that some other young man had something covered over, was dressed in black, and ran out. So let me by, let me by.
I mean,
it seemed to me that there was another man involved.
Two men. Then.
That was my impression, definite impression.
Could you describe both men?
Well, only thing I understand, the one man was dressed in black. The man that was seized was dressed, should I say, in working class clothes. He seemed to be a young man and was shouting something about he was going to save this country or something to that effect.
What was his race, sir?
How's that?
What was his race? How would you describe
He was
him?
a Caucasian, seemingly about 5'2", seemingly young, and just was shouting and like he'd done the right thing or attempted to do the right thing. That was my general impression.
And that was the man who was captured?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe the man that you think fled?
As I understand it, he was dressed neatly.
Did you see him?
No, but number of people reported him running through the hall.
In other words, this is what you heard, not what you saw.
No, I didn't see it, but I did see a number of people who saw him running through the hall immediately after, because the whole sense of disbelief and any number of people started passing out in the ballroom. But my main thought, frankly, in thinking of the late president, was to get a doctor in here.
Did I hear you say that Speaker UNRWA got one of them in?
He was helping to carry, he had a hold of the man and was helping to carry him out. Now, my feeling was that Rosie Greer and Rayford Johnson moved in on the man. Then the other security officers, I don't remember the tall man who was with the senator, they moved in. And one of the officers I did see drawing his gun, but somebody said, get him alive. And of course, by that time, I was being shoved out. And my main thought was to get a doctor here.
Dr. McBroom, would you tell us what the man who fired the gun or his apparent accomplice said?
Well, the man who seemed to have fired the gun, as I could determine it, they were getting him out, was that he's trying to do something for the good of the country.
Do you remember his exact words at all? Because you almost quoted.
All I could hear him say, I did it for the country. I did it I love my country. I did it for my country, or something to that effect.
Did you hear any words from the man who apparently fled, or is rumored to have fled?
No, only thing I know, he said, let me by, let me out. And
that's the man who apparently fled.
Mr. Strain, whom is a very rational person whom I know very well, and 2 or 3 people said, and including a cameraman, said he went right by them. And of course, and they all felt they should have captured him. But he was moving very rapidly out.
At least at this stage of the game, we don't know whether the second man, this apparent second man who was rumored to be an accomplice or a part of it, we don't know yet whether or not he has been captured or not.
Running. Now, a member of the Los Angeles Times did see him. He went to the telephone.
You, sir, are whom?
No, I'm Theodore Chirac. Now, I was
with Kennedy?
I was talking to Steve Smith, and we were talking campaign strategy. And Steve Smith, at the same time, of course, he had mentioned that he was looking forward to a new vision for America. He was quite happy with the results. And suddenly we heard 3 or 4 shots. And Steve said, my God, what's happened? And we ran towards the door. And of course we entered here into this room, and we saw one man on the floor. We saw the ABC newsman here, and the other young man who was with Audio News. And so we had a chat. Now, when I got into the room, one of the Los Angeles Times photographers, Frank, was here, and he told us that he saw this man running, and he was very wild-eyed, and he was holding papers in his hand. So he called a security officer, and the security officer handcuffed this man. He described him as a Caucasian, a white man, and of course he opened his wallet and he caught his name, and I think, well, I guess it would be best not to give his name on there at this time until it's ascertained whether he was a potential assassin or whether he was an accomplice.
Now, the man we're talking about is the gentleman that the doctor said fled. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that I imagine is the same man. See, when I came in here, there was a man on the floor bleeding in the head. There was the ABC News cameraman, the heavy man. Blood was rolling from his chest. And there was the young man, and of course he wanted his mother, I wonder whether we could put this out, he wanted his mother to know that he's all right.
Yes.
Now, he is Ira Goldstein, and he said he was shot in the leg.
Yeah,
However, Dr. George Lampert, who was from United Airlines, he treated the man from ABC because he thought his condition was more critical. I don't know whether...
That's right. We put him in the ambulance.
Whether Dr. Lambert had left.
Have you had a chance to talk with the hospital at all where Senator Kennedy is?
No, I have not. I'm sorry.
Have you had any report at all from the hospital?
No.
I will
sorry.
say
this.
One of the people whom I know very well said he was injured, but that he was going to be all right. Now, whether
the senator was going to be all right. That's
what my friend said, that he had been shot, but that he was going to be all right.
There was a rumor that he was hitting the lower abdomen. I don't know whether that's true or not.
I want to make this absolutely clear that what we're telling you now is, at this point, hearsay. We haven't, at least here in the Ambassador, do not have it direct from the hospital.
Did
you hear the senator say anything? Did he say anything to you?
Right. And then,
no, Senator Kennedy.
Smith.
No, Mr. Smith was talking to me at the time. He turned and we both came to the door. He rushed.
Mr. Smith get to the senator?
He got into that area, and I don't know whether finally he did. I, of course, got lost in the confusion, the noise, and I said, keep back, something. You know, the senator's been shot. People were shouting, and there were, Hugh McDonald from the staff came running out. He was crying.
How long have you been with the senator's campaign?
Oh, I'm not with the senator's campaign.
Just make it clear who you are and what you do.
Yes, I'm Theodore Chirac, and I feed audio reports and radio, video, news.
Los Angeles?
Yes, locally. I'm an independent
freelancer.
freelancer.
Campaign during this California tour?
Yes, I
You
was.
had a chance to talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever talk to him about security?
Well, I had recalled talking to Frank Mankiewicz, his press secretary, at one time, and wondering why there wasn't heavier security. But they seemed to be anxious to have the people approach him and to give access. That was a strategy. As you know, they wanted the people, the candidate approach.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. This is Carl George in Los Angeles.
To that report, we can add that a Kennedy press aide has just said that Kennedy was hit at least twice in the head and in the side. We will continue this report about the attempted assassination of Senator Robert Kennedy in a few moments after station identification. We have a report. Two of Kennedy's aides say that they both looked at Senator Kennedy as he fell. Then we both grabbed the gunman and threw him upon a table. The guy grabbed his gun and handed it to Rafer Johnson, and we turned the guy over to the police. That's a quotation. Doctors at Central Receiving Hospital now report that the senator's condition was critical. We've had varying reports. Some said his condition was not critical. Another reported that a priest attempted to give him final rites. This comes from, I'll have to get the source of this. Perhaps you can look up the source of this report for me. Doctors at Central Receiving Hospital reported his condition was critical. Senator Kennedy was holding the right side of his chest and there was blood on his head, another man reported. A short time before the shooting, Senator McCarthy had retired to his suite in the Beverly Hilton Hotel some distance away. He was awakened. He was told of the shooting. He came out to the hotel's grand ballroom and asked the crowd there to join him in a moment of silent prayer. Then there was an attempt to clear the ballroom, and then 3 policemen were assigned to the McCarthy floor at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, and he is under guard. The description of the man who allegedly fired the shots, he emptied a revolver, shooting at Kennedy, but apparently hitting 3 or 4 other people as well, is as follows. He appeared to be about 25 years of age. He weighed about 135 pounds and had dark, bushy hair and olive skin complexion. He was wearing a zipper jacket, blue jeans, and blue tennis shoes. Several people who saw him said he looked distraught, and he babbled when he was seized upon by some of the Kennedy aides. The weapon taken from him and given to Rafer Johnson was a revolver. United Press reported that doctors at Central Receiving Hospital reported that the senator's condition was critical. Senator Kennedy, for those who may have just begun viewing, was fired upon by an assassin whose name is probably known to the police now. It has not been released to us. He was captured. There's a report a second man was in the room and tried to escape and perhaps did. In addition to Senator Kennedy, who was hit in the hip and in the head, according to one of his aides, an ABC News director was hit in the hand, suffering superficial wounds. A United Automobile Workers official is said to have been hit, and 2 other people, but the reports are still confused. Now we're going to have an interview with Norbert Schley, the former Assistant Attorney General of California, and Carl George will be interviewing him.
Please. This is Carl George in Los Angeles. I have with me Mr. Norbert Schley. Mr. Schley was an Assistant Attorney General under Robert Kennedy in the John Kennedy administration. Were you an eyewitness, sir?
No, not really. I was 10 to 15 feet behind him as we started through the kitchen here, and he had slowed up to shake hands with the waiters and the personnel here in the kitchen, and there were approximately 4 shots that really didn't sound like shots. It sounded like a cap pistol, 4 claps that didn't really sound like shots to me.
Have you had a chance through the campaign in California to discuss security with the senator?
No, I have not. When it appeared that someone had been shot, we began to drive people out of the kitchen, and I got a couple of doctors in here. There were about 3 of them that we managed to get through the door. And then I got to the elevator and began operating the elevator and getting people down it. Apparently there were 4 people who were injured by gunshot wounds and 1 other person who was injured too, but not by a gun.
Can you tell us anything? Have you had any contact with the Los Angeles Police Department?
Oh, sure.
You have?
Yes, I'm a resident of Los Angeles.
Yes, I understand that, but I mean contact with the LAPD in this incident tonight.
Well, when the senator got down there, I stuck my head in a police car window and said, for God's sake, get us a couple more ambulances. There are more people hurt up there. And the police said, coming right up, and they got on the air, and there were ambulances here immediately.
What was the reaction of the Los Angeles Police Department from your knowledge?
Well, the reaction was, let's do something right now. That's the only reaction I got.
Do you have any knowledge of the kind of security provided by the LAPD?
No, I really don't. I understand that the senator had 1 security man.
That was a private security man? Or
so I understand. I understand
not a Los Angeles policeman?
No, I have no knowledge of that. They may have had...
Can I have your story of what took place, Mr. Schley, please?
Well, as I came into the kitchen here a few feet behind Senator Kennedy, I heard these 4 or 5 claps. They really didn't sound like shots, but they turned out to be. And we began, it became apparent that Senator Kennedy was shot. He was lying on the floor, and there was blood on the floor. There were several other people with blood on their faces, and it was obvious that they were shot. So we began shoving people out of here and calling for doctors, and I let 3 doctors in the door. And then...
we need to get this area sealed off as soon as possible. Could you please step to the far end of the building?
Right. Can you tell us when you Los Angeles Police were first notified?
Right. Could you please step down here? We're in a big emergency.
So you're Sergeant
Jones.
We interrupt that interview to bring you a bulletin from the Associated Press. A doctor on the hospital staff at Central Receiving Hospital, where Kennedy was first taken, told UPI that Kennedy was shot twice, once in the head and the shoulder, and the Associated Press says that last rites were administered to the senator 9 minutes ago. Just 9 minutes ago. Here is the Associated Press bulletin. Senator Robert Kennedy, shot during an election night victory appearance early today, was given the last rites of the Roman Catholic Church at about 1 a.m. The Reverend Thomas Picha said he administered the rites to the wounded senator in the emergency room of the Central Receiving Hospital. Now, we're not absolutely sure of that report yet. We have another report saying the senator was removed from that Central Receiving Hospital and taken to another hospital after his wounds, but we do not have a complete confirmation of that. I bring you these bulletins as we get them, and as our reporters tell us additional information, we will pass it on to you. The assassin, the attempted assassin, has been apprehended. He was apprehended immediately, and his gun was taken from him. He had emptied it, shooting at the senator apparently, but hitting the senator and several other people, including one of ABC News directors who was working there. And Then he was captured and taken away. He is described as being a small man, about 135, 145 pounds in weight, perhaps 5 feet 2 or 5 feet 4 in height, olive-skinned, Latin in appearance is the phrase that was used. He was captured. He was thrown onto a table by 2 of Kennedy's aides, and Rayford Johnson was given the empty gun, and then the attempted assassin, if he is not the assassin, was taken away by the police. We haven't a full report on what's happened yet, but we bring you the bulletins as we get them. We go now to Bill Lawrence.
Howard, this is indeed another tragedy in the history of so many tragedies that have stricken the Kennedy family over the years. We begin with the eldest son of the Kennedys, Joseph P. Kennedy, Jr., who was killed in World War II in a Navy bomber crash, a bomber that mysteriously exploded over the English Channel while they were en route to attack submarine Fens in France. Then there was Sister Kathleen, who was killed in a private plane crash over France after the war. There was John F. Jr., who narrowly escaped death when his John F. Kennedy, not John F. Kennedy Jr., John F. Kennedy, the late president, who narrowly escaped death when his PT boat was sunk by a Japanese destroyer during World War II. Then he recovered, came on to be president of the United States, was shot down in Dallas in 1963. Brother Ted, Edward M. Kennedy, the senator from Massachusetts, was in a plane crash in Massachusetts, was nearly fatally wounded. His back was broken and he was in critical condition for many months. And then, of course, the patriarch of all this clan, this remarkable family, Joseph P. Kennedy, suffered a stroke in 1962 while his son was president. He has remained paralyzed and unable to speak since that date. And all in all, more trouble than any one family could possibly endure, I would think. And if Robert Kennedy's condition is critical, as the doctors now say it is, his life perhaps hangs in the balance tonight at the moment of his own greatest electoral triumph in California, a triumph he had claimed just literally seconds before he was shot down. Howard?
An amazing record of a family that suffers tremendous good fortune but tremendous bad fortune at the same time. Senator Robert Kennedy, who was shot at about 12:39 Pacific Daylight Time after making an election victory appearance in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, was removed to the Central Receiving Hospital of Los Angeles, where the last rites of the Roman Catholic Church were given him. At about 1 a.m., about 20 minutes later, the Reverend Thomas Peaches said he administered the rites to the wounded senator in the emergency room of the hospital. The priest said he did not talk to the senator directly. The senator did not talk to him. An unidentified person in the emergency room said the senator appeared to be unconscious. The early report said that the senator was conscious as he lay in a pool of blood on the floor of the kitchen where he was, which he had used to make his exit from the ballroom after his victory talk to his supporters. That he was lying there, but he was conscious, that he was obviously in pain, but he did not seem to be critically hurt. There were several reports. One report said that he was hit in the hip. Another report said he was hit in the head. A priest there at the hotel attempted to administer him the last rites and then was told not to. Then Kennedy was taken to the Central Receiving Hospital of Los Angeles, and there, 20 minutes later, the final rites of the Roman Catholic Church were administered. The priest said he did not talk to Senator Kennedy, he did not attempt to, and Senator Kennedy did not talk or move. An unidentified person in the emergency room while the rites were being administered said that the senator appeared to be unconscious. Those are the reports we have now. Senator Robert F. Kennedy and possibly 3 or 4 other people were hit by bullets from a gun of apparently an assassin who tried to kill the senator. And the other people apparently were not seriously wounded. Our ABC news director was one of those wounded, superficially on the hand, and he is all right. Another man who was wounded in the leg sent a message saying that he was not badly wounded. An early report said that Stephen Smith, the brother-in-law of the Senator Kennedy, was wounded. However, that turned out not to be true.
Howard, I think it should be emphasized that the final rites of the Roman Catholic Church being administered does not necessarily mean that a patient is about to expire. This is very often done as a precautionary measure when people are seriously wounded. John F. Kennedy, for example, had the final rites of his church at least twice as he lay ill in hospitals here in New York years before he was shot down in Dallas. I mention this simply as a bit of religious ritual of the Roman Catholic Church, neither to alarm unduly nor to be unduly optimistic about Robert Kennedy's chances, because, quite frankly, we don't have enough information tonight to know whether it is really this critical.
As a matter of fact, Bill, the last rites were administered to John F. Kennedy when he was a senator in the hospital after an operation from which he recovered. As you say, it is a religious rite that is often precautionary and does not mean that there is no hope. We do not have enough information to know or to report the condition of the senator, except to report to you from an unidentified person in the room who said the senator appeared to be unconscious. Well, reports keep coming in, some of them contradictory, but almost all of them agree that an assassin, a small man who shouted he was trying to save the country, quote, or something like that, unquote, an eyewitness said, emptied his revolver at the senator. He apparently hit the senator at least twice, then he hit several other people nearby in the crowd around the senator, who was making his exit from the ballroom through the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. Then the gun was grabbed by two Kennedy supporters, and the man was thrown on a table. The gun was given to Rafer Johnson, the decathlon champion, who's been a kind of a bodyguard for Kennedy in Los Angeles. Then Kennedy lay on the floor. A priest attempted to administer the last rites, but was told not to. He was hurried away. The senator was hurried away to the Central Receiving Hospital, where 20 minutes later the rites were administered to him, and it is reported that he was unconscious. President Johnson was notified immediately early today after word came that Senator Robert Kennedy was shot in Los Angeles. The White House did not issue any immediate comment by the president. Senator McCarthy heard about the assassination after he'd gone to bed. He came back to the ballroom of his headquarters hotel, the Beverly Hilton in Los Angeles, and there he asked all his supporters who were still there to have a moment of silent prayer, after which police cleared the ballroom, and 3 policemen have been assigned to the McCarthy floor at the Beverly Hilton Hotel to protect him. One never knows whether these things are conspiratorial or just one madman doing something which he thinks is right and whose consequences are terrible for everybody. Dr. Marcus McBroom of Los Angeles, who was an eyewitness, said the suspect wore a work shirt. His hair was tousled. He fired 1 shot, then 5 more in quick succession. Actually, we showed you a tape recording of the moment of the shot, a tape recording of the scene on the ballroom floor, and in fact the first shot seemed to be fired about a minute, 60 whole seconds before the other shots came in rapid succession. So we don't know exactly what happened. But if you watched this program, you could have heard the shots. An early report said that Kennedy's brother-in-law, Stephen Smith, also had been shot, but a short while later, Smith was at a microphone asking that the room be cleared, and he did not appear to have suffered any harm at all. In Sacramento, the capital of California, a spokesman for Governor Ronald Reagan said the governor deplored the shooting. He said that he would make whatever assistance that can be made available to assist in the apprehension of those responsible, implying there is more than one. And we have had reports like that. We had one report to the effect that one man did the shooting. He was dressed in work clothes. Another man dressed in black then tried to get away and said, "Get out of the way," and pushed his way out. So we don't know whether there was more than one man or not. We want to look at that tape again, a film showing the ballroom floor at the time Senator Kennedy left the ballroom floor and the shots were heard. Listen closely over the hum for the first shot. Kennedy has just left.
Hey, wait. Hey, I want to hear really loud.
There's the first shot. That was the first shot. Now, in about 60 seconds, you will hear a succession of 4 or 5 shots as the revolver is emptied. In about 30 seconds, you will hear the remaining shots. Those were the succeeding shots. Altogether, we could count 3. But someone said the revolver with its 6 cylinders was empty. There was a full minute between the first and the second of the 3 shots. Apparently, the senator was wounded with the first one because after a while, people standing on the podium there began to scream. We now have a report from Kennedy's press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, who said he is stable after being shot at least twice. He is breathing well. He has a good heart. Frank Mankiewicz, Kennedy's press secretary, told reporters Kennedy's condition is, quote, stable, unquote. I'll repeat that statement by Frank Mankiewicz, Kennedy's press secretary. In contradiction of reports that said his condition was critical, Mankiewicz said that his condition was, quote, stable, unquote. He is breathing well and he has a good heart. That was a statement made by the press secretary to Senator Robert Kennedy. We bring you these bulletins as we get them. He was wounded twice in the head, according to Mankiewicz, in the front of the forehead and then near the right ear. He was also wounded in the hip, according to another report. Kennedy was transferred from the Central Receiving Hospital, as we reported, to the Good Samaritan Hospital after a brief stop in the emergency room of the first of those 2 hospitals. This, coming from Kennedy's press aide, seems to be authoritative. He was wounded in the hip. He was wounded twice in the head, in the front of the forehead, and near the right ear. We still do not understand, do not have a solution to the mystery of why there was 1 shot. After a few moments, we heard screams, so apparently the senator or someone was hit. Then after a full 60 seconds came 2 more shots, at least 2 more shots that we could hear on the tape that we just showed you of the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles at the time of the attempted assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. Well, Senator Kennedy was fired upon. He was leaving the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel. He was going through the kitchen, apparently a rear way out. The excitement his entry into the kitchen caused the guards at the door to leave the doors open, and anyone could come and leave as he wished. And apparently the assassin came in at that time and fired his gun. He is described as being a small man, 135 pounds to 145 pounds, perhaps 5 feet 2 or 3 inches tall, bushy-haired, in work clothes with a zipper jacket, wearing tennis shoes. He emptied his revolver, according to one report. 2 Kennedy aides seized him and threw him on a table. Rafer Johnson, another aide, took the gun, and then the man was handed over to the police. The police possibly know who he is. We do not. We've heard no identification. After that happened, we heard a second report that another man, dressed in black, attempted to escape and said, "Let me out, let me out." So there's some suspicion that perhaps there was more than one person involved, but we do not know. Last rites were administered to the senator. However, our last report says that his condition is a good deal better than that ceremony would indicate. We've had several eyewitness reports here on ABC, and we'll bring you more as we get them. One was the Assistant Attorney General, Norbert Schley. They discussed security for the senator and whether his security was adequate. Meanwhile, promptly, the Police provided an armed guard for Senator Eugene McCarthy, who was in another hotel, the Beverly Hilton Hotel, some distance away. ABC newsman Bob Clark has just called from the Good Samaritan Hospital where Senator Kennedy is now. Senator Kennedy is now there after getting emergency treatment at the Central Receiving Hospital, and Clark quotes Kennedy press aide Frank Mankiewicz as saying he did not think Kennedy was conscious now, though he was conscious immediately after the shot. This is ABC's correspondent Bob Clark, who quotes Kennedy's press secretary as saying he did not think Kennedy was conscious at this moment, though he was conscious immediately after the shot. He was wounded twice in the head. There was one unconfirmed report he suffered another wound in the abdomen. We heard the hip, but Mankiewicz does not know. Here now is Bill Lawrence.
Howard, it's one of the ironic coincidences of history that Robert Clark was also our ABC White House correspondent that tragic day in Dallas when President Kennedy was shot. He was riding in the pool car immediately behind the presidential car and was one of the few reporters who raced to the hospital at the same moment that the president's car pulled out of the procession and raced to that hospital. And it was Bob Clark who first brought to ABC listeners the word that President Kennedy was dead of wounds that he had received from the assassin standing in the Texas School Depository. We have some other eyewitnesses' reports that I'll read to you from the Press Association bulletins as they're coming in, as Howard has been doing. This is Paul Caphardy, a deputy to a Los Angeles councilman, said he was standing about 9 feet behind Kennedy when the shooting started. And like all eyewitnesses, in a moment of stress, Caphardy is probably somewhat confused. He said he counted at least 10 shots being fired. As Kennedy lay on the floor, Caphardy said his wife rushed to his side. They talked at length, and it seemed to Caphardy like a terribly long time before an ambulance arrived. Gene Pell, a Westinghouse Broadcasting Company correspondent, said that Kennedy had an oxygen mask on his face when he was transferred to Good Samaritan Hospital, that Pell said he appeared to be unconscious, and a plasma bottle was suspended over the stretcher. Now, Senator Kennedy, Edward M. Kennedy, the senator from Massachusetts, telephoned the family home at Hyannis and informed Ann Gargan, a niece of the Kennedys, that Senator Robert Kennedy had been shot twice, but Ann did not immediately awaken either Joseph P. Kennedy or his wife Rose, the mother of the senator, but Ann Gargan, who lives with the Kennedys and takes such faithful care of the elder Kennedy since he suffered his stroke, said that Mrs. Kennedy probably would be told when Ann did not immediately awaken either Joseph P. Kennedy or his wife Rose, the mother of the senator, but Ann Gargan, who lives with the Kennedys and takes such faithful care of the elder Kennedy since he suffered his stroke, said that Mrs. Kennedy probably would be told when she awakened to attend early morning mass at a Roman Catholic church, as Mrs. Kennedy does every morning. So the report now, of course, is from Frank Mankiewicz that the senator's condition is stable, that his heart is good, that his breathing is all right. It's certainly more reassuring than those other reports that we had earlier, that he was in critical condition and that the final rites of the church had been administered because of need. But as I explained earlier, this ritual is often carried out when people are seriously wounded simply as a precautionary move, and people have often survived wounds for which they have been given the last rites. The senator is now in Good Samaritan Hospital, and as we say, apparently his condition is not critical, or at least his press aide does not think so, though the press aide also told Bob Clark that the senator was at the moment unconscious. So this is better news. This is more optimistic news than we had earlier. And it's, of course, tragic that the senator should have been shot at all, and doubly tragic that it should come in a moment of triumph, or at least a moment when he was claiming triumph. This brilliant battle that had been waged in California, largely between himself and Senator McCarthy, for 174 convention votes. How serious the illness is, how long the senator may be hospitalized, none of us know tonight. None of us know what effect this will have on his campaigning plans. And of course, all of us pray for his survival. As I say, this is another in a long series of tragedies that have struck the Kennedy family over these many years. A family, as Howard noted, that has had extraordinarily good luck, a family that has risen very high in the American political scene. One family gave to the nation a president and 2 United States senators serving simultaneously from different states, a feat almost unprecedented in the annals of the country. Dr. Ross Miller, who attended Kennedy immediately after the senator was shot, told the United Press that Kennedy had a head wound, but a good heartbeat. It was a cursory examination, Miller said, but on its basis, I would be forced to describe his condition as critical. He said that Kennedy's pulse was rapid, but strong and full, and I suppose this would be the inevitable effect of shock, and that the report that the senator's condition has stabilized, which came only after he had been moved from first the hotel to the Central Receiving Hospital and then to Good Samaritan, would indicate that perhaps the illness, the wound, is not as critical as we had feared originally. Howard?
Bill, to repeat the reports we've had, at about 12:30 tonight, Pacific Daylight Time, an assassin fired a gun at Senator Robert Kennedy. We showed you a tape recording of the scene in the ballroom next to the kitchen where that happened, and we heard one shot which apparently wounded the senator, and then after a full minute, a series of shots, apparently from the same gun. People who saw the assassin say that he was a small man dressed in working clothes. He shouted something about trying to save the country, and he was grabbed by 2 Kennedy aides and apparently has been turned over to the police. A priest attempted to administer last rites to Kennedy while he lay in a pool of blood there in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel, but the priest was told it was not necessary. Kennedy was removed to the Central Emergency Hospital of Los Angeles, given emergency treatment, then taken to the Good Samaritan Hospital where he is now. There, the final rites of the church were administered, but as Bill Lawrence has pointed out, that does not necessarily mean that he is in grave danger. One of his aides said that his condition, considering what he had gone through, was not critical, but another doctor said he would be forced on the basis of a cursory examination of Kennedy while he lay in the hotel. Before he was taken to the hospital, he would be forced to describe the senator's condition as critical. Kennedy's pulse was rapid, but strong and full, the doctor said. We've had a good many eyewitness reports. We're now trying to set up communication with our reporter at the Good Samaritan Hospital where Kennedy is. Our reporter, Bob Clark, who covered the terrible assassination of John F. Kennedy, who was in Dallas on that terrible day and who is now in Los Angeles on this occasion. Now, if we can establish contact with Clark, we will ask him some questions or ask him for a report. Can anybody put us in contact with Bob Clark? You'll have to tell me what phone he's on. Tell me what phone he's on and we'll talk to him.
Go ahead with the report, Bob.
Here's Bob Clark's report by sound.
Senator Kennedy is now at Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles.
He was taken here about a half an hour ago after first being treated in the emergency room at Central Receiving Hospital. His press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, said at that time that his condition was stable. This was about an hour after he was shot. He was breathing well, and as Mr. Mankiewicz put it, has a good heart. He did not, Mr. Mankiewicz did not think that Senator Kennedy was conscious at that time, although he was conscious immediately after he was shot. He was shot, of course, at least twice in the head, in the front of the forehead, and near the right ear, and there were unconfirmed reports that he was also shot in the abdomen. We have no further word on his condition here at Good Samaritan Hospital. I talked with one of his press aides just a few minutes ago. He said he has nothing to add to what Frank Mankiewicz said at Central Receiving. There's a very large group of reporters gathered around the door of the hospital. No one is being admitted. There's a cordon of police holding all press from admitting the hospital to any entrance. At this point, we're just going to have to wait until we get further word from one of the press aides, and there are now several of them inside the hospital.
Me? Bob Clark, can you hear me? Hello, Bob Clark?
All right.
I would like to ask him if anyone is checking with the police the identity of the man who allegedly fired the shots.
Bob, is anyone checking with the police on the identity of the man who allegedly fired the shots?
You'll have to get that from the Los Angeles. I would think the wires had something on that, and that a man was seized at the scene, and the police undoubtedly have information as to the identity of the man at this point, but I am at the hospital and completely out of touch with any information of that sort.
Where was Bob Clark? Where was Bob Clark at the time the shots were fired?
Where were you at the time that the shots were fired, Bob?
I was about 15 feet away from the senator. The senator had just stepped down from the podium where he had delivered his victory speech and was leaving the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel through a side exit that took him to the kitchen of the ballroom. There, a television conference room had been set up in one corner of the kitchen. The senator was just passing through that conference room, just at the edge of that conference room, when he was shot. I heard the shots from just outside that room. Couldn't believe at first that they were shots, and then saw the horrified looks on the faces of people who were standing at the door. I then pushed on into the room, went to the side of the senator, and stood over him for a few seconds. Of course, there was panic in the room at that moment. Several persons were holding onto one man who was the presumed assailant. The two of those who had been wounded, Senator Kennedy and another man, were stretched out on the floor. The senator's face was slightly blood-spattered. He was conscious and was obviously breathing rather strongly at that stage. His eyes were open and he was sort of licking his lips in obvious pain, but still his condition appeared strong at that moment.
Bob, do you have any explanation as to why there appeared to be a minute to a minute and a half between the first shot and the next series of 2 or 3?
I don't believe that's true. I heard all of the shots grouped together. It was a burst of 5 or 6 shots. There may have been a delay of 15 seconds between the first and the rest, but they came certainly very close together.
I think later we ought to rerun that tape and show it to the public and possibly to Bob Clark and see if it awakens any recollections of a possible earlier shot. I think we ought to rerun that tape after a while and show the public exactly what happened in the ballroom at the time the shots were fired, in the neighboring anteroom in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles when an assassin attempted to assassinate the senator by firing shots at him and hit at least 4 known people. We don't know whether there were more or not. One was ABC's director, Bill Wiesel, who was there working on the program you've seen on this network, and another was a United Automobile Workers official, and there were 2 others that we were given reports about. Edward Minasian, a hotel employee, said he saw the assailant with a snub-nosed revolver fire at Kennedy from 4 or 5 feet away. Minasian said the gunman had to reach around other people to fire the weapon, and others were hit as well. This witness, a hotel employee in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, said after the shots were fired, the man shouted, "Let me explain, I can explain." Our correspondent, Carl George, has a waiter who was present at that time. Here is Carl George in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles.
This is Carl George in the lobby of the Ambassador Hotel. I have with me a waiter, Martin Petruski, who was very close to the senator when he was shot. Martin, what did you see?
Well, I had just finished shaking hands with him, and he was walking by, and all of a sudden, this it wasn't too tall fella jumped out, and he started a fire. This thing
Did you see the gun?
Yes, I think it was a 22 or a 38. You know, it could have been a 38 special. I don't know the make of the gun, and you know, and he started to fire. You know, it was so fast, and all of a sudden somebody was yelling, "Grab him, grab him!" And then the senator, they let go of the senator, and he started to slide down to his knees. And I think he was hit in the temple somewhere, in the head.
What did you do, Martin?
Well, I started to move out because the gun was still firing. There was about 3-4 shots, and I started to move out of the kitchen there because I didn't know what was happening. And then I seen another guy about 2 feet from Kennedy. He fell down. And I think it was one of his aides, I'm not sure.
How many shots did you hear fired?
About 5, maybe. It could have been 6, about 5, 6 shots must have went off.
Did you see one man with a gun?
Yes.
Did you see any other men?
No. No.
What did the senator say to you, Martin, when he shook your hand?
I shook hands, I said, "Good luck," and he said, "Yes," and he walked by, and that was it. That was just about it, and then all of a sudden everything started to boom, 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 like a firecracker.
Did you think it was a gun going off and you heard
No, no. I thought it was, you know, somebody had a cap pistol or a firecracker or something like that.
Where did you go after the firing started?
I moved right into the kitchen area because I was right in front of the kitchen area, and the ice machine is like across the way from it.
Did you get the ice for the senator when the doctors called for it?
No, the woman ran for it, but I don't think they used it because the ambulance had just came in. They were rushing him out at the time. His eyes were open when he started to go down, and his wife came over and she was asking the photographer men and everything to stop taking pictures and to please get out of the area. And she wasn't crying or anything at the time. She stood up very strong over it.
Did you watch her carefully?
Yeah, I was looking at her for a while. There was so much excitement, and they were pushing everybody back already, and we were already on the inside of the kitchen part by then.
Were you afraid that maybe you might get hit by one of the bullets?
Yes, I was. That's why I moved out into the kitchen area, although Carl Yucker, one of our captains, had the guy around the neck, and it was holding him. He was holding Kennedy. He was pulling Kennedy through the kitchen at the time, and he grabbed the guy by the neck, and he was holding him by the neck at the time and swinging the gun away. I think one of the shots might have fired off the kitchen wall.
Did you hear the man say anything?
No, I didn't. Everyone was yelling and screaming at the time. Grab him, get him, watch the gun, and everything else. I don't know exactly what really happened.
Was this the first time you'd seen the senator?
Yeah. No, I've met the senator before. I met him on Sunday night in the Grove. He had shook hands with me once before when we were taking him out of the Grove Sunday night after his speech there.
Have you followed the senator's career?
Not thoroughly, but I think he was a very good man, a great man, and I think he would have been just as good as his brother, if not greater.
What is your reaction now as you look back at it?
I feel very, very sad and very bad that something like this could possibly happen in this society again. It's unbelievable. It's just so unbelievable that something like this could happen.
Good. Thank you very much, Martin.
You're welcome.
Your name again is?
Martin Petruski.
And what do you do here at the Ambassador,
I'm
Martin?
a waiter in the banquet department.
How long have you been here?
About 2 years.
Were you excited by the idea of the senator's arrival?
Yes.
Did you want to see him?
Yes, of course.
Good. Thank you very much, Martin Petruski. This is Carl George in Los Angeles in the Ambassador Hotel lobby.
From London, we have the first word of Jacqueline Kennedy's reaction to the shooting of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. She learned of his shooting, though she was in New York, in a telephone call from her brother-in-law, Prince Stanislaw Radziwill, husband of her sister Lee. And Mrs. Kennedy's first reaction was no, no, it can't have happened. Princess Radziwill, the former Lady Bouvier, told newsmen that Mrs. Kennedy simply couldn't believe it. She kept saying, no, it can't have happened, tell me more. She said that Mrs. Kennedy ended the transatlantic conversation by saying that she wanted to call directly to Los Angeles to get more news of the senator. So apparently Mrs. Kennedy had retired, or at least was not watching television at the moment of Senator Kennedy's victory statement from Los Angeles, just seconds before he was shot down by the assassin in the kitchen, the would-be assassin in the kitchen. So Mrs. Kennedy, as you all know, was very, very close to Robert Kennedy. He often escorted her in the sad moments of the hours immediately after his brother, the president, was shot. She relied upon him for advice and assistance in many of the tragedies and many of the problems that she faced as a widow, and as she bore her grief so magnificently in those hours when she was on public display in everything that she did from the time that the president was shot in Dallas until he was laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery. You will remember they marched together behind the caisson bearing the president's casket down Pennsylvania Avenue and up 17th Street and Connecticut Avenue to the cathedral, and then drove to the cemetery where together, when the body was interred, they lit the eternal flame, and this was the moment of John F. Kennedy's burial. So Mrs. Kennedy, as I say, was in New York, but learned of the senator's attempted assassination only by telephone from London, from her brother-in-law, Prince Stanislaw Radziwill, who was, of course, a very close friend, not alone of Mrs. Kennedy, but of John F. Kennedy and of Robert Kennedy, and a participant in the family sports and in the good times they all had together at Palm Beach, at Hyannisport, and here. And indeed, in 1960, Prince Radziwill campaigned a little among the Polish groups for John F. Kennedy, although he was not an American citizen and could not vote. Now, we've just got some more reports, some eyewitness reports as the Press Association wires the AP is carrying from Los Angeles. It said that in the ornate lobby of the Ambassador Hotel, people wept openly, some hysterically. The embassy room in which the victory celebration had been held was immediately sealed off by police. An associate who saw Kennedy briefly at the hospital said he had seen a bandage on the abdomen near the belt line, but Mankiewicz said that the doctors had not told him of such a wound on the senator. Los Angeles police posted heavy security and used physical force to keep reporters from entering either hospital. Mankiewicz, Frank Mankiewicz, the press secretary, said that so far as he knew, Kennedy had not received any threats of shooting or other physical violence in the days immediately preceding today's events. As you know, candidates travel at great personal risk to themselves through crowded city streets where absolute security is nearly impossible, and these are always a threat to their physical life, perhaps just from their friends who manhandle them in the process of showing their adoration. I remember earlier in the campaign, Bob Kennedy was pulled from his automobile by an admirer, fell to the ground on his face and chipped a tooth, had to have some dental work done within the next couple of days. Others have stolen his shoes, literally off his feet. His tie clasps are always being stolen, so are his cufflinks. And this is the kind of thing that a would-be assassin willing to risk his life can always approach a presidential candidate, indeed a president, and there is no known way that absolute security can be provided. This is one of the constant worries of the Secret Service. It may explain in some degree why the President Johnson, in recent months has not traveled by motorcade through our large cities. He has usually gone to a big city only on hardly any notice at all, indeed no public notice of an impending visit, and then usually helicopters from the airport very near the scene of where he is to speak. It was in such a motorcade that President Kennedy was shot in Dallas as he was on his way to make a speech there after he had received a tremendous ovation from the crowds in downtown Dallas. Now, we're hoping to talk to our correspondent, David Jane, in Los Angeles, but we're apparently not ready to establish direct communications with him. So we will review a bit of what we have perhaps told you already, but there may be others who have joined us late, and we'll bring you up to date on that. The suspect who has been taken into custody, I say he is a suspect because, of course, until he is tried and proven guilty, his innocence must be presumed. The suspect in custody has been identified tentatively as a Jesse Greer, G-R-E-E-R, who is about 23 years old. Now, we have some more up-to-date information about the others who were hit, and this is perhaps more accurate than some of the running reports we've been giving you, which have been confused and contradictory. Along with Senator Kennedy, who was hit in the head as he left the ballroom, the others who were struck by these bursts of gunfire were Paul Schrade, an official of the Steelworkers Union, Billy Wiesel, who is an assistant director for the American Broadcasting Company, working on tonight's election night report from Los Angeles, and Ira Goldstein, identified by the United Press as a radio newsman. It does not give the identification of the station or the network by which he was employed. Schrade, who had been on the platform earlier with Kennedy as he made his victory claim in California, suffered a scalp wound but was reported in good condition. Wiesel suffered a serious abdominal wound, according to the United Press. We had first thought that his wounds were perhaps only superficial, and our people out there say it was simply a hand wound, though we've had several eyewitnesses tell us on these interviews that Wiesel was bleeding from the stomach. Ira Goldstein, the radio reporter, was wounded in the back and leg, but they say he is in good condition. So we have a conflict here in the information about Billy Wiesel. Howard?
Bill, the first foreign report from Japan says Japanese recoiled with disbelief and shock today at word that Senator Kennedy had been shot. Kennedy and his older brother, the assassinated president, are idolized by the Japanese. In various polls to select the men most admired by the Japanese, President Kennedy has figured prominently. We have a photograph. In fact, we have two photographs of Senator Kennedy just after being shot. Here he lies gravely wounded on the floor of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles shortly after midnight. That's Pacific time. When he was shot during a celebration of his victory in California's primary election. We have a second photograph. I wonder if we can see that this is a close-up. Senator Robert Kennedy awaits the arrival of medical assistance as he lies on the floor. That is the caption issued by the photographic agency, the Associated Press, about that photograph. This was the condition he was in when our reporter Bob Clark saw him and reported to you about this scene just after the shooting. His eyes are open, as Clark said. There is, you can't tell about blood on his head. That's a dark mark you see is in fact the side of the glasses of the man who's looking down towards the senator. But there's blood, a pool of blood beneath him. Now we want to try and establish contact with police headquarters. Let me see if I have the right phone this time. Is John Casserly, ABC newsman John Casserly?
This is John Casserly, Howard.
Hello, John. John?
I'm now at the Ramparts Division Police Headquarters. And apparently, one suspect is here. I say that with not 100% certainty. The reason is the following. The police are armed here in the lobby. Previously, they had 3 policemen with shotguns. The police, as of this moment, will say nothing officially. But they also have men on the roof of the police station also armed and are carefully checking the identification of all people coming in the building. The police will say nothing officially in regard to the description of the man, but we understand that he has bushy, dark hair, was wearing a blue sweater at the time of his arrest, and is about 25 years old. Of course, the charge made against him depends on the condition of Senator Kennedy. And as of the moment, we're standing by for some kind of a statement. We understand that the chief of police here, Redden, will hold some kind of a news conference in about a half an hour at the Central Jail. There are some rumors that a second arrest may have been made. We don't know officially whether that's the case or not. There are about 25 newsmen standing by here for some kind of information.
Can you hear me, John?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Can we interrupt you just for a moment? We have a bulletin here that Senator Robert Kennedy's press secretary said today the senator is in an intensive care unit at the Good Samaritan Hospital. And as to his condition, the press secretary said he's alive. Well, go ahead, John. What are the indications there may be more than one person involved in that?
This is a rumor among newsmen. The fact that Chief Redden is holding this news conference in another jail is one indication that that we may be correct in our assumption there's a suspect here, but there could be another suspect at another jail. Another part of that rationale is the number of shots fired and the number of individuals wounded. And it's questionable in the minds of many whether one man with one revolver could have done all this.
Yeah.
But again, as I say, to be very frank, police will say nothing officially. And apparently they have some reminiscences of what happened in Dallas and the after occurrences of the shooting of President John F. Kennedy and the whole triangle of Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby, etc.
Well, thank you, John. We hope to come back to you then for the time of that press conference that the police will give.
Right. Okay, Howard.
And if you have any more evidence about there being more than one person, we would certainly appreciate knowing so that we can report it immediately.
Yeah, that's not official, but that's the rationale.
Yes.
Here.
Well, we heard one report from the hotel that a second man fled after this incident. But there was so much confusion, we can't tell what that means.
Right. Well, we hope to clarify that with Chief Redden shortly, Howard.
All right. We hope to establish contact with another of our correspondents, David Jane, and we will bring him as to the, at least his sound report as soon as we can. Here he is now, David Jane.
I'm right here, Howard, in the lobby of the embassy.
By video to California and David Jane. Dave, can you hear us?
Yes, Howard, I hear you fine. I'm in the lobby of the Ambassador Hotel.
What's the situation now? Have the police come into the hotel?
The police have completely cordoned off the entire area where the shooting took place, the back behind the main ballroom, and now the ballroom itself has been cordoned off, except for those witnesses who haven't been questioned yet.
How is our man Bill Wiesel, who was shot in the hand?
The doctor on the scene, an airline doctor, said he thought the wounds were superficial.
Do you know now, Dave, how many people were shot?
Well, I know that the senator was shot, a UAW official, a young boy, I heard his, Goldstein, I believe his last name was, Bill Wiesel, and a woman, I believe it was 5 overall.
Here's Bill Lawrence, Dave.
David, we could not hear you too well when we talked the last time in the confusion and shouting immediately after the shooting. Could you describe for us again just exactly where you were, what you did, and what you saw? Because I think these kind of eyewitness reports are the sort of thing that the people at home want to know with precision.
Well, the senator had just finished speaking from the podium and was leaving to go out the back alley, down into the back aisle, down into the basement. And I was, I'd say, 4 or 5 people behind him. And Billy Wiesel was to the rear and to the right and to the left of me. And there was a huge crush. And as the entourage passed through, all of a sudden, I heard the shots, but it sounded more like a cap pistol or Chinese firecrackers. They didn't sound that loud or crisp.
Dave,
yes.
Let me interrupt you. On our tape, we hear a shot, and then for a whole minute we hear nothing, and then come a series of shots. Did our microphones fail to pick up all the shots, or what happened? How do you account for that minute between shots?
I just don't know how. I heard the first one, and then I heard a series of what sounded like 3 or 4.
Was there a perceptible delay between them in your hearing as you remember it?
There was a perceptible delay between, as I recall, between the first and then the series of the second, third, fourth, and maybe fifth.
Well, then your recollection matches that of the tape perfectly.
Dave, we're going to play that tape and ask you to listen closely and see if you can detect just what we did, that there's a shot and then a very long delay. It seems about 60 seconds, and then we hear a series of shots. I don't know whether the shots were audible above the shouts and screams. I think that was not a fair opportunity for David Jane to hear that and to give us his judgment.
Howard and Bill, if I might.
A fair opportunity for David Jane to hear that and to give us his judgment.
Howard and Bill, if I might, that yes. Sounded like the frenzy and the screaming that took place right after the shots were fired. Several girls threw themselves to the ground, and besides our wounded director, the thing I most vividly remember is Ethel Kennedy putting herself into the arms of one of the Kennedy aides and saying, "Oh, please God, say it isn't so." And then she was taken away, I assume, to the hospital. But I do remember her reaction at the time. She just buried her head into the chest of one of the Kennedy aides.
Well, David, were you close enough to tell whether Ethel was able to talk directly with the senator as he lay there on the floor and before he was moved from the kitchen?
I think immediately afterwards she may have been, but then they cleared the area, and I just don't know how much she talked to him once the actual event was over.
Well, the impression other eyewitnesses have had is that the senator was conscious immediately after he was hit, but that he was unconscious by the time he reached the hospital.
This is what I've been told, yes.
And was that your impression, too?
Yes, that's right. That once he was hit, he fell, and then the Rosie Greer and a doctor captured the man, and they were all on top of him. One of the eyewitnesses told me the only thing you could see of the man who fired the shot was the pistol. The pistol was just sticking out in the air off the ground with a horde of 6 or 7 Kennedy aides on top of him, pinning him to the ground.
Dave, we've heard reports that sound a little confused, that there may have been more than one person involved, that another person tried to escape after that man was captured. Have you heard anything to that effect?
Only what I just heard John Cassidy say, Howard.
Well, thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
We'll be back later. We'll continue this report on the attempted assassination of Senator Robert Kennedy after 5 seconds for station identification. All right. We have another photograph of Senator Kennedy just after he was shot. We're going to show you that photograph now. Here is a profile shot of that incident as he lay on the in an anteroom in the kitchen just off the main ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel just after being shot. That is the third photograph that we've shown you, and we've shown you a tape recording of the scene on the ballroom, in the ballroom after the shots occurred and while in fact the attempted assassination was going on. We have a report here that Martin Petruski, a waiter at the Ambassador Hotel who was interviewed here just a few minutes ago, said he had just finished shaking hands with Kennedy, and all of a sudden this fellow jumped out and started to fire his gun. It was so fast, and all of a sudden somebody was yelling, "Grab him, grab him." Then the senator slid down to his knees. His eyes were open when he started to go down. His wife came over and asked the photographers please to stop taking pictures. She wasn't crying or anything. That was the eyewitness report of Martin Petruski, whom you saw on this network a short while ago. Just after the attempted assassination of Senator Kennedy, his home in McLean, Virginia, across the river from Washington, D.C., was put under a protective guard of Washington and Virginia police. It's a sprawling big house, Hickory Hill, and photographers began to gather outside the house. Those are the reports that we have as of this moment. In a short while, we're going to try to show you the end of the victory speech that Kennedy made just before he left the podium, and then what happened thereafter. Here now for a comment is Bill Lawrence.
Howard, on the political front, Senator Eugene McCarthy has called off today his plans to go to Seattle in furtherance of his own campaign for the Democratic nomination for president. He said instead that he would go directly back to Washington, and of course he made this change in plans after Senator Robert F. Kennedy had been shot. As you will remember, as McCarthy was in bed at the time that Kennedy was shot, he was informed of it. He dressed, went back to the ballroom where many of his supporters were still waiting, asked them to join him in a moment of silent prayer, and then asked them to go home and in their own way pray for Senator Kennedy's recovery. Now, while the senator lies critically ill, Senator McCarthy is not going to push his own presidential campaign by going to Washington while his rival lies in a hospital. He'll go instead to his home in Washington, or presume would do anything else that he could to be of assistance to the Kennedy family.
Bill, we have a report from Saigon that American GIs and civilians were stunned and angered today by the shooting of Senator Kennedy. Oh my God, was the immediate reaction of several servicemen when they heard it, as you can imagine it would be. People all over the world must wonder what kind of people we are that have so many of our figures attacked. The president cannot even travel and go out and make speeches in public because of possible attacks. And now a previous president was killed, and now an attempt has been made to do the same to his brother. The United States Armed Services radio broadcast wire service bulletins of the shooting to the troops in Vietnam, and one private said in the hearing of a reporter, "I'd like to get my hands on the man who did it." Well, this time, let's hope nobody gets his hands on the man who did it except the police, and we find out what goes on in the strange minds of people who do terrible things like that. Now we're going to show you a full tape recording of just what happened and when it happened out on the Ambassador Ballroom floor. We unfortunately did not have cameras in the anteroom. But here we go now with that videotape recording of the event this evening.
And I would hope now that the California primary is finished, now that these primaries are over, that we could now concentrate on having a dialogue or a debate, I hope, between the Vice President and perhaps myself on what direction we want to go in the United States. What we're going to do in the rural areas of our country, what we're going to do for those who still suffer within the United States from hunger, what we're going to do around the rest of the globe, and whether we're going to continue the policies that have been so unsuccessful in Vietnam of American troops and American Marines carrying the major burden of that conflict. I do not want to, and I think we should move in a different direction. So I thank all of you who made this possible this evening, all of the effort that you made, and all of the people whose names I haven't mentioned, but who did all of the work at the precinct level, who got out the vote, who did all of the effort, brought forth all of the effort that's required. I was a campaign manager 8 years ago. I know what a difference that kind of an effort and that kind of commitment makes. So I thank all of you, those of you who are here. Mayor Yorty has just sent me a message that we've been here too long already. So my thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you very
much. Senator Kennedy has completed his victory speech, thanked his workers, and now there's Mrs. Kennedy on the right of the screen, on his left. As they chant, "We want Bobby," he prepares to go, and he will go out the back way and into that kitchen. There he turns to leave the podium. Now he's disappeared from our view. That tall man whose back is to us is one of his bodyguards, Roosevelt Greer. Now listen for the first shot.
Wait. Hey, I want to hear really loud.
That was the first shot. Now, there may have been other shots, but we heard none for the full 60 seconds until we heard a succession of further shots, which you will hear in just a moment. Now the other shots are coming. There. Apparently from the podium, some of those people could see what had happened. And screaming began, and then you could hear quite clearly the ensuing shots. One report is that the whole revolver was emptied. Incidentally, if anyone cares, the election that was going on in California, Senator Kennedy now has a lead of 45% of the votes to Senator McCarthy's 42%. We now have some of the photographs that were taken of Senator Kennedy entering the hospital after the attempt to assassinate him. That's an oxygen mask covering his face. These pictures were taken just before the emergency treatment at the first of the two hospitals to which he was taken. This was the Central Receiving Hospital, and after this he was taken to the Good Samaritan Hospital, where he now is. We've shown you all the photographs of that incident and given you a pictorial as well as a verbal record of what happened. If anyone has not heard the full story, at 12:39 Pacific Daylight Time, a man attempted to kill Senator Kennedy and apparently emptied a revolver. In the course of that, he wounded several other people, including an ABC News director who was present in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, the headquarters, the campaign headquarters of Senator Kennedy. A priest attempted to administer last rites while the senator was lying on the floor. He was told not to. Senator appeared to be conscious to our reporter, Bob Clark, who saw him with his eyes open, said he looked to be in pain, but he appeared to be conscious. There was blood on his head and blood flowing from his body, apparently the hip or the abdomen. Then he was taken to the hospital, the Central Receiving Hospital, and after a while, after 20 minutes, the last rites were administered. However, his press aide says that he is not in danger at this moment, and we're waiting for further reports. He has now been removed to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. The man who attacked him was a small man, rather swarthy, short, bushy hair, had on working clothes and said to have had on tennis shoes. A number of Kennedy aides, two of them, according to one report, grabbed him and pinned him down on a table. A third had his gun, Rafer Johnson, the decathlon champion, some years back. And then the man was handed over to the police, and one report identified him as a man named Greer, but we have not been able to get any confirmation of that or to find out who Greer is. He's being held at a police station and at a different police station. There's going to be a press conference after a while where the police chief will explain or make a statement. Obviously, he's speaking to the press at one police station and keeping the man at another out of memory of something that happened in Dallas 5 years ago. Well, those are the reports we have. As we get more bulletins, we will bring them to you. A report from Saigon said that American GIs were quoted as saying, "I feel just like last time. Such a rich family," said one, "and yet so poor. After this tragic year in the United States," said another, "I feel safe over here in Vietnam." Now we're going to an interview with a policeman, which is in progress, with ABC correspondent Carl George.
From the Los Angeles Police Department, we're not providing security. This is not a function that we normally do with candidates.
Why is that, sir? Was there no request for security by the Kennedy staff?
Yes, that's correct. And there was no reason to believe that such security would be necessary.
Inspector, can you give a summary of what your investigation has led you to at this point? How much you know?
What we have now is a suspect in custody who has been identified as the person who wielded the gun, and we have the gun.
What was the gun and the caliber? Can you tell us?
It was a small caliber pistol.
Automatic, revolver?
I don't have that information at this moment.
There was a report.
There was a report earlier that there was a second suspect.
The information that I have is that there's one man involved. Now, we have not completely ruled out the possibility that there was more than one suspect. But right now, we're in the process of attempting to talk to as many people as we can who saw or heard or had any information that we can use so that we can try to either confirm or rule out the possibility. I would emphasize that we have no reason to believe that there was more than one person involved.
Did the man have any identification on him?
We don't know who the man was, and I personally haven't discussed anything with him, and I can only assume that part of the reason we don't know who he was is that he didn't have any identification on him.
Tell us how many shots were fired.
I don't have that information.
How many people were wounded?
My information is that there were 4 wounded, and that included, of course, Senator Kennedy and Mr. Schrade, the man from the Union, a man named Weasel, and a young man named Stroll. And I heard by public press that there was a woman who was involved, but I don't have her name.
It's 20 after 2 now, Inspector. Do you have a late report on the senator's condition?
No, I don't have even an early report on the senator's condition. That's somewhat out of our purview.
What is the next step in your investigation?
Next step is to find out who this individual is and to thoroughly interview as many witnesses as we possibly can and find out if there's any information in the mind of somebody that we don't now have.
Is there anything now that would indicate a conspiracy?
We don't have any such information at this point.
Can you identify the suspect for us, sir?
I don't know who he is myself.
Do you know whether Senator Kennedy planned to leave the room from the way he did leave the room? Was the man waiting there with the gun for him?
I don't know that.
When were you called in on the case, sir? When did the LAPD first find out about it and how?
Well, I found out about it because I was sitting at home watching television, and I came in because I have a responsibility here. And I was here after most of the other officers arrived, so, and since I arrived, I've been talking to the press, so I have been deprived of some of that information.
Has the FBI or Secret Service been brought in on the case?
I don't know that.
Can you tell us whether or not they are operating in the case?
I don't know that, whether they are or not.
But contact, I assume, has been made with the federal investigators.
You must understand that as far as the investigation is concerned, this is being handled by the detective portion of our police department. I am not involved in the detective function, and therefore I don't have that information. I just don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That was an interview with a police officer in Los Angeles. He was unable to identify the man who had been arrested or was being held as a suspect. Vice President Hubert Humphrey said today that our hopes and prayers are with Senator Robert F. Kennedy and the other victims of this dreadful act of violence. The Vice President is in Colorado to make a convocation speech to the Air Force Academy. He said it's a shocking and a terrible thing that has happened. Our hearts go out to Mrs. Kennedy and the children and the families of the other wounded. The shooting took place at about 12:15 midnight Pacific time, which was about 3:15 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. Now we have an interview now with Frank Mankiewicz, and here we go.
All right, go ahead. A lot of Frank.
Go ahead. Team of 6.
Kneel down.
Team of 6 neurosurgeons will start to operate on Senator Kennedy in about 5 or 10 minutes. He has one superficial shoulder wound and one very critical wound, a bullet which entered the right mastoid bone behind the right ear and has gone to the midline of the skull. That bullet is lodged in his brain, and they will operate within a very few minutes in an attempt to remove it. His breathing is good and unassisted. His heart is good. He's unconscious, and the doctors describe his condition as very critical. That's all I can tell you, and I can't answer any questions.
Has he been conscious at all? He's not.
How long do you think the procedure will take? How long will the surgery take?
I'm sorry. So Mrs. Kennedy is with him. He's being taken up for surgery now, and the estimates are that the surgery may take 45 minutes to an hour.
When will you come out again, do you think?
As soon as I have any more news.
There you have the latest word. There you have the latest word by Mr. Mankiewicz, the press secretary to Senator Kennedy.
That was Frank Mankiewicz Senator Kennedy's press secretary, he said that 6 neurosurgeons were preparing now in the next few minutes to operate on the senator, who had suffered one superficial wound in the shoulder and then one critical serious wound in the head. A bullet had entered his head near the right ear and was lodged in his brain. His breathing was good, his heart is good, but he is unconscious, and the doctors describe his condition as very critical. We have another photograph, another picture, this one taken as 2 of the men with Kennedy struggled with the man who did the shooting. They're trying to get the gun away from him. The man's head is just to the left of that cluster of hands. I'm afraid it's not clearly visible there. But that is a photograph of Kennedy aides struggling with the man who fired the gun and who is now locked up in a police station in Los Angeles. So just about now, Senator Kennedy is going into surgery to be operated on. It has taken 2 hours and about 15 minutes to prepare this operation since he was first fired upon, and I don't know when we will have the results of the operation. It's obviously a serious matter since it entered his brain and the bullet is still in his brain, and there has to be an operation to remove it from his brain. As we told you, Vice President Humphrey has sent his regrets to the family and made a public statement, and has said that it is a shocking and terrible thing that has happened, and everyone will agree with him. Members of the Kennedy family in Europe were on the telephone to the United States. An aide sought Sergeant Shriver, the new United States ambassador to France and the senator's brother-in-law, and he said that Shriver was trying to reach members of the family in Los Angeles. In London, Princess Lee Radziwill said that she had spoken to her sister, President Kennedy's widow, but, quote, she tells me the news is pretty confused so far. And indeed, it has been confused. About the clearest news we've had since the actual act of violence itself came from press aide Mankiewicz just a moment ago when he announced that just about now Senator Kennedy is undergoing surgery to remove a bullet from his brain.
Indeed, Howard, I think that news from Frank Mankiewicz is the gravest news that we've had of the Kennedy injury. It is the clearest account of what exactly has happened. The news that the bullet did go through the portion of the head near the right ear and is lodged in the brain means that a very delicate operation must be performed, and that if the doctors describe his condition as very critical, it would mean that perhaps his chances of survival are less than even. I would think the description, very critical, would justify that conclusion, though Mankiewicz did not tell us that. All he had said a bit earlier, we had one report was that everything was stabilized. This seemed very encouraging. Yeah. Later, when he was asked how he was, he simply said he's alive. Well, those are grave words, and they mean that for the next hour or two until the surgeons have completed their operation and we see how Robert Kennedy reacts to removal of a bullet from his brain, we won't know what the chances of recovery really are. It may have been that he's been cut down at the moment of his greatest triumph in politics so far.
Bill, we have John Casserly, who is at the police station. He's on this phone. I hope he can hear us. Can you hear us, John?
You're coming through loud and clear, Howard.
John, has there been a press statement by the police?
Inspector Peter Hagen of the Ramparts Division Police Headquarters held a very brief and impromptu session with reporters, about 10 minutes ago, and he relayed the following. One suspect, one man, a white, 25 years of age, with absolutely no identification whatsoever on his person. This suspect has been removed by police from the Ramparts Division Police Headquarters. Inspector Hagen would not give any information as to where police have taken this suspect. He said, as far as we know at the present time, there is only one suspect. but we are questioning witnesses to see if anybody else may be involved. The fact that this man of 25 had no identification whatsoever on him leads observers here, and I mean by observers the press, about 25 people, to generally wonder about the case, and they seem to want more questions answered. So in about 30 minutes from now, Chief Thomas Redden of the Los Angeles Police Department is going to hold a news conference here at Central Police Headquarters, and I hope to be able to give you a little information, more information at that time. But as of the moment, the one suspect, police are questioning all witnesses to try to determine whether a second party or a third party could have been involved in any way. As far as we know, no formal charge has been brought up by the police or made in the case. But of course, that will depend on many factors. Of course, the condition of Senator Kennedy and other factors, what the witnesses may say. That's about it from here, Howard, unless you have some
John,
questions.
do you know whether he's been supplied with or has a lawyer, this man?
We know nothing more than that brief impromptu session we had with Inspector Hagan, where everybody was firing questions at him, and he said we would be given more information by the Los Angeles Police Chief Thomas Redden here in Central Headquarters, and that news conference will take place about 27 minutes from now.
We'll be back to you then, John.
Right, Howard.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That was John Casserly reporting from police headquarters in Los Angeles. We've now just had a report from the hospital, the Good Samaritan Hospital, where Senator Kennedy is by now under surgery. And that was a report from the police headquarters in which all the information is tentative. There's no identification on this man. No one knows who he is. And about 25 minutes from now, the police chief will meet with reporters and answer their questions. All over the world, reactions beginning to come in to this terrible event that happened just 2¼ hours ago. In a Russian woman in the Moscow street said, "It's a nightmare, it's terrible. It's a great pity," she said, "that you live in such a country where any person can be shot." And it is easy to agree with her. The Italian president, Giuseppe Saragat, expressed shock and dismay and told the Italian embassy in Washington to keep him constantly informed of Kennedy's condition. The news reached Europeans first by radio and television broadcasts. News agency offices were besieged by telephone calls from private people. First editions of London's afternoon papers spread the news in huge black type across the front pages. "This is horrible, horrible," said a spokesman for the Swiss government in Bern. "It's the same old thing all over again," he said. It's easy to imagine what people think about us and about our country and our respect for law. We've given them many examples. In a short while, we hope to have another report from Los Angeles. Meanwhile, I'll summarize what has happened for those who may have tuned in late. 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, Senator Robert Kennedy, leaving the Ambassador Hotel ballroom in Los Angeles, going through a kitchen to take a rear way out, to get through the crowds, was fired upon by a man whose identity is still not clear, said to be a short man in working clothes with bushy hair, olive complexion. All that he was heard to say is he was trying to save the nation from something, but he wasn't very clear. Several Kennedy aides pinned the man down. They took the gun away from him. They handed him over to the police, and he's now being held by the police. The police are not revealing where he's being held. They don't want a repetition of what happened in Dallas 5 years ago. And Senator Kennedy was taken first for emergency treatment to one hospital, given emergency treatment, then taken to another, the Good Samaritan Hospital, and there 6 neurosurgeons are at this moment operating on him. He received 2 wounds, a flesh wound in the shoulder, and then a serious wound in the head. A bullet entered his skull via the area of the right ear and is lodged in his brain. And the doctors are now trying to remove it. The senator's condition is described by the doctors as very critical. He is unconscious, but his breathing is good and his heartbeat is good. Although that is all the sure information we have now. Along with that information, there have been floods of rumors that not one but many people were involved. People begin to suspect conspiracy almost as soon as one of these terrible things happen. They don't make sense, so people kind of unconsciously try to give them sense by somehow making them political and making it a conspiracy. But we have no evidence at all that anybody else was involved. We're not sure at all what was in the mind of the man who did it. I'll read you verbatim now the statement made by Frank Mankiewicz, Kennedy's press secretary, to the press just a short while ago and seen just a moment ago on this screen. He said, a team of 6 neurosurgeons will start to operate on Senator Kennedy in about 5 or 10 minutes. He has one superficial scalp wound. One superficial scalp wound. I said a shoulder wound. And one very critical wound. A bullet entered his right mastoid bone and has gone to the middle of the skull. The bullet is lodged in his brain, and they will operate in a few minutes to try to remove it. The doctors described his condition as very critical. That was just about 15 minutes ago, and no doubt the operation has begun by now. We showed you photographs a short while ago of Senator Kennedy just after he had been shot. His eyes were open but glassy. He was in a pool of blood. Then we showed you a photograph of him being moved into the hospital, apparently unconscious, wearing an oxygen mask. And we have shown you a tape of the ballroom and the scene when Senator Kennedy finished his speech and left. And then while the camera was focused on the people in the ballroom, we heard the shots in the background in the kitchen, one of which sent a bullet into the middle of his brain. In just a moment, we hope we can bring you more reports. We give you these bulletins as we get them. We try to be discriminating and to screen them. We don't want to make this sound worse than it is, and I think we've perhaps succeeded because it turned out to be worse than we said it was when Mr. Mankiewicz gave that information about a bullet being lodged in the senator's brain and his condition being very critical. The president was told about this immediately tonight. We've heard no statement yet from the president. The vice president was told immediately. Senator McCarthy heard about it. He came from his suite. He himself had just been making a speech to his supporters and aides at the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills. And he came back out and talked to his supporters and asked them to bow their heads for a moment in silence. And then he went back to his suite. The police assigned 3 policemen to his suite to keep anyone from approaching it. And the police also cleared the ballroom of the Beverly Hilton Hotel just as they had cleared the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel after the attempted assassination. We have another interview with another eyewitness in Los Angeles. We go to Los Angeles for that interview.
This is Carl George in Los Angeles at the Ambassador Hotel. I have with me Ralph Elmore. Ralph, you can tell me, I think, better than I can explain.
I'm one of our field engineers. I hustle a microphone for you, Carl.
Where were you, Ralph, when it occurred?
Well, I was directly behind this UAW official, Schrade.
Yes.
And he fell, and his head landed right between my feet. And a couple of fellows and I linked arms to keep people, the crowd, from just tromping him because they were trying to see what happened to Mr. Kennedy. And they were walking right over the top of this poor guy.
Were you aware that any shots were fired?
Yeah, I heard what sounded like, firecrackers or 22s or something. I thought it was balloons popping or some noisemaker. And then I looked down the row, and I see this fellow leaning on the counter and the muzzle of a gun. And I didn't see the fellow or anything else. I just saw the gun and people dropping like flies. And by this time, everybody started crowding into the room, and I got real busy. I didn't even see what happened to Mr. Kennedy. I got real busy keeping the people off this fellow's body because he was just flat out, and his head was bleeding like mad.
And then what did you do?
Well, I just kept straddling him until finally we got the crowd back far enough, and then I got away long enough to get back and grab the microphones and get you on in there.
I saw you carrying, helping carry people out.
Well, I carried 3 of them out the ambulance. I carried I carried Schrade, and then our producer, he got it in the groin. And
I understand his condition is good.
yeah. Well, no, they still don't know about him. I just got a phone call. He's at Kaiser.
He is good. He is good.
He is good. They were, and then I understand Mr. Kennedy got it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's already been taken care of. I don't know this for a
So you carried 3 persons out.
Yeah, to the ambulance.
And how quick were the ambulances in coming?
Oh, they were there. I mean, by the time we got the people there, the ambulances were there. But we had the devil's own time avoiding the crowds to get the people out. We took them out on some tables that were back there, because it's the only thing we could get in the elevator.
What was your first reaction, Ralph, when...
Well, I just surprised. I mean, I heard firecrackers going off, and then when I heard the thing whistle past my ear, I realized it wasn't firecrackers.
You heard a round go by your ear?
Oh, you better believe I did. And that's when I started to take evasive action, but he ran out of bullets by then, I guess, because I was still standing in the middle of the room like a big idiot.
You saw the muzzle of the gun, you say?
That's all I saw. And I saw the hand and the muzzle of the gun, and that's all I saw.
Was it a right hand or a left hand, you recall?
Well, it was a right hand because he was leaning on the serving counter with his elbow on the counter, propped up for support. And I didn't see the person. I couldn't tell you what he looked like or anything else. I just saw this gun, and when I see a gun, I get nervous.
You were in the service?
Yeah, Marine Corps.
And
yeah, I've been shot at and hit before, so I got real nervous.
Thank you very much, Ralph.
All right, Carl.
It's Carl George at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles.
That is about the 9th or 10th eyewitness report we've brought you. Each one adds a little to the terrible picture of what happened in the Ambassador Hotel this night or this morning, just after midnight, at about 15 minutes past midnight on the Pacific coast, and about 15 minutes past 3 in the morning on the Atlantic coast, when a man who is not known and not identified yet, or if he is, the police have not revealed his identity, attempted to assassinate Senator Robert Kennedy and succeeded in firing a bullet into his brain where it is lodged. And at this moment, Senator Kennedy is being operated upon by 6 neurosurgeons who hope to remove the bullet from the brain and see if they can restore him to a condition from which he can recover. Meanwhile, this victory in California has become like ashes in the mouth. It's uninteresting, dull, and one wonders now whether it was worth it. By the way, 39% of the votes have now been counted, and Senator Kennedy's lead is increasing slightly. He has 45% of all the votes that have been counted to Senator McCarthy's 42%. A very good showing for McCarthy, but McCarthy has now suspended his campaign plans. He was to go off to Seattle in furtherance of his campaign. Instead, he said he would go directly back to Washington. Here now is Bill Lawrence.
We have some reaction from the nation's capital, which has just come in on the Press Association wires. The lawmakers voiced a fear that the world's gone mad, and as indeed perhaps it has. Senator Ralph Yarborough of Texas, who was riding with Lyndon Johnson just 2 cars behind the presidential limousine when President Kennedy was slain by a sniper in Dallas, said the horror of it is that political assassination in this country is becoming as common as it is. America has to reorient and take stock of itself, that this has become so common in our public life. Senator Henry M. Jackson, who was a close friend of both the former late president and of Senator Kennedy, was the man who said, "This world has gone mad." My God, gasped House Speaker John W. McCormick on being told of the shooting. What is this country? And his voice trailed off. It's terrible. It's indescribable. President Johnson had gone to bed for the night, was awakened by the White House Situation Room to be told of the shooting, and he arose and watched television accounts of the tragedy. Senate Democratic leader Mike Mansfield said that he was terribly disheartened and saddened that another member of the Kennedy family had been attacked in this manner. I wonder what is happening to this country, Senator Mansfield said. I'm shocked that this violence is becoming so prevalent. Republican leader Senator Everett M. Dirksen said the shooting was a disaster of national proportions. and said it emphasizes the lawlessness which grips the nation. Which leads us, of course, to the fact that the Senate and the House still refuse to pass adequate rifle and gun control bills that would perhaps keep them out of the hands of men like the one who shot and attempted to kill Senator Kennedy this morning.
Editorial remark, but I would like to have made it myself too. The permissiveness which allows all this violence to go on and in many cases permits it. No nation on earth allows people to buy guns as easily and to have access to murder weapons as easily as this nation does, and it would seem extremely easy to stop it. They say that we actually have a disaster form of government. Congress only functions after a disaster has happened, and that's generally proved true in depressions and wars. They don't take much action to avoid the depressions of the wars, but they act after them. However, we had a disaster 5 years ago when a president was shot with a mail-order weapon by a madman, and if there was ever a time, a disaster to prompt Congress to act, that was it, and they didn't do it.
And we wonder, Howard, whether they will do it after tonight's event.
I frankly doubt that they will do
There's
it.
a powerful lobby.
The lobby is so mighty, and there's such a want of strength of character in so many people in an election year that you just wonder whether they will do anything and just let people, mad people, go on getting these weapons. Well, I'd better stop editorializing. I think we're going to show the pictures of what happened tonight again in just a moment. But everyone is shocked. People in Washington are shocked. I hope they're shocked a lot. And people overseas are. We've told you some of the reaction from foreign countries. A man in Bern, Switzerland said it's the same terrible old thing again. And a woman in Moscow said, what kind of country do you people live in? A country where Martin Luther King was murdered recently, where the President of the United States cannot go out and make a public speech without tremendous guards, where the president who preceded him was murdered by a mail-order weapon and a madman. Well, I don't know what news we have now. Let's look at the pictures now, the photographs of what happened, and here they are. First, this photograph is Senator Kennedy just after he was fired upon. He's fallen there on the floor. He's being tended apparently by a member of the staff of the Ambassador Hotel. His eyes are open. There's blood underneath him. It's still very hard to see that wound in the head. Now there's a second photograph. This is a closer-up photograph a few moments later. Kennedy awaits the arrival of medical assistance as he lies on the floor. His eyes are still open. There's blood on his shirt, and it's still very hard to see that wound on his head. Here he is arriving at the hospital for emergency treatment. This is a profile view. And I believe we have another photograph of him. They put an oxygen mask on him for an emergency condition. This I'm told is before he has gone to the hospital. He is still, you can see the pool of blood below the sleeve of the man who's holding his head. This is before he was taken away to the hospital. And here are the members of Kennedy's staff struggling with the man who fired the shots. Now we're going to one of the men who was hit by one of those bullets, Bill Weisel, ABC News director in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, who was hit by one of the bullets. I can't get him on that phone, but apparently I can get him through my microphone. Bill, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Bill.
It was a rather, of course, shocking experience. We had just left the main ballroom with the senator, and we were going through the kitchen to go downstairs where he was going to meet with some of his workers, and we were going through the kitchen, and there was a very small doorway, and he went through the doorway, and Dave Jane, one of our producers, and I were following right behind him, and I turned sideways and went to squeeze through the door, and just turned around and looked, and there was a body on the floor and another one right in front of me crumpled, and then I felt these three things in my side, and Dave somehow got through the door and pulled me to the floor on the other side, And I laid there for a while. I really thought I was going to die instantly because blood was shooting every place. And there was a lot of hysteria in the hallway. And I guess Senator Kennedy got hit pretty badly. I've heard now that they're going to operate him. It's quite serious. So, in fact, they're going to operate on me now in about 10 minutes, I guess. We're in the hallway of what is the hospital? Kaiser Sunset here in Los Angeles, and I got a bullet through the side, and it's lodged in the back. And that's that's about how it looks here.
Thank you very much, Bill. We certainly hope you recover quickly. That report was made from our director, Bill Weisel, who was in the Ambassador Hotel and who was hit in the side by a bullet, and the bullet is still lodged in his back. He talked to you while he was lying on a stretcher, waiting to be operated on himself. He said that he thought when he saw the blood coming from his body that he was going to die. He saw blood all over the floor. 3 other people were hit, including Senator Kennedy. That was Bill Weisel, ABC News director, who went to Los Angeles for the purpose of helping us report on this primary election tonight, and who was very near Senator Kennedy when the assassin fired the gun, and who himself was then hit. We're showing you a series of photographs. Let's show you now the 5th of the 5 photographs. This one, I think, shows Senator Kennedy being carried into the hospital. That's an oxygen mask covering his face. These pictures were taken just before the emergency treatment at the first of the 2 hospitals to which he was taken, the Central Clearing Hospital, and now he is at the Good Samaritan Hospital, and there he's being operated on. In this picture already he has become unconscious. The first pictures you saw, he was still conscious and his eyes were open. In that one, he was no longer conscious and was being given emergency treatment before being rushed to the Good Samaritan Hospital, where neurosurgeons investigated him and discovered where the bullet had entered and where it was, and they are now operating on him to try to remove the bullet from one of the most sensitive and directive parts of the body. Here now is Bill Lawrence.
Howard, I have some more reaction from around the country. In New York, Roy Wilkins, the executive director of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, said, "I'm shocked and horrified to think that this type of attempted assassination has become an American habit as it would now appear." James Farmer, very active in the civil rights movement, said, "A terrible contagion of political violence has struck again. Americans somehow must learn that debate should be conducted with words and not bullets," Farmer said. "Once again, our hearts go out to the Kennedy family." And in New York, Mayor John Lindsay said, "This is shocking beyond belief. Thank God none of them was fatally hit. Everyone prays for their recovery." We have a little more word from the Los Angeles Police Department, Howard. The Inspector Robert Rock told reporters a short time ago that police have no information at this point to indicate that any conspiracy was involved, but he added, "We have not ruled that out." As you know, this is one of the great controversies still existing about the assassination of President Kennedy and whether Oswald acted alone or whether he had helpers, and the whole question of the Warren Commission report remains in violent controversy, not alone in this country, but around the world. The inspector said that the suspect so far has declined to tell us who he is or anything about himself. We still don't have any word about whether the suspect has been provided with an attorney, but perhaps that's the point at which he's not talking at all until he has one, which he's entitled to have under the rulings of the Supreme Court. Rock said, "We have the gun in custody." He would not elaborate about the weapon, but it's believed to be a small caliber pistol. He said the youth put up a good fight before he was subdued, but I suspect that with Roosevelt Greer and Rayford Johnson working on him, a good fight didn't last very long, because I've seen Rosie Greer operate on National Football League players in my day that he subdued rather quickly, and they carried more weight than this young man did. But this is a terrible, terrible tragedy, and we are seeking every ounce of information that we can get tonight. We probably won't know any more about Senator Kennedy or his condition for, oh, I should guess perhaps another hour, Howard, when perhaps Mankiewicz will give us a report after the operation has been concluded, and the doctors can then give us some kind of a prognosis based upon whether or not they were able successfully to remove the bullet.
Bill, it seems to me almost impossible to consider this terrible act of assassination, violence, in isolation from all the other things that have been going on in the United States now for so long. I predict that in response to, no doubt students have some genuine grievances, but I don't think any grievance they have in this nation justifies occupying the office of a president of a university and tearing it up and urinating on the floor and writing obscene things on the wall. I don't think anything justifies that. We've had the murder of Dr. King, we've had the murder of John Kennedy, and I think a reaction's going to set in which may be almost as bad as what's happening. But you can see it in Congress. The Senate is now willing to pass laws which try to limit the Supreme Court. And altogether, there's a spirit of reaction building up. It hasn't shown itself fully yet, but it's going to be a very dangerous period in this nation's life if we go on countenancing acts of violence like these.
Howard, we have some more overseas reaction where crowds have gathered at Tokyo newspaper offices to read the bulletins that have been pasted in the windows. Men shake their heads in disbelief. Some women wipe tears from their eyes. Others are seen to mutter prayers. A Belgian government official in Brussels said it was unbelievable, and he added, just as you say, Howard, American political ways are frightening. Indeed they are. Greece's military government expressed deep sorrow over the shooting, and the Secretary General of the International Commission for Justice, Sean McBride, said the shooting was a symptom of the lawlessness and brutality of our world. The government of Thailand officially expressed deep shock and regret and broadcast reports of the shooting stunned South Africans. You'll remember that Bob Kennedy visited there several years ago and was not too popular with the South African government. He did, however, at that time have enthusiastic support from students and liberals, and in some ways his visit was a kind of provocation to the apartheid policies of the South African government. So tonight this tragedy has literally rocketed around the world. It's brought horrible reaction wherever news of it has gone, and it's gone literally everywhere. Howard?
Well, Bill, to recap, I don't know what that noise is in the background, to recap what has happened at 12:15 midnight in Los Angeles, at 3:15 in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time, an assassin attempted to kill Senator Robert Kennedy just after he had made his victory speech in the Ambassador Hotel ballroom in Los Angeles. The man emptied a revolver. He hit Kennedy. He hit three other people, including ABC News director Bill Weisel, who was reported to us lying on a stretcher in Los Angeles, reported to us on this network a short while ago. He himself is awaiting an operation, is about to be taken into an operating room. A bullet entered his side and is lodged in his back. He can't move, but he was able to report to us. Senator Robert Kennedy suffered, well, I think perhaps the best way to sum up his condition is to read his press secretary's statement to the press some time ago. Frank Mankiewicz came out of the hospital, the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles, and read this statement. A team of 6 neurosurgeons will start to operate on Senator Kennedy in 5 or 10 minutes. He has one superficial scalp wound and one very critical wound. A bullet entered his right mastoid bone and has gone to the middle of the skull. That bullet is lodged in his brain, and they will operate in a few minutes to try to remove it. The doctors described his condition as very critical. That's in the future tense. They will operate, but that was almost 3/4 of an hour ago, so no doubt the operation is well advanced by now. We haven't had any further word. We're waiting for word from the hospital, and we're also waiting for word from the Chief of Police of Los Angeles, Thomas Redden, who promised to come out and answer reporters' questions some 30 minutes ago, and we hope that we will be able to bring you a report on that in a short while. We've had reaction from all over the world. We've almost forgotten those elections. Now it's more than 1/3 of the votes have been counted, and Kennedy leads with 45% of the votes. McCarthy is second, a good close second with 42%, and the uncommitted slate, which leaned towards Vice President Humphrey, has only 12%. Incidentally, McCarthy has suspended his campaigning, very much as Senator Paul Douglas did in his race in Illinois for the Senate against Charles Percy when Charles Percy's daughter was murdered, another prominent murder in the United States. And Douglas stopped campaigning as Percy stopped campaigning. Now McCarthy has stopped campaigning, and the Democratic election campaign in this crucial election year is frozen. We will bring you further reports and further pictures as we receive them. The reaction from all over the world, from Washington and the rest of the world, has been extremely harsh towards the United States. What kind of a country do you have? A woman in Moscow asked. A man in Switzerland said, it sounds like the same old thing all over again, probably referring to the assassination of Martin Luther King, the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, and possibly to the fact that the President of the United States at present is unable to travel freely throughout the country without being demonstrated against and possibly putting his life in serious danger. That is the information we have as of now. Any electoral information we get, we will bring to you. It's been an unusually slow count in Los Angeles, and both candidates, both the main candidates for the presidency on the Democratic ballot, McCarthy and Kennedy, were tired waiting, quite obviously, and went down to talk to their supporters and were going back, presumably, to go to bed. Senator McCarthy did go to bed. Senator Kennedy, we don't know exactly what he was going to do, but we've heard that he's become very tired. His speeches have tended to become a little ragged lately because he's been campaigning so hard, and presumably he too was going to bed when he was shot by this assassin in a small crowd in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. Another election was going on, another primary in California, the Republican senatorial race to choose a nominee for the Republican Party for the United States Senate. Incumbent Senator Thomas Kuechel was running against 4 candidates, the main one of whom was Dr. Max Rafferty, the superintendent of public instruction, a very conservative man. Kuechel himself is a liberal. And Kuechel told his followers at midnight, there's never been a cliffhanger like this. Then he went to bed, neither claiming victory nor conceding defeat. Rafferty, the state superintendent of public instructions, noted the excruciatingly slow count of votes from the southern part of California, where 2/3 of the California vote resides. We have an agonizing lack of information, he declared. That could be applied even more appropriately to the tragic event that's happened since then. However, Rafferty said, it looks like we're going to win. With 24% of the vote counted, Kuechel had 55% and Rafferty had 42%. In the Republican presidential race, there was no race. Ronald Reagan, the governor, is alone, running to be the favorite son. He has by now accumulated almost 500,000 votes, and there's nothing new there. That's the scorecard we had, no other names on it, just Reagan, 459,000 votes. In South Dakota earlier today, there was a primary which Kennedy won, South Dakota being Vice President Hubert Humphrey's birthplace, where he's done a little campaigning and spent some money. We thought that he might do better than he did, but in fact it was a pretty good sweep for Kennedy. Here now is Bill Lawrence.
Senator Robert F. Kennedy had certainly had a magnificent day in the political field. It collected something like 200 delegates, 174 of them from California, and another 30, 25 or 30, I forget what the exact number is, from South Dakota. Now, no one can possibly guess what political effects this attempted assassination may have, if indeed the senator survives. It will not be known immediately, certainly not tonight. If he survives, how disabled or how long he may be kept from the campaign trail. His immediate plans were, as he told us in a little interview direct from California tonight, were to come in here to New York State, that is, at the end of the week, Thursday or Friday, and to spend the next 10 days campaigning actively here. That obviously is out now, and we cannot foretell or even guess what the emotional impact of this event will have on the American public. For Senator Kennedy, as he said in an interview with us tonight, it was an uphill fight. Vice President Humphrey seemed to be on his way to nomination, and it was difficult to see how Senator Kennedy could stop him, at least without a coalition with Senator McCarthy, which McCarthy declined. And even then, it looked like Vice President Humphrey, with the help of the administration, with the help of the Solid South, with the help of labor, and indeed a lot of help from big business, was on his way to a nomination, no matter how bitterly Senator Kennedy contested it. What we don't know tonight is when he'll be back on the battlefield again, if indeed he survives tonight's operation, because this is a most delicate operation, attempting to remove a bullet or any other foreign object when it has lodged itself in the brain itself. And there's the danger of fatality, there's a danger of impairment of function. There are every danger that you can think of, which is why the doctors and the press secretary have described this illness as very critical. This is a tragedy. It's unbelievable, and I feel like Senator Jackson of Washington, who said the world has gone mad. Indeed it has. And I just don't, I'm like you, Howard, I don't know how long the average American who's a law-abiding, law-respecting citizen is going to tolerate this kind of violence directed at people who are prominent in our way of life, whether they're white or black.
Bill, there's some more reaction from Washington. Representative Paul Findlay, a Republican congressman from Illinois, said the world seems torn with madness sometimes. That family, he said, has been plagued with tragedy. It's terrible. It points up the need for immediate action to establish law and order. I don't know how Congressman Findlay voted on the gun clause of the crime bill. Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon said he was totally stunned by this act. It's a bad dream, Hatfield said. I'm totally stunned. I can't believe it. It's just something beyond me. House Republican leader Gerald Ford, a member of the Warren Commission that investigated the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, said, quote, "It's shocking, it's unbelievable. An attacker must be demented to do something of this sort." The trouble is not just one man being demented, if I may comment. It's the large number of people who are willing to behave in a demented way. Senator Jacob Javits of New York said it's a shocking, terrible tragedy. One cannot think beyond that at the moment. Senator Fred Harris, Democrat, Oklahoma, one of the managers of Vice President Humphrey's campaign for the presidency, called it an awful, awful thing. And Senator Gail McGee, Democrat, Wyoming, said it's a total shock. There isn't anything to say but shock. Texas Senator Ralph Yarborough said the deep stain of criminality and assassination in American life appears to be aimed at the most brilliant and the most progressive among us. My main hope is, he said, that he recovers for the benefit of America as well as of his family. And Congressman Samuel Stratton, a Democrat from New York, said, one wonders what is happening here in America when something like this can happen twice in the same family. And one could add that one wonders why it is Congress won't pass a law such as the laws in almost every civilized country in the world, which reduces the possibility of things like these happening. We have a videotape of an eyewitness account of what happened, and we're going to show you that now. A videotape interview, eyewitness from Los Angeles now.
This is Carl George in the lobby of the Ambassador Hotel. I have with me a waiter, Martin Petruski, who was very close to the senator when he was shot. Martin, what did you see?
Well, I had just finished shaking hands with him, and he was walking by, and all of a sudden, this he wasn't too tall fella jumped out, and he started a fire. This thing
Did you see the gun?
Yes, I think it was a 22 or a 38. You know, it could have been a 38 special. I don't know the make of the gun. And you know, and he started to fire, you know, and it was so fast, and all of a sudden somebody was yelling, grab him, and then the senator, they let go of the senator, and he started to slide down to his knees, and I think he was hit in the temple somewhere, in the head.
What did you do, Martin?
Well, I started to move out because the gun was still firing. There was about 3-4 shots, and I started to move out of the kitchen there, because I didn't know what was happening. And then I seen another guy about 2 feet from Kennedy. He fell down, and I think it was one of his aides. I'm not sure.
How many shots did you hear fired?
About 5, maybe. It could have been 6. About 5, 6 shots must have went off.
Did you see one man with a gun?
Yes.
Did you see any other men?
No. No.
What did the senator say to you, Martin? He shook your hand.
I shook hands, I said, good luck, and he said, yes, and he walked by, and that was it. That was just about it, and then all of a sudden, everything started to boom, 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 like a firecracker.
Did you think it was a gun going?
The most reliable and the worst news we had about this after it happened was from Frank Mankiewicz, the press secretary of Senator Kennedy, and here is his statement made to the press just about 3/4 of an hour ago. Here's a videotape recording of Frank Mankiewicz telling what happened to Senator Kennedy.
Team of 6 neurosurgeons will start to operate on Senator Kennedy in about 5 or 10 minutes. He has one superficial shoulder wound and one very critical wound, a bullet which entered the right mastoid bone behind the right ear and has gone to the midline of the skull. That bullet is lodged in his brain, and they will operate in a very few minutes in an attempt to remove it. His breathing is good and unassisted. His heart is good. He's unconscious, and the doctors describe his condition as very critical. That's all I can tell you. I can't answer his question. He is not conscious. He is not conscious.
Easy with that cord, fella.
I'm sorry. So, Mrs. Kennedy is
Keep the lights on him.
He's being taken up to surgery now, and
Phil, you're pushing
the estimates are that the surgery may take 45 minutes to an hour. As soon as I have any more news. The doctors have asked that their names not be used.
So we've just gotten this medical bulletin on Senator Kennedy's condition from Frank Mankiewicz, the senator's press secretary.
We will continue this report on the tragedy in Los Angeles at midnight Los Angeles time tonight in one moment after a 5-second pause for station identification. A quick resume of what has happened at 12:15 o'clock, midnight in Los Angeles. That was 3:15 in the morning here on the East Coast. An assassin in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles attempted to kill Senator Robert F. Kennedy just after he had completed a speech, a victory speech, and before going back to his hotel to bed. And the assassin emptied his gun, apparently wounded 4 people, including an ABC News director who was in the room and who is now also being operated on. Senator Kennedy was removed to the Central Clearing Hospital in Los Angeles for emergency treatment. He was unconscious by the time he reached the hospital. He was given last rites by a Catholic priest. He was then removed to the Good Samaritan Hospital, where 6 neurosurgeons are now operating on him, trying to remove a bullet which entered the skull near the right ear and lodged in his brain. The man who attempted the assassination, we do not know what his name is. We have no identification. He carried no identification on him, but he was captured. He was handed over to the police. The police have him now. We're waiting for a statement from the police. He's described as being short in stature, about 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing perhaps 135 to 145 pounds, with tousled hair, wearing working clothes, a zippered jacket, tennis shoes, and having an olive complexion. And all he was heard to say was that he was trying to save the nation when the Kennedy men tied him down, held him down on the floor and then on a table, and then handed him over to the police. That is the essential information that we have on this tragedy up to now. We've shown you pictures of what happened in the Ambassador Hotel at that time. You heard the shots fired in those, in that tape recording. We've shown you photographs of Senator Kennedy just after being shot. His eyes glassy, but obviously he was still conscious. Then we showed him being taken into a hospital. He was no longer conscious at that time, it was clear. And then we showed you Kennedy aides grappling with the man who attempted the assassination, but there was not a very clear picture of the man whom they captured. That man is now in police custody, and the police are being very, very careful with him now, thinking no doubt of what happened in Dallas 5 years ago. He is, reporters are being allowed to cover one police station while the man is being held at another one, which is unknown to the press. Well, those are the facts as we have them now. As the bulletins come in, we'll read them to you. You've heard reaction from all over the world, from people in Moscow, from the president of Italy, from the Japanese, from soldiers in Saigon who said, hearing about all the things that happen in the United States, we feel safer over here in Vietnam. And from congressmen and senators, I'm afraid many of them voted against the clause that would have made it very difficult for criminals and assassins to acquire guns, who watered it down and made it extremely easy, made it continue to be easy in this country to get a gun and to use that gun in violent ways. The election that we were covering, which we've almost forgotten about, is still a slow count. 39% of the votes are counted. Senator McCarthy, who led for the early part of the evening, is now second, but he's a good second. He has 42% of the votes counted so far to Robert Kennedy's 45%. The uncommitted slate, which leaned towards Vice President Humphrey, has fallen rather badly. It has got only 12% of the votes. And in the Republican side of that election, Ronald Reagan has no competition. He is the favorite son. He can be counted as elected, even though all the votes have not been counted. We have a report here from Paris, neither U.S. Ambassador Sergeant Shriver nor his wife, who is Senator Robert Kennedy's sister, plan at this moment to return to the United States because of the shooting of the senator. Mrs. Shriver also was expected to go ahead with her first call on France's First Lady, Madame Yvonne de Gaulle, late this afternoon. Shriver arrived in Paris just about a month ago to take over the embassy. News of the shooting reached Paris today as Shriver was en route to his office, and he was told as soon as he arrived. The ambassador was deeply shocked and immediately telephoned his wife, the former Eunice Kennedy. It is now just about 11 o'clock in the morning, or about 20 minutes after 11 in Paris, I believe, if my time is right, and 20 minutes past 6 Eastern Daylight Time. And all Europe knows about this. It's been all over the headlines. The early editions of the afternoon papers first published it. It's been on radio and television all over the world, and it is safe to say it has shocked the world as much as it will shock the majority of the American people, who will soon begin to awaken and to hear this news, many of them for the first time. Now here's Bill Lawrence for a comment.
Howard, we must be just about at the critical midpoint of that operation that Frank Mankiewicz announced, that an effort would be made to remove the bullet from the brain of Senator Kennedy, and we would hope that this is going successfully and that within the next 30 minutes or so we will have some definite word that the operation has been a success and some prognosis from the doctors about the prospects of the senator's recovery, perhaps some tentative estimate of how long he will be hospitalized. Meanwhile, as Howard has told you, the news of this is the shock wave has gone round the world. It's been particularly acute in the nation's capital, where, as we pointed out before, the lawmakers do have the power to pass legislation that would make it at least more difficult for men like this would-be assassin to obtain weapons, but which they have not up to now at any rate done. Senator Jackson of Washington was awakened in the pre-dawn hours by a reporter to be told that of the second attempt to assassinate a Kennedy member of the Kennedy family, and Jackson's reaction was a blunt, "The world has gone bad." My God, gasped House Speaker John W. McCormick on being told of the shooting. "What is this country?" His voice tailed off, and he said, "It's terrible, it's indescribable." The police chief, Thomas Redden, has now held his news conference in Los Angeles, and he told reporters that Senator Kennedy was shot by a gunman who refuses to identify himself or to make any statement. "We don't know who the suspect is," Redden told a news conference. "He has made no statement. He would not speak except once when he said yes." The police chief went on to describe the assassin as a male Caucasian, around 25 years old, 5'5", weighing about 120 pounds, a swarthy complexion, and he described his hair as wiry or bushy. This is the man who was holding the revolver when he was overpowered by those two Kennedy security guards, Rayford Johnson and Roosevelt Greer, both athletes, both very powerful athletes. They knocked him to the floor, took his weapon from him, spread-eagled him against a dishwashing rack, and then turned him over to the police, and the police are now keeping secret his exact location because the police fear, as everyone does, a repetition of the incident of Dallas when Lee Harvey Oswald was shot by Jack Ruby as the police were attempting to move him from one police station to another. We still, as I say, are awaiting word of the success of this operation that's underway at Good Samaritan Hospital. 6 neurosurgeons are engaged in the very delicate task of attempting to remove a bullet which entered the skull of Robert Kennedy near his right ear, moved to about the middle of the skull, and is now was lodged in the brain.
Something covered over, was dressed in black and ran out. So let me by.
I mean,
It seemed to me that there was another man involved.
2 men.
That was my impression, definite impression.
Could you describe both men?
Only thing I understand, the one man was dressed in black. The man that was seized was dressed, should I say, in working class clothes. He seemed to be a young man and was shouting something about he was going to save this country or something to that effect.
What was his race, sir? What was his race? How would you describe
him? He was a Caucasian, seemingly about 5'2", seemingly young, and just shouting and like he'd done the right thing or attempted to do the right thing. That was my general impression.
That was the man who was...
Well, that was a videotape of an eyewitness account of the shooting of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. The man referred to there, the suspected assailant, is in custody. He may have been shouting at the time of the actual shooting, but apparently the police say he has made no statement as yet. The attention, of course, is centered right now on the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. And let's go there now to Bob Clark.
We have been waiting outside the hospital of the Good Samaritan now for over 3 hours, and apparently Senator Kennedy has been on the operating table for more than 2 hours. The last medical bulletin we received on his condition was over 2 hours ago, just a few minutes before he was scheduled to go into the operating room. We were told at that time that a team of a half dozen neurosurgeons would operate on the senator. He was unconscious. His condition was described then as very critical. The operation was to remove the small caliber bullet that lodged in the senator's brain after entering his right mastoid bone. We have received no further word from anyone inside the hospital since that time. There are something like 75 or 100 reporters and photographers gathered across the street from the hospital. As you can see, a cordon of police standing guard at the hospital door. A number of the Kennedy aides are inside the hospital, including his press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, who gave us that last medical bulletin. There have been reports that operations of this sort can take up to 4 hours, so this may still be a long vigil. We repeat, at the time of that last medical bulletin, the senator's condition and the wound, the bullet that lodged in his brain, were both described as very critical. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
And as Howard Smith pointed out just a few moments ago, Bob Clark, the correspondent who just filed that report from outside the Good Samaritan Hospital, was present in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963, when Senator Kennedy's older brother was struck down. I think we're ready now to go back to Washington and pick up a report there on reaction in the capital city from ABC's Sam Donaldson. Sam?
Frank, Washington is just waking up now. As you know, it's about 7:35 here in the east. People are getting the news by turning on their radios and television sets, and instead of finding cartoons and music, they're hearing this. Official Washington heard much earlier. President Johnson was awakened by Walt Rostow, who had gotten the news from the White House Situation Room just a few minutes after the shooting occurred. It's reported that Mr. Johnson has been watching television for some part of the morning since he received the news, and he is now conferring with aides at the White House in sessions designed to see precisely what the government can do in tragedies such as the one that may be developing in California. There's actually not much the government can do. Ramsey Clark, on the orders of the president, has asked the FBI to step into the case. And he's had to use the civil rights acts of the past few years, particularly the one of 1964, that Robert Kennedy helped shepherd through Congress as the then Attorney General, to find a way for the federal government to enter the case, for the FBI to get into the case. Because, as you know, an assassination attempt, an act of violence in one of the states, is not a federal crime. It is only a state crime. But on the strength of the Civil Rights Acts, the FBI has now been dispatched to investigate the assassination attempt of Senator Kennedy. Reporters woke up official Washington outside of the president. Senators here and cabinet members know that when the phone rings at 3:30 or 4 a.m. and a reporter on the other end of the line begins to speak, that there's usually a pretty good reason for it. Now and then, new reporters may call at that time of the night with questions that could better wait. But when the phone rings and someone says, this is so-and-so of UPI or AP or of ABC, the congressman, the member of the cabinet, is immediately alert to the fact that there is some very important and grave news to be dispensed. At Hickory Hill, the Fairfax County Police have cordoned off Senator Kennedy's residence there. Frank?
Thank you, Sam. We'll be coming back to Washington for further reaction. It is incredible, unbelievable, and tragic, the history of the sorrows that have afflicted the Kennedy family. Bill Lawrence, you've known the Kennedys for many years. What are your thoughts on this morning?
Well, Frank, this is a remarkable clan that's had unbelievable good luck and unbelievable bad luck. The tragedies are really unbelievable for one family. You take Joseph P. Jr., the eldest boy, the one that was marked for the political career, perhaps even for the White House. He died in a Navy bomber which exploded over the English Channel on its way to bomb German submarine pens in France. Then there was daughter Kathleen, who died in a private plane crash right after the war. And there was John F. Kennedy, who, as a young lieutenant, was almost killed when PT-109 was cut in two by a Japanese destroyer and sunk in the far Pacific, and he had a very harrowing time making his way to safety, only to later become president and to be shot down in Dallas by a sniper. Ted Kennedy, Senator Edward M. Kennedy of Massachusetts, in a plane crash in Massachusetts on his way to a Massachusetts Democratic convention. Broke his back, was almost killed, spent many, many months in the hospital before he could move again. And finally, of course, there's the patriarch of the Klan, Joseph P. Kennedy Sr. He suffered a stroke in 1962, has been an almost complete invalid, unable to speak, almost totally paralyzed invalid, unable to speak a word since he was stricken. Yet this is indeed a remarkable family. It's already produced one president, and tonight it seemed like it might be on the way to producing another. It has had two senators simultaneously from separate states, Massachusetts and New York. Robert from New York and Ted from Massachusetts. A son-in-law, Sergeant Shriver, who ran the Peace Corps, the anti-poverty campaign, and is now ambassador to France. So these tragedies really have hit the Kennedys very hard, and it seems hard to see how this family could sustain any more of it. Howard?
Well, Bill, the invisible men who run this report for us have told me through this earpiece that I should make some editorial remarks, so I shall try to do so. If governments were known by what makes them work, ours would be called a disaster form of government, because that's what makes it work. After a depression is broken out, we take action, but Congress never does take action to prevent a depression. After a war is broken out, we take action, but we can't take action to prevent it. We had a disaster about 5 years ago, November the 22nd, 1963. The president was assassinated by a mail-order weapon. Ever since then, the present president, and some of the members of Congress have been trying to pass a law to make it harder for madmen to get their hands on weapons. In this country, it's easier than in any country in the world for everybody to get a weapon. Governor Romney of Michigan some time ago said that the arsenals that both Negroes and whites have been piling up in their homes since the troubles in Detroit last year are just frightening. And I suggest that if Congress does not now, at long last, after the murder of President Kennedy, after the murder of Martin Luther King, after an attempt to murder Senator Kennedy, after a situation in the nation where a president of the United States, the present one, can't go out and make a speech in public because he may be attacked, may be assassinated, to retire from politics because it's impossible to campaign, I think after that it's safe to say there's going to be a reaction against that kind of thing in this nation. And as President Johnson once said, a rebellion against crime and things like this. And it had better come soon. Thank you.
Howard, I recall what the statement issued by the president just a couple of weeks ago at the time of the gun control bill passage through the Congress, where, as you know, the thing was practically emasculated. And I believe his statement contained the words, "How much more anguish must America endure from the sale of mail-order rifles?" Well, now, this was not a mail-order rifle, but nevertheless, the fact remains that
it's awfully easy in this country to get them.
There's just no difficulty about walking in and getting a gun and then moving into a position. And in our political life, with the free and open movement of candidates, as they wish it to be and as it ought to be, why, it's almost impossible to prevent some madman or just some bad man from getting into a position where he can do something. What we can do, of course, is somehow make it impossible, or at least more difficult, for him to obtain the weapon of his destruction. But that has not happened, and I wonder, as the president, as everybody else must wonder, how much more anguish must America endure, and this one family endure, before finally the sense of urgency, which should have been created a long, long time ago, obtains in the Congress, and we recognize that hunting is a legitimate sport, but killing is not. And that somehow or other,
you know
we're
that
able to
Senator,
put a stop to this.
in the last days of the Oregon campaign, he got into a battle with his audience, but he stood firm on that point. There should be a gun law. And with his audience, that particular audience, it was very unpopular. That audience is represented by one of the most powerful lobbies in the United States, with offices in Washington, which prevents action being taken to prevent things like this.
And it is done on the basis of protecting the right to keep and bear arms and a sort of sportsman's approach to it. You know, that everybody has the right to go out hunting. Well, I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. But certainly nobody has a right to be able to purchase a gun and to then move into a position to inflict a tragedy like this. You know, I believe in the state of New Jersey, where a gun control law was passed, they discovered an astonishing percentage of those who did apply for the purchase of guns after the passage of the law were either drug addicts or had a previous record of mental instability. And that really is all that the administration and that those who believe in a federal gun law and a mail order gun control law are trying to prevent. From putting these things into the hands of people who are unstable.
Well, it's been suggested we differentiate between pistol and rifle laws, but I think that there ought to be great restrictions on both of them, and people ought to pass all kinds of tests to get them.
Well, the president was killed by a mail-order rifle. Senator Kennedy has been shot now by a handgun. Let's go back if we can, I believe. Oh, all right, I thought we were going out to the hospital once more. We will be going to the hospital. Here's Frank Mankiewicz in California, Senator Kennedy's press secretary.
I'll hold the mic up. You tell me anything. Frank Mankiewicz, Senator Kennedy's press secretary, has just emerged from the hospital. It's been some 2.5 hours since he last talked to us. We believe he has another medical bulletin, and we'll listen now to him.
Behind the speaker. We have a very short announcement to make. The doctors now say that the surgery will take another hour or perhaps 2. But the Senator Kennedy's life signs remain good: respiration, heart, pulse, blood pressure. And that's all they say. So the surgery, he's in surgery. Mrs. Kennedy is with him. Senator Ted Kennedy has arrived at the hospital. And the doctors now say that the surgery will last another hour and perhaps 2. Thank you.
Have the doctors given you any idea of the extent of the brain damage?
Nothing beyond what I said before. I think it was about 15 minutes after I was here. It'd be about 2:45. Frank, what's now been going on for 2 hours? Frank, was the bullet lodged in the brain?
Frank Mankiewicz telling reporters that the operation has been going on for 2 hours. But certainly what he has just had to say is cheering news in that Senator Kennedy's life signs remain good. Mr. Mankiewicz indicated that this operation may take about 4 hours altogether, but that is not unusual for this type of brain surgery. In fact, we understand that it's sort of routine. So this medical bulletin, the first that we have had in over 2 hours from the Senator's press secretary, would appear to be as cheerful news as could be expected at this stage. We do not expect that we will receive a further medical bulletin from Mr. Mankiewicz until the operation has been completed, and you just heard him say that that could be an hour or 2. Marlene, do you have any comments to offer at this point?
Well, Bob, during these long hours of waiting, there was a little sound around the corner, and I took a look to see what was going on. It seems that there are people sitting on the curbs all along the other side of the hospital, which you can't see right now on television. They're kept away by flares. The streets are blocked off by flares that give off a very acrid smell. It's very unpleasant. But the people are sitting there. They're of all ages. They've just kind of wandered over. There was singing. There were religious hymns. And members of a religious sect which I could not identify were having heated discussions about the meaning of life and death. The people were mostly quiet. They listened without particularly responding. They're still rather stunned. They're just waiting, and many of them have been there all night. It's kind of eerie because all of this is going on in the light of the flares, and the huge cross that illuminates the top of the hospital, which you can't see from this end, is very prominent over all of this. People are still there. As I said, they're being kept back by the police and the flares, and they're waiting like all the rest of us.
Did you see Ted?
I don't understand. What are you going to
I don't know.
Well, it appears we will have a vigil of another hour or two here in front of the Hospital of the Good Samaritan. We think it will be at least that long before there is any further word from the doctors or from the senator's aides who are inside the hospital as to his condition. But again, from that medical bulletin we received from Frank Mankiewicz, the senator's press secretary, it would appear that the operation at this stage is going as well as could be expected. It is not unusual for a brain operation to continue for 4 hours. As Mr. Mankiewicz said, this one well might. This is Bob Clark with Marlene Sanders at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Now for an evaluation of that medical report, let's go to Jules Bergman with Dr. Bernard Perlman. Jules?
Frank, we've been talking to Dr. Perlman, a neurosurgeon from Mount Sinai Hospital, about what this enlargement of a period for the operation may mean. Dr. Perlman, you think this means a more serious turn for Senator Kennedy?
Well, it means a more extensive operation, more extensive craniotomy. It's possible that they could have come across some bleeding that was unexpected, or what might have happened, as I mentioned before, is that the patients will develop a lot of swelling around the injured area of the brain, which requires a removal of some of the brain, and sometimes a decompression, removal of more bone to allow room for the brain to expand. But certainly the extension of the operation indicates a greater operation, a further exploration, a more serious prognosis.
In the first instance, in the initial exploratory phase, you think they were perhaps trying to remove the bullet without taking off the top of the brain, so to speak.
Right. A simple evacuation, removal of the bullet and its path should not really take too long, and you remove some of the necrotic brain tissue. The fact that the surgery is more extensive would indicate that either there has been some hemorrhage which was unexpected, which they're going after, or that, as I mentioned, the brain edema, which requires further dissection and work.
Yes, you were going to show us from your textbook here, if you will. We're not trying to give a course in basic brain surgery, but what the bleeding may have been like in the critical area of the brain affected, Dr. Perlman. Can you point that out to us?
Well, this is a SIBA collection of Dr. Frank Netter's work, and the red, as you see, represents the various areas of hemorrhage. And you see, depending upon where the hemorrhage is located and how severe it is, will depend upon the seriousness of the operation and how much destruction of brain tissue. This might be the trajectory of the bullet with a small hematoma or hemorrhage, which requires a smaller incision in the brain and evacuation. This type of thing, which requires a greater operation, also indicates there's more brain destruction. So everything depends upon how much brain injury, structural brain injury, there is.
Now, are you encouraged by the other report that Senator Kennedy's basic life functions, blood pressure, pulse, heart rate, remain constant?
Right. This would indicate that there's been no extension to the vital centers that control respiration and heartbeat. When the patient's going to respiratory arrest, I think this means irreversible damage. The fact that the patient's vital signs are stable, that he's not in shock, that his functions are voluntary, would indicate that, again, they're operating in a relatively silent area, at least in terms of vital functions.
So we're encouraged by the lack of discouraging signs from the hospital in the absence of any real hard facts about how Senator Kennedy is emerging.
Right. Also, the fact that the bullet entered the right mastoid area, as we showed behind the right ear, right beneath that, or right inside of it, is the right temporal lobe, and the right temporal lobe is a relatively silent area.
As our picture
which
shows
means
now.
that you can remove a good portion of that right temporal lobe and yet have no intellectual deficit or no paresis and no obvious weakness.
So if
or
a man
difficulty.
has to be shot in the brain, Lord help anybody, that's
There are several so-called silent areas where you can actually do a massive removal of brain and not have any obvious deficit.
Then you also were venturing the opinion, and I realize it's strictly an off-the-cuff medical guesstimate at this point, that if Senator Kennedy comes through the operation with no loss of nervous function or use of his paralysis, that he could be up and about, albeit wearing bandages within a relatively short period of time.
Right. Following craniotomies, even for trauma, we have patients out of bed in 2 or 3 days and walking around. And frequently patients are out of the hospital within 7 to 10 days.
Well, that's encouraging, we hope, in the absence of any harder information. Frank?
Thank you, Jules and Dr. Perlman. Howard?
The would-be assassin hit 4 people with bullets from his gun, and one was ABC's director who was directing our program covering the primaries in California, Bill Weisel. He lay on a stretcher, and he gave us this interview. I talked to him earlier tonight on the telephone.
Go ahead, Bill.
It was a rather, of course, shocking experience. We had just left the main ballroom with the senator, and we were going through the kitchen to go downstairs, where he was going to meet with some of his workers, and we were going through the kitchen, and there was a very small doorway, and he went through the doorway, and Dave Jane, one of our producers, and I were following right behind him, and I turned sideways and went to squeeze through the door, and just turned around and looked, and there was a body on the floor, and another one right in front of me crumpled, and then I felt these 3 things in my side, and Dave somehow got through the door and pulled me to the floor on the other side, and I laid there for a while. I really thought I was going to die instantly because blood was shooting every place, and there was a lot of hysteria in the hallway, and I guess Senator Kennedy got hit pretty badly. I've heard now that they're going to operate it. It's quite serious. So, in fact, they're going to operate on me now in about 10 minutes, I guess. We're in the hallway of what is the hospital? Kaiser Sunset here in Los Angeles, and I got a bullet through the side, and it's lodged in the back. And that's that's about how it looks here.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Well, that was
I hope you recover.
Bill Weisel, who, as Howard pointed out, was our director on the West Coast, one of our directors who was taking part in the coverage of the California campaign. I might mention, too, that Bill Weisel was the associate director, very important job, on the debate last Saturday night in San Francisco between Senator Kennedy and Senator McCarthy. I would like to issue some suggestions to somebody that we get a late report on his condition, if at all possible. It's been some time ago that he was to undergo surgery. I'd like to find out as quickly as we can just how Bill is doing.
We had one word-of-mouth report, Frank, that he was doing fairly well, but you know we've had so much unconfirmed rumor today that we just don't trust anything until it's been triple-checked.
Well, Howard, what do you suppose people around the world are saying? Oh, here's the latest election results showing Senator Kennedy with 46% of the vote, 69% of the precincts reporting, McCarthy 42%. Howard, explain something to me. What does uncommitted mean? Oh, that's the Lynch slate.
Led by the Attorney General Lynch, which was leaning towards Hubert Humphrey and is doing pretty badly.
Yes. What do you suppose people around the world are saying about us now?
I think one thing they're not saying is any interest at all in that election. I think it tastes like ashes in the mouth now. They're saying some pretty bad things. We had a report earlier. A woman in Moscow said to a reporter, "What kind of people are you?" And that's a question that I would like to ask myself. And a man in Bern, Switzerland, said, this sounds like you're repeating the same old thing again. First John Kennedy, then Martin Luther King, now Robert Kennedy. Who's next? So I think we're getting a very bad press, and I'm afraid incidents like this make us deserve one. We pause now for 5 seconds for station identification.
Just to review briefly now the developments of this night in Los Angeles, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, shortly after making his victory speech in the California primary, was shot. The senator is now undergoing brain surgery in the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. And for a late report from the hospital, let's go now to Los Angeles and Bob Clark.
Senator Kennedy has been on the operating table here at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan for more than 2 hours. Just a few minutes ago, we got a medical bulletin from his press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, which indicates that that operation is progressing as satisfactorily as could be expected at this time. Mr. Mankiewicz said that the senator's heart and respiration are good. That is all he could say at this moment. A team of 6 neurosurgeons have been operating on Senator Kennedy, and again, that operation has gone on for over 2 hours. Mr. Mankiewicz said it might well continue for another hour, perhaps 2. This is not unusual and does not indicate any serious complications. Operations in brain surgery of this sort frequently last at least that long. It has been a long night vigil here at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan. We have seen several old friends of the senator come and go. Just a few minutes ago, astronaut John Glenn, who has been campaigning with the senator here in California, left the hospital. There's been a steady stream of key Kennedy aides going in and out of the hospital. The press group is isolated from the hospital itself. We're across the street. That's quite understandable. A group of 75 or 100 reporters could create pandemonium in the hospital corridors. We will not expect any further information on the progress of the operation until Senator Kennedy is off the operating table. And again, the indications are that that will be at least an hour or 2. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Our cameras were on when this terrible incident happened last night, and we have a videotape recording of exactly what happened in the Ambassador Hotel as Kennedy finished his speech and then proceeded to the room where he was shot. Here is that videotape recording.
So I thank all of you who made this possible this evening, all of the effort that you made, and all of the people whose names I haven't mentioned, but who did all of the work at the precinct level, who got out the vote, who did all of the effort, brought forth all of the effort that's required. I was a campaign manager 8 years ago. I know what a difference that kind of an effort and that kind of commitment makes. So I thank all of you, those of you who are here. Mayor Yorty has just sent me a message that we've been here too long already. So my thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you very much.
So Senator Kennedy finishes his speech, his last public speech. He now goes away. That's Roosevelt Greer behind him and Mrs. Kennedy on the right-hand side of the screen. And Kennedy now shakes a few hands, turns his back, and goes off the podium with Greer, one of his 2 bodyguards, the man who holds him in the car when the crowds try to pull him out by shaking his hand. And Rafer Johnson's another. Rafer Johnson went into that kitchen with him. Kennedy now disappears off the podium, goes out the back way into that kitchen where If you listen closely, you can hear a sound like a cap pistol going off, just a little pop. And then there's a long hubbub, and after about 60 seconds, you hear another succession of shots. We're still not clear what happened. So listen closely now for that shot from the kitchen.
Hey, I want to hear really loud.
That was the first shot. Now, our cameras picked up none for almost 60 seconds. Meanwhile, some people on that podium got a glimpse of what was going on in the kitchen, and you'd hear some screams. After those screams, you'd hear a succession of shots. Those are the screams. I don't know whether you could hear those shots or not. We haven't found a good explanation for the 60 seconds between the first shot and the succession of shots later. Even eyewitnesses have not been able to help us out. The Los Angeles police have placed the suspect, the man who fired the gun, in one police station, and no one knows where it is, and they're talking to reporters in a different one. So this time, there won't be any chances taken as in Dallas, and we will find out what went on in the strange mind of the man who committed this terrible deed. Frank?
We understand that this gunman, whoever he is, carried a few scraps of paper with him. He had no identification. He's been very thoroughly searched. The police say that they have advised him of his rights, quoted earlier saying he doesn't want a lawyer at this time. And the police are being very, very careful with him in Los Angeles, so that, as Howard pointed out, perhaps we can find out what went on in this man's mind, what impelled him to do this terrible thing. He's described as a male Caucasian, around, in his early 20s or so, 5'5" and about 120 pounds, swarthy complexion. We got a look at him before as he was being taken out, but nobody apparently has been able to identify him. And they do have the gun, though. The gun is just about the only evidence, apart, of course, from the eyewitness accounts that people have. Yes, let's have another look, if we may, at this picture. Well, these are the pictures of Senator Kennedy just moments after the shots were fired at him. It was an 8-shot 22 caliber pistol. All 8 shots were fired, apparently. Several persons wounded, in addition to the senator, but none so critically. Here is Senator Kennedy lying there, gravely wounded on the floor moments after the shooting, but as everybody has pointed out this morning, there is something encouraging about this picture, in that the senator's eyes are open. He appears to be conscious, and he was, I'm told, a priest thrust some rosary beads into the senator's hands. And the fact that the senator was able to hold these beads even for a moment or so indicates that his motor functions were not too seriously impaired. This is the suspect, man who fired the shots being seized by various Kennedy aides. And here is the picture of the man as he is being taken out. Somebody, I suppose, will recognize this fellow and probably knows who he is. And here is Senator Kennedy being taken to the Central Receiving Hospital. He was being given oxygen at this point. He was taken there and given emergency treatment, but then was quickly removed to Good Samaritan. Now, let's go back to the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, the scene of this tragedy, and ABC newsman Carl George.
This is Carl George at the Ambassador Hotel. We're in the room standing on the spot where this tragic event occurred this evening. I have with me Los Angeles Police Department Sergeant J.R. MacArthur. Sergeant MacArthur, your investigation here has taken a couple of hours. Can you tell us what you've discovered and done?
Basically, we've been examining the crime scene for physical evidence and anything else that might be pertinent to the investigation.
What have you found?
I'm really not at liberty to let you know or tell you what we actually have found. I'll be glad to answer any questions as to what...
Can you tell us, give us your reconstruction of what occurred?
Well, apparently, after the senator left the podium and came down through here, this is part of the kitchen of the hotel. He was shaking hands with kitchen help and so on and so forth, and he proceeded on down, apparently down through here, and was shaking hands with people as he went.
Let me get on the other side.
Continued on here, and he was shaking hands with people. When he reached a point somewhere in here, he reached over to shake hands with one of the...
I don't think we can hear you.
He reached over to shake hands with one of the help. While he was over here, apparently from back over in here where there was also a group of people, the suspect came out of the crowd and came up to a position, apparently somewhere here, reached over and fired. The witnesses vary on the number of shots, but anywhere from 1 to 2 or 3 shots initially. And
apparently, was the senator, do you reconstruct, hit by the bullets immediately, hit by the first bullets?
I think, yes, I would say so.
And what was the position of the person who fired the shots? Here on the table or leaning against it? We've heard a couple of stories about that.
Well, like I say, the senator was apparently here shaking hands, and the suspect walked up and apparently reached over several people and fired several shots at the senator where the senator was hit. And apparently the senator fell back over somewhere in that area there. At this time, several people in the crowd grabbed the suspect and disarmed him.
The suspect is now, of course, in custody.
Yes.
Yeah. Did the suspect just fire wildly after that? How do you feel about that?
From what the witnesses say, he fired as he was struggling. Several people grabbed one of the arms and several around him, and he was firing over in that general direction where I guess the other victims were hit.
Have you discovered any bullets or missiles in the wall?
I'm not at liberty to say. One of the other officers from scientific investigation was handling this, and what he found I cannot say.
Where does the investigation go from here, then?
Well, like I say, I'm just involved in this particular part of it. Now, I think you'd have to talk to Lieutenant Helder or someone who's handling the main part of the investigation.
You've interviewed witnesses here tonight, of course?
Some. And there have been quite a number of other witnesses have been interviewed by other officers.
Here, let's see, Senator Kennedy was over here, then there was UAW executive, Mr. Paul Schrade, I believe his name was, and then we had an ABC associate producer back over in that area over there.
Yeah.
How many were there? We counted 4.
It's my understanding there are 3 or 4 besides the senator were taken to the hospital.
Where is the suspect now?
He's at the main police building in police jail, I believe. I don't know, but I believe that's where he was taken to.
Good. Thank you very much, Sergeant MacArthur. This is Carl George at the Ambassador in Los Angeles.
We have a later report now on the condition of Bill Weisel, the ABC Associate Director, who was wounded in the assassination attempt on Senator Kennedy. Bill Weisel is now reported in good condition. He has not yet undergone surgery. The doctors now say that the bullet that entered his side and apparently is lodged in his back is close to the skin, and apparently he has suffered no serious permanent damage. This seemed fairly obvious because just moments after he was shot, Bill was able to talk with Howard Smith earlier, and he gave, of course, a very rational account of what took place. He was one of several others shot by the same gunman who attempted to assassinate the senator. And though the police officer there in Los Angeles just a moment ago said he didn't know whether the gunman fired wildly, that is probably what took place. He hit Senator Kennedy with 2 shots, and then I suppose in the melee that erupted just began pumping the bullets all around the place, and several other persons were wounded. Let's go back now, if we can, to Bob Clark at the central point of all this now, the point where all the prayers and the work are centered. Bob Clark at the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles.
The medical report on Senator Kennedy is as good as could be expected at this time. Just about a half an hour ago, his press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, stepped out to tell us that the operation, which has been going on for over 2 hours, is proceeding and may continue for another hour or 2. He said that the senator's breathing, his respiration, and his heart action are good, and that is as much as can be expected at this stage of the operation. In brain surgery, it is not unusual for the operation to continue this length of time. That does not indicate any unnatural complications of any sort. We have been maintaining this vigil here at the hospital of the Good Samaritan for about 3.5 hours. The senator was first taken to another hospital for emergency treatment in the emergency ward and then brought on here. We do not expect any further medical bulletins until the operation is completed, and again, that may be another hour or 2.
The light is beginning finally to dawn here in Los Angeles, and this has, of course, seemed to be an endless night. And while we've all been standing here mostly waiting, I think everyone's thoughts have gone back to that day in Dallas. And Bob, you were with President Kennedy in Dallas at that time. What are the similarities and what are the major differences that occur to you?
Well, I'd say certainly the principal difference is that the late President Kennedy, when he was shot, survived for less than an hour when he arrived at the hospital, and we had raced on frantically after him from the shooting scene, not realizing that he had been shot until we got to the hospital and saw his very nearly lifeless body stretched across his limousine at the entrance to the emergency ward of the hospital. He showed no signs of life at all and had only very faint signs of life at that moment. His brother his survival chances are certainly much better. It's been now over 5 hours since he was shot. I was only 10 or 15 feet away when the shooting occurred and went to his side and stood there for a minute or so. He was conscious, his eyes were open. I think it was clear even at that moment that his chances of survival were good. So we have very high hopes here at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan that Senator Kennedy will be in much better condition.
What about the shots themselves? Did you hear them tonight as clearly as you did when John Kennedy was killed?
I would say the shots were as clear. They obviously tonight, this was again from a distance of 10 or 15 feet, the shots obviously came from a small caliber weapon. I believe the police have since determined that it was a .22 caliber weapon fired at Senator Kennedy. Oswald, of course, in Dallas was firing from a rifle. In that case, the shots were fired directly over the car in which I was riding as a pool reporter for the networks. Those shots were extremely loud. My first reaction at that time was that it was a motorcycle or a truck backfiring. They were very loud and very clear. These shots tonight were loud and clear too, but sounded more like firecrackers. We were in San Francisco with Senator Kennedy only a day or two, and as he passed through Chinatown, somebody set off a string of firecrackers. That was my original reaction tonight on hearing these shots, that it sounded again like firecrackers, but of course turned out to be a series of shots from a small caliber pistol.
Did you have any awareness? Did you duck when you heard the sounds tonight? What was your instinct?
I was just outside the room where the senator was shot, and my first idea that this had been a shooting came from the looks of horror on people who were standing in the doorway and could see what was going on. This is Bob Clark with Marlene Sanders at the hospital of the Good Samaritan. Now back to New York.
Naturally, Bob Clark is reflecting the certain optimism there at the hospital because of the favorable report that was given by Frank Mankiewicz not too long ago, about half an hour or so ago, about the senator's respiration, his pulse, his heartbeat, and so forth. Dr. Perlman, who has been helping us here today, Dr. Bernard Perlman of the Mount Sinai Hospital, has pointed out that it is encouraging that the senator's eyes were open, that he was conscious, and that he was able to use his hands. He did clutch for a time rosary beads that someone gave to him. But Dr. Perlman also pointed out, and perhaps we must keep this in mind too, that the fact that the operation has been extended beyond the original projected time could indicate that perhaps the surgeons have discovered some complications that were not anticipated. I think it's noteworthy today the reaction of some of the GIs, soldiers in Vietnam especially. One by a Sergeant John Tucker of Tell City, Indiana. He put his hand to his forehead and said, "I feel just like the last time." And then he said, "Such a nice family, and yet so poor. Such a rich family," I'm sorry, I can't even read it. "Such a rich family, and yet so poor. How rich indeed they are, and yet how they've been impoverished in a terrible way." The sergeant went on to say, "After this tragic year in the United States, I feel safe over here," meaning Vietnam. Let's go to Washington once again now for a report. I believe it's our correspondent, Sam Donaldson. Sam, tell us what the scene is in Washington.
Frank, of course, there's shock here and anguish, but also a great amount of frustration. As you know, there's just not much anyone here in Washington can do. The president has ordered Secret Service agents to guard the other candidates. The FBI has been called in using the Civil Rights Acts as the base for federal intervention in the case. Outside of that, it's all there in Los Angeles. The scene here on the street is very reminiscent of the one we all saw here in '63. Our ABC News studios are on Connecticut Avenue, just about 5 blocks from the White House. We have a loudspeaker outside, and people can look through a glass window and see the monitors. And just as I came in the studio, there were 30 people there on the sidewalks, and you see people with transistor radios to their ears. I think it would be overdrawn to say it's as much as it was on November 22nd, 1963, but certainly the situation looks the same. I wasn't in Washington when Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was killed, but I suppose that it was the same thing then. The frustration also arises from a consideration after the first shock wears off of what's happening here in the country. And I know you've been discussing that too. Senator Mansfield, the majority leader, said when he was told that, "I'm shocked this violence is becoming so prevalent." And I was talking just a few moments ago on the phone to Senator Birch Bayh, the Democrat of Indiana. You'll recall he was with Senator Edward Kennedy in the plane crash that both of them survived. And after we talked about the terrible thing that had happened, I said, well, you know, we have had 3 of these assassinations or assassination attempts of public figures in the 60s. It's almost like the Balkans. And then I stopped and thought, well, maybe that's a little too much. And Senator Bayh quickly added, no, it's not. That's what's happening in the country. The reaction in the Washington, then, Frank, aside from the anguish of the situation, is an examination of the political processes of this country. Now, on the Hill, lawmakers are converging on their offices. They will undoubtedly attempt to carry forward the routine business of the day. I've had no word that Congress will adjourn, although it might very well. And on reflection, it's quite probable that the Senate and the House both will not carry on business today. But at least lawmakers are converging to familiar situations. They're going to their offices. They're trying to find out what the news is, and they're talking among each other. And it's the same way in downtown Washington. People are coming to work at the State Department and at the Agriculture Department and at the Foreign Claims Settlement Commission. and they're all pondering this tragedy. But they are all extremely frustrated because there is nothing government can do here. There's no action that can be taken. Troops cannot be sent across borders. Bombs cannot be dropped. Orders under a presidential signature cannot be given. It's all there at the hospital. This is Sam Donaldson in Washington.
Thank you, Sam. You know, you speak of the frustrations in Washington, and it is true. There's nothing that anybody can do now. It's all up to the doctors. But we must come back again to the fact that there is something that people in Washington, those are elected representatives who are now converging on their offices, they can enact some sort of gun control legislation that would make it less easy for this sort of thing to take place. Senator Kennedy, in his speech moments before he was shot, urged his supporters to help him deal with the plague of violence in America. He was in a jubilant mood, naturally. He had just confirmed his victory in the California primary, but he was quite solemn, too, as he said, "I think we can end the divisions within the United States. We can work together," he said, "to overcome divisions, violence, and disenchantment. We can start to work together. We are a great country, a selfless country, a compassionate country." And indeed we are. And sometimes we are a stupid country. Roger Grimsby is here and has been following this thing. Roger, do you have some thoughts?
I think we perhaps should repeat again that the most recent condition report on the senator from New York is relatively good considering the magnitude of his injuries, inasmuch as his respiration is reported to be good, his heartbeat as well. The only thing that concerns the layman is the extension of the operation, previously reported to be expected to last about an hour. It may now run as long as 4. Reaction, of course, is as you might expect around the world, and reaction in 2 foreign cities relates to the Kennedys' immediate family. Jacqueline Kennedy's reaction to the shooting of her senator brother-in-law was, "No, it can't have happened, tell me more." But her repetition and phrase was, "No, it can't have happened." Unfortunately, it did. 3 members of the Kennedy family waited in Paris for word on his condition. They have not decided whether or not they will immediately return to the United States. They are Kennedy's brother-in-law and sister, Ambassador and Mrs. Sergeant Shriver, and Mrs. Edward Kennedy, wife of the Massachusetts senator, who is a brother of the victim. Shriver and his wife said they were very shocked. Shriver said they had been advised not to leave France until results of the operation were known. He said he had been told the operation would take 3 hours at least. We're making arrangements to fly to the United States if that becomes necessary, but they will not apparently fly until the operation has been completed and a more firm condition report has been issued. The reaction in foreign capitals is as you might expect, but of course there is always that reaction which would extend it to a condemnation of the American way of life. The people in foreign cities and countries sometimes cannot understand what would cause a country to spawn so many assassinations of a political nature. And the result of that extension is that there is something indeed basically wrong with the United States. However, without the obvious necessity of a conspiracy behind each and every of these assassinations, it would seem a little difficult to accuse one mad or bad man of being typical of the American way of life. The gunman has been booked on suspicion of assault with intent to commit murder. It's known that he used a .22 caliber revolver. That is in police custody, and initial reports indicate that he expended all 8 shots. The Los Angeles police inspector, Robert Rock, told reporters some time ago that police have no reason to believe that the shooting was any part of a conspiracy, but in the best police fashion, they must not rule that out. So the investigation in Los Angeles continues on all fronts and considers all possibilities. The man who shot the senator so far has refused to identify himself. Initially, it was stated by Los Angeles police that he had said only one thing, and that was yes, in response to a question, but the police would not reveal what the question was that prompted him to say yes. The man is the only known suspect and apparently fired all 8 shots. The New York Democratic senator was hit twice in the head, and his condition, of course, is critical as that operation continues. The senator's McLean home in suburban Washington now has a police cordon around it.
It's a rather quiet, sprawling neighborhood. Newsmen and photographers have begun gathering there, but for no real purpose. Fairfax County Police Lieutenant Charles Norfolk said those in the house whom he would not identify were shaken and asked that no one be permitted inside. One of Kennedy's pet dogs barked loudly at the visitors. The neighborhood is a rural wooded section of a large, wealthy series of estates. It was quiet in the stillness of night. The only people gathering there are now newsmen and, of course, the police who have effected the cordon. Frank?
Yes, Roger. We have a report from the UPI quoting an ambulance attendant who accompanied Senator Kennedy to Central Receiving Hospital. He said that when he arrived at the hotel, of course, the senator was already on the floor. His wife was beside him. And according to this man, one Max Berman, Mrs. Kennedy did not want him to touch the senator. He said, "We got him on a stretcher, but as we did, he said, please don't, please don't, please don't lift me." This is, of course, another encouraging factor because the senator was quite capable of talking. And quite frequently, in the instances of brain damage, why the ability to speak is, of course, impaired. But the senator was able to talk, and he was conscious. And now he is still undergoing this long operation, which has been underway for more than 2 hours now, and it is possible will last another 2 hours at the Good Samaritan Hospital. We now have a fairly thorough rundown on the other persons who were injured today. We've already told you about Bill Weisel of Washington, our ABC Associate Director. He suffered a bullet wound in the left side near the abdomen. He was taken to Kaiser Hospital in Los Angeles. Ira Goldstein, 19 years old, of Los Angeles, received a bullet wound in the left hip. He's an employee of the Continental News Service. He's a reporter. Elizabeth Evans, she was wounded by a glancing bullet at the hairline. Erwin Stroll, 17 years old, of Los Angeles. He was wounded in the left shin. He was treated and released at the Central Receiving Hospital. And Paul Schrade, an official of the United Automobile Workers Union, who had been supporting the Kennedy campaign, he received a skull fracture. Officers said it was believed the wound was caused by a bullet. He was taken to a hospital and listed in good condition. There were other persons injured in a scuffling that took place immediately after the shooting, but nobody apparently is in serious condition. The reaction abroad, as has already been indicated, is, of course, a fairly quick condemnation of the United States as a society, as a whole. And, of course, it's really not fair for the actions of one demented man, or I don't know whether he's demented, but for one man to be representative or typical, as Roger pointed out, of the United States. It is not, of course, typical. It is not. But our responsibility, I suppose, rests with the fact that we still have not done all that we can to make it difficult for persons so disposed or so unbalanced to obtain the weapons of that they used. The shooting caused acute sorrow at the Vatican. This is according to the chief press officer there. He said that Pope Paul VI was being kept informed constantly of the condition of Senator Kennedy. And there is that reaction that is so typical and says it all, really. A Russian woman on a Moscow street, a nameless woman. She said, "It's a nightmare, it's terrible." And there really isn't very much that anybody can say to quarrel with that. Let's go back now to Los Angeles and the Good Samaritan Hospital, where Senator Kennedy is undergoing this operation. ABC's Bob Clark is outside the building.
Just seen here at the hospital the police mugshots of the man who is believed to have shot Robert Kennedy, and we now show them to you through the courtesy of United Press International. This is the man who was apprehended at the scene immediately after Senator Kennedy was shot, was held there by several persons until police arrived, and has been booked by Los Angeles police under the name of John Doe. He has refused to give any information about himself, even his identity, and little more is known about him at this moment. except what you can see in these pictures. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Bob. Those were the first good pictures we've been able to see of the suspect, who has now been charged with the attempted murder of Senator Robert Kennedy. And the senator is still undergoing that operation to save his life. In the California primary, the senator won a clear victory, 72% of the precincts in, 45% for Senator Kennedy, 42% for Senator Eugene McCarthy. It does seem almost meaningless to talk about the political picture right now, but of course it's been thrown into a complete uproar. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Senator McCarthy immediately ended or canceled his immediate campaign plans. He had planned to go to Seattle, I believe, but he decided instead to return directly to Washington, D.C. Vice President Humphrey issued a statement of sorrow, great regret, said our prayers must be with the family of Senator Kennedy at this time. The Japanese, as people elsewhere, recoiled with disbelief and shock. The first word on the shooting was an interruption in the radio and television programs in Tokyo and elsewhere, and all programs in Japan have been interrupted periodically for the latest news on the shooting. Senator Kennedy is really idolized by the Japanese, both young and old, for their personalities, policies. In various polls to select the man most admired by the Japanese, President Kennedy has regularly figured very highly, very prominently. And in Japan, the Kennedy clan, and especially Senator Robert Kennedy, were considered heirs to the late president's popularity, so the Japanese are in a state of shock today, too. Would someone please repeat the directions that I got a moment ago? Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm supposed to transfer to... Thank you very much. Let's go to Bill Gill at the White House.
President Johnson hopes for prompt action by both the House and the Senate on his pre-dawn request for special and emergency legislation to authorize the assigning of Secret Service agents to presidential candidates and their immediate families. Mr. Johnson, in fact, ordered such protection shortly after being informed of the shooting of Senator Robert Kennedy in Los Angeles at about 3:30 this morning. The protection details were ordered out, however, only after Mr. Johnson had conferred with Attorney General Ramsey Clark and Defense Secretary Clark Clifford on legal details involved in such an act. The President was advised that no law now exists which permits the assigning of Secret Service agents to any political candidate other than an incumbent presidential... I'm sorry, we'll have to do this over when he finishes over there. All right?
Well, Bill Gill apparently was unaware of the fact that he was on, and I suppose somebody else is doing something similar elsewhere. But Bill was reporting on the reaction at the White House and the steps that the President is taking to try to implement his order to provide Secret Service protection for all presidential candidates. Roger Grimsby now has a guest here in our studios in New York. Roger?
With me in the studio right now is Mr. Eugene H. Nickerson, who is a political and personal friend of Senator Robert Kennedy. He is also one of 3 Democratic candidates who are currently running in the Democratic primary in New York. On your association, Mr. Nixon, with the victim of the shooting in Los Angeles, would you say that the senator had any premonition that this sort of violence might be attended him?
I couldn't say that, but I think he was very fatalistic about it, that he so often said that we didn't, any of us, know what was going to happen in the next few years. And when he came into the state in 1964 to run for senator, and everyone said he was running for president, we'd constantly say that, well, we don't really know where I'll be, or where any of us will be by the year 1968, and I think he had a very fatalistic attitude with respect to what happens to people, and knew that life was a very ephemeral thing.
Well, certainly following the assassination of his brother, the president, this fatalism must have been intensified. Was there any evidence of that?
I remember one time we were leaving a political meeting in Great Neck, and a truck with his wife, with Ethel, and the truck backfired, and it was so soon, relatively soon after what had happened in Dallas, that some of the rest of us jumped, but he didn't give any reaction at all.
I would imagine that his physical condition will stand him in good stead during this physical trial.
Yes, he was terribly strong physically, and I see the doctors are saying he has a very strong heart. I would believe that. Very strong physically, and didn't have the slightest fear at all of the physical ordeal of campaigning, and the obvious danger which was connected with it. So I would say he was a very fearless person.
I imagine it's strange or strong to say that perhaps if he pulls out of this quickly that it will get him votes. But I would like to have you project this, if the worst should come to pass, that he cannot continue as a candidate. What do you think that will do to the Democratic Party?
Oh, golly. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just praying for him, and I guess no one else is thinking about that.
But here in the state of New York, his leadership of the party would certainly be jeopardized by the injury if it proves to be too great. Can you?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Do you have any idea of what the result might be?
I have no idea, and I wouldn't want to contemplate that. I'm just hoping and praying that he will be all right.
Here in New York, certainly his appearance before the voters in the primary is now jeopardized. Is that going to affect the New York vote, do you think?
I just don't know. I think that it's obviously if he's incapacitated, it would. But I just don't know, and I doubt that anyone much is thinking in those terms right now.
Thank you, Mr. Nickerson.
Thank you.
And now back to Frank Reynolds.
Former Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy, the senator's father, and his mother were told this morning that their son was shot early today. Ann Gargan, the niece of the ambassador, told Mrs. Kennedy before she went to Mass at St. Francis Xavier Church in Hyannis. And Senator Ted Kennedy told his father when he talked with him by telephone this morning. Miss Gargan said, "It's terrible, we are praying." Roger was mentioning before the senator's good physical condition and the rigors of campaigning. He has been in superb physical condition, and good thing for him, because just the day-by-day campaigning, the Kennedy style, is an intensely grueling, it's a physically punishing process. I haven't been out campaigning too much with the senator this time, but I did a little bit over the weekend, and even though you see these television pictures and you see the newspaper photographs of people reaching up to touch him, you have no idea of how physically punishing that can be until you see it actually happen. He rides along in a car, and Rayford Johnson or somebody has got a big, strong arm around him, and it's a good thing they do. And his hands go down, and people are clawing at him, and frantically, sometimes almost hysterically, reaching up to touch him. His cufflinks go, his shirt is torn, the coat is sometimes ripped from his back, and he's just physically beaten up. But he seemed to enjoy it. Certainly made no effort ever to get away from the people who were trying to reach out to touch him and register their support of him in that way. Earlier last night, before the senator made his statement, his victory statement, and while the returns were still inconclusive, but nevertheless giving some indication that Senator Kennedy would be the winner in the California primary, he was interviewed by our correspondent Bob Clark, who has been traveling with him. And we thought now it'd be interesting to have this conversation between Bob Clark and Senator Kennedy earlier last night.
Well, I'm obviously happy that it's an apparent victory. I won't be happy or satisfied until it's over. But, you know, I was very pleased with South Dakota, where the vice president had campaigned and spent a good deal of time. It's his home state. And I'm obviously pleased that we're moving ahead here in the state of California, which has such a large number of delegates for Chicago.
There are some indications, still unverified, but some predictions that you might win more than 50% of the vote, substantially more than 50%. How would that make you feel?
Well, that would make me feel even more pleased. I would be just pleased if I won, because I think this was a difficult contest. There was a great deal of opposition put up against me, and I'm very grateful to all those who voted for me and all those who worked for me.
Would you agree that in the light of Senator McCarthy's substantial vote here, that you and he still have somehow you have to get together before the convention in order to stop Hubert Humphrey?
Well, I wouldn't put it in those terms so much as I put it in terms that I think the primaries have indicated all across the country that the country and the Democratic Party wants to move in a different direction than they have over the period of the last 3 years. I think for the Democratic Convention and the delegates of the Democratic Convention to ignore that quite clear mandate, I think would be a terrible mistake. I think that if we look at the record of all of the primaries and how we've done respectively, that I think that I would hope that perhaps I have great respect for Senator McCarthy. I have the greatest respect for those who have been associated with him in the effort. I would hope that perhaps we could get together now after these primaries are completed and finished and start to work together to build up forces which would bring the Democratic Convention in a different direction than it's apparently headed, at least at the moment.
If you defeat Senator McCarthy tonight in California, you will have beaten him in 4 out of 5 primaries.
Yes.
That's counting South Dakota today. Would you think this would finish him off as a viable candidate, as you like to put it?
Yeah. I think I know that if I'd lost 4 out of 5 primaries, I'd be finished off. And I said to myself that I'd abide by California. Hubert Humphrey got out after he was beaten in West Virginia. He could have gone on. And obviously it's up to the individual to decide that. But if we're interested in the cause, if we're interested in the country, and we're interested in the direction that we want the United States to move in, each one of us has to examine our own conscience and decide how that can be.
Well, that interview with Senator Kennedy was carried out last night, just an hour or so, perhaps, before he determined that his victory was fixed and firm, and before he went to make his victory statement in the ballroom of the Ambassador, and then went on his way out where the assassination attempt occurred. We just want to repeat once again that the senator is still undergoing surgery at Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. The operation has been underway for more than 2 hours, and the last report we had, perhaps 45 minutes ago, was that it might continue for another 2 hours. Let's go out to the West Coast again, this time to Jim Burns in Los Angeles. Jim?
The first official police report, Frank, on the assassination attempt came a short time ago from Los Angeles Police Chief Thomas Redden. The chief met with reporters about the same time that the wounded senator was being wheeled into surgery. Here, Redden describes what happened at the Ambassador Hotel immediately after those 8 shots were fired.
Members of Senator Kennedy's party seized the suspect at the scene. It's been reported that he was seized by Rosie Greer of Los Angeles Rams fame, that he was disarmed, and that the weapon was handed to Rayford Johnson, who maintained custody of the weapon until such time as it was given to us. The suspect is in our custody now. We do not know who he is. He had no identification. He refuses to make a statement of any kind. He does speak and understand English. He's described as a male Caucasian, 25 to 28 years of age, 5'6", 140 pounds of swarthy complexion. His hair is described as being wiry and bushy. The gun is in our custody. It's a .22 caliber, 8-shot, and all 8 shots were expended. Senator Kennedy is in surgery now at Good Samaritan Hospital. We're told there are approximately 6 surgeons in attendance, and we have the name of one surgeon, a Dr. Max Andler, who is a neurosurgeon, and also in attendance are Doctors Cuneo and Reed. And that is all the information we have to this time, with the exception that we have sent the fingerprints of the suspect to Washington for the purpose of attempting to obtain an identification from them.
Steve, has that definitely been determined that it was only one person?
As near as we can tell, there was only one person, and this information has been gleaned from dozens of interviews from people who were present at the scene.
Latin American extraction?
I'm sorry,
Latin American extraction?
We really can't indicate that he is Latin American. He is Caucasian, and he's difficult to classify insofar as extraction is concerned.
Where is he now?
The suspect is in custody in our jail.
Did he speak with an accent of any sort?
He didn't speak enough so that we could tell whether he had an accent. He said yes on one occasion, is about the extent that we heard him speak.
What question was that, Chief? What's he saying yes to?
I don't know.
Well, that was a Los Angeles police official reporting on the questioning, the interrogation, and the attempts to identify the man who is accused of shooting Senator Kennedy. It is very important, even though at this moment all our thoughts, hopes are centered on the hospital where efforts are being made to save Senator Kennedy. The operation is underway. It is very important that the police follow proper procedures and that there be no repeat of what happened in Dallas 2 days after the shooting of President Kennedy, because we must know what motivated this man or what caused him to do this. Let's try to understand why people do these things. And it is important that all his rights and proper legal procedures be observed. Now let's go back to Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan in Los Angeles.
Dawn is just breaking here at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan. Senator Kennedy has now been on the operating table for more than 3 hours. But we are told that it may take still another hour to complete the delicate brain surgery necessary to remove the bullet that entered Senator Kennedy's brain through the right mastoid bone. Throughout this long night here at the hospital, Mrs. Kennedy has been with her husband, or at least inside the hospital. It is sort of a tradition among the Kennedys to carry on whatever the adversity, and tonight Mrs. Kennedy has been carrying on that tradition. She has been comforted during the night by a number of old family friends. Singer Andy Williams, who is a very close personal friend of both Kennedys, left the hospital just a minute or two ago. Other visitors during this night have included astronaut John Glenn and football star Roosevelt Greer, who are both close personal friends of the Senator and Mrs. Kennedy. The fact that this operation is has already taken 3 hours and may continue more than 4 hours is no cause for great concern. This is normal in cases of brain surgery of the type that the Senator is undergoing. The last medical report, which was about an hour ago, gave no details on the success of the operation itself. That won't be known until it is completed. But it was encouraging to the degree that it was reported by the doctors that the Senator's breathing and his heart action are good at this stage. We will have a further medical bulletin when the Senator emerges from the operating room. We expect that may be another hour. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Bob. You know, you can imagine the anguish of those who were assigned or who volunteered, in some instances, to provide Senator Kennedy with protection. It's already been pointed out that he had no official police protection by the city of Los Angeles, and there's nothing wrong about that. He had not requested it, and it is not standard procedure, really, for political candidates to have the official protection that now apparently will be given to them by Secret Service agents. But there really is no way to prevent something like this from taking place if the perpetrator of the deed is determined to carry it out. And there's another odd thing about political candidates, campaigns, appearances by people of this sort. You just don't spot people who give any indication that they're going to do something like this, because it's usually a happy, joyous occasion. That certainly was the case there in the Ambassador Hotel this morning. Everybody cheering and the friendly signs. even when you see a sign supporting an opponent, why, it's usually in pretty good humor, and you just don't see anybody that would give any reason to believe that something awful is going to take place, because usually it's just a sea of happy, smiling faces and cheering people. Somewhere in there, of course, there always can be, and twice has been, somebody who wasn't happy or cheering and who was bent on a very different purpose. Let's have another evaluation, if we may, from Dr. Perlman of Mount Sinai and Jules Bergman. Jules?
Frank, even though the operation is still in progress for Senator Kennedy at Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles, there are certain assumptions we can begin to make, Dr. Perlman, are there not? You're encouraged by the way events have gone thus far with Senator Kennedy, are you not?
Yes, up to the present moment, it's still encouraging.
Why are you specifically so encouraged from what happened?
Well, if you permit me to go back for just a moment, Jules, as a result of any injury to the brain, whether it's penetrating or blunt, there may or may not be a transient loss of consciousness, a so-called cerebral concussion or commotio cerebri. If the patient has minimal brain damage, either functional or anatomic, the patient will awaken. From that particular period after the patient awakens will depend upon the course of the patient. The patient may still obviously have a terminal course, but if the patient does awake immediately following, or a patient did not lose consciousness, immediately following a blunt or penetrating injury, then it means that the basic center for consciousness has not been disturbed. Then the two things that must be considered is that as a result of the penetrating injury, bits of scalp, bone, and covering of brain dura have been thrown into the brain along the path of the bullet. And therefore, one must explore this particular area, remove the detritus, remove the necrotic tissue, and stop whatever bleeding there might be.
Tracing the events of the last 3 hours, Dr. Perlman, we're specifically encouraged by the very signs our cameras have recorded, the pictures of Senator Kennedy's condition right after the shooting took place. As conscious as we're about to see in these pictures, lying on the floor of the kitchen of the hospital there, of the hotel, I mean, eyes open. That encourages you. Right.
Yes. We see in the film that the patient, that Senator Kennedy's eyes are open. In one other film, we notice that he is grasping the rosary, indicating that there's no obvious paralysis of both arms, and also it is noted that he was verbalizing, he was speaking.
So, at no point in the sequence of events after the shooting took place did Senator Kennedy lose consciousness as far as we're able to determine at this point. In one of these other pictures, as we see, he was grasping the rosary beads, you say, and
yes,
one eye was open. So this encourages you again. Right. To think that there's minimal chance of permanent brain damage or paralysis.
Well, at least initially, at least based on what we see at this moment, yes.
What do you, does the fact that the operation has taken perhaps an hour or two longer than initially expected, does this concern you?
Well, no, only to the extent that if one feels that the bullet is superficial, one may make a linear incision directly over the point of injury, excise some of the necrotic bone and brain, and this would terminate the operation. If it is felt that there's more bleeding, they would have to do a full craniotomy, which means removing a complete bone flap, a much more extensive operation, which is what I feel they're doing right now, which is the only reason it's taking that much longer.
They've had to go in to do a complete job of excavating the bullet and cleaning things out. And as we can see in this one picture coming up now, there he is on the stretcher with an oxygen mask, but still exhibiting some signs of consciousness.
Right. His vital signs apparently are stable. He's breathing spontaneously, which is quite important.
How soon, Dr. Perlman, do you think we'll know how well Senator Kennedy will have endured the operation and how well he will have come out of the shooting? In an hour, 2 hours, what would you say?
Well, if the operation was done under local anesthesia, he should be awake immediately at the end of the operation. If it was done under general anesthesia, then you will not know until he awakens completely from the effects of the anesthetic.
What would your analysis be at this point? If Senator Kennedy comes out of the operation with no paralysis, with no speech impairment, how soon before you think he might be able to resume full activity?
Well, since apparently the bullet entered a relatively silent area...
By silent area, you mean an uncritical area of the brain?
An uncritical area in terms of speech, in terms of basic functions. The senator should be able to leave the hospital within 1 to 2 weeks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perlman. Dr. Bernard Perlman of Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. Frank Reynolds.
Well, I hope the good doctor is right. The president, as you know, issued this statement today on the shooting of Senator Kennedy. There are no words equal to the horror of this tragedy. He went on to say our thoughts and our prayers are with Senator Kennedy, his family, and the other victims. All America prays for his recovery. We also pray that divisiveness and violence be driven from the hearts of men everywhere. That statement from the president. And for a later report now from Washington, let's go to ABC correspondent Sam Donaldson in the Capitol.
One of the men who's been extremely close to Senator Robert Kennedy is former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, who is now president of the World Bank. ABC's Duff Thomas talked to Robert McNamara a few minutes ago when McNamara arrived at the World Bank.
It's a disaster for our nation. Pray God that he will recover and that this will shock our people into a realization that they must act to correct the ills against which he fought.
McNamara, of course, was appointed by Senator Kennedy's late brother, the president, to be Secretary of Defense, and held that post until last winter, when he was succeeded by Clark Clifford, and is now president of the World Bank, which has its offices in a building with the International Monetary Fund in downtown Washington. For the latest report from the White House, let's switch there now, and ABC White House correspondent Bill Gill.
President Johnson hopes for prompt action by the House as well as the Senate on his pre-dawn request for emergency legislation which would authorize the assigning of Secret Service details to protect all the presidential candidates as well as their immediate families. However, the president did not wait for such authorization. He ordered the protection out shortly after learning of the shooting of Senator Robert Kennedy in Los Angeles. The word reached the White House here at about 3:31 this morning. The protection details were ordered out only, however, after Mr. Johnson had conferred by telephone with Attorney General Ramsey Clark several times, as well as with Defense Secretary Clark Clifford on the legal details that would be involved in such an executive decision. He was told, of course, that no federal law does exist at this time that would authorize the assigning of the Secret Service to any political candidate other than an incumbent president, who, of course, would be running for re-election. But Mr. Johnson decided then and there that the present danger to all these people involved warranted his acting now and seeking any authority necessary at a later time. Just a short while ago, in fact, word reached here that Senator Mansfield had stated that he didn't expect any action on such legislation or an emergency bill, at least not today. Mr. Johnson had talked, as we said, before dawn with Senators Monroney and Mansfield. He also called Congressman Tom Steed of Oklahoma, seeking that legislation. The FBI was ordered into the case by Mr. Johnson. Their authority for investigating the attempted assassination will be the 1967 Civil Rights Bill, which was championed on the floor by Senator Robert Kennedy himself. In the testimony before a House subcommittee for appropriations at the end of fiscal 1967, it's interesting to note that the total special agent force of the Secret Service at that time numbered 560 men. They, of course, have permanent detail assignments. There are only a small number who are available at this time. It was this that led Mr. Johnson also, in his early morning decisions, to direct Secret Service Chief James Rowley to borrow any necessary manpower from any federal agency, including the FBI, to carry out his orders. The White House announced just moments ago that Senator McCarthy will be accompanied by the Secret Service agents as he returns here to Washington from Los Angeles later today. Mr. Johnson right now is continuing to follow all of the developments in Los Angeles on several television sets here in the White House, and he receives almost minute-to-minute reports on the condition of Senator Robert Kennedy from official sources in Los Angeles. This is Bill Gill at the White House.
Thank you, Bill. I think it surely was indicative of the reaction around the country and around the world that Robert McNamara was almost unable to speak. McNamara is the man who is regarded as a fellow with ice water in his veins. He's the tough, cold, calculating, computer mind type of man. That, of course, is not the case at all. It indicates to us how often the public man is not really not really known. That is, the private man is not known in public in this country. We'll be back in just a few minutes, or a few seconds rather, after this pause for station identification. To recapitulate briefly what has happened, Senator Robert Kennedy, victor in the California primary, has been shot. He is in critical condition, undergoing brain surgery now at the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. Several other persons were also wounded in the assassination attempt this morning that came moments after Senator Kennedy had made his victory speech in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. All the other persons who were hurt are not in serious condition, but Senator Kennedy is in very critical condition, bullet lodged in his brain, and the doctors are now working to remove that bullet and hopefully to save his life. The senator has been in surgery for more than 2 hours. The last report we had some time ago was that the operation might well continue for another hour, perhaps even longer. Standing by to relay any word at all from the hospital is ABC News correspondent Bob Clark. Let's go to him now outside the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles.
We are awaiting a further medical bulletin here at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan, where Senator Kennedy has been on the operating table now for well over 3 hours. We expect that we'll have a bulletin as soon as that operation is over. That could well be another hour. Marlene Sanders has been here with me throughout this long night at the hospital. Marlene, what comments would you have at this stage?
Well, aside from the press corps, there have been a lot of other people who we haven't seen much of who've been out here all night, too. All around the hospital, there are people gathered who came here instinctively when they heard the news. Some of them had prayer meetings, they were singing, there were a number of very animated religious discussions going on. One man just came by on the way home from work just because he felt somehow he wanted to be here. One woman, a Negro woman, told me that she was home and she was about to go to bed and she heard the news and she put her clothes on and she came all the way here from Watts, which is a considerable distance. Why? She just said she wanted to pray for Senator Kennedy, and that she has been doing that. Actually, those people are a little isolated. Every time I go by, they want medical news. They are very anxious about the progress inside. So that aside from the press corps, there are others who are keeping their own kind of vigil as well.
It has now been almost an hour and a half since we got the last medical bulletin on the senator's condition. That was a fairly cheering progress report during the operation, which said that his heart and his respiration were good. We expect, as I say, another medical bulletin within the hour. We will be giving that bulletin to you just as soon as we receive it. This is Bob Clark with Marlene Sanders at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Bob, and we, of course, will return to Los Angeles the moment we hear any word at all of an impending announcement. Mrs. Kennedy is with the senator. That is, she is in the hospital. We don't know that she's actually in the operating room. Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts is also at the hospital. 3 members of the Kennedy family are in Paris waiting for word there. Kennedy's brother-in-law and his sister, Ambassador and Mrs. Sergeant Shriver, and Mrs. Edward Kennedy, who is the wife of the senator from Massachusetts. They've been keeping in touch with other members of the family who are in Los Angeles and elsewhere around the country. Shriver was able to say only that he and his wife were very shocked. He said they had been advised not to leave France until the results of the operation now underway were known. And he said he had been told the operation would take for several hours, but naturally the Kennedys in France and Ambassador Shriver are making arrangements to fly to the United States if necessary. We can all hope that it will not be necessary. Let us go back now to the moments of this tragedy, and we'll pick it up. It was 3:15 Pacific time, 12:15 in the east when Senator Kennedy was shot. Just moments before, he had delivered his victory speech. Here is the closing portion of that speech to his supporters and the ambassador.
So I thank all of you who made this possible this evening, all of the effort that you made, and all of the people whose names I haven't mentioned, but who did all of the work at the precinct level, who got out the vote, who did all of the effort, brought forth all of the effort that's required. I was a campaign manager 8 years ago. I know what a difference that kind of an effort and that kind of commitment makes. So I thank all of you, those of you who are here. Mayor Yorty has just sent me a message that we've been here too long already.
Closer to the man who shot him. In a moment, you'll be able to hear that first shot. That was it, yes. And you see there's really no reaction there from the vast majority of the people. Perhaps many of them did not even hear it. But in about 40 seconds or so, you will hear the other shots coming in rapid succession. And then you can see as the people there realize that something terrible has happened, their reaction. Listen closely now for these other shots. There's the first faint stirring and awareness. You see that something has gone wrong. Watch this girl. Yes, they're all aware. There was that seemingly long interval between the first shot and the others. What would be the first reaction of those around the senator? They would try to help him. Others would then dive, as in fact they did, for the man who had the gun. But when something like this occurs, you just don't know what is happening. You don't know where to look to see where the shot may have come from. Apparently, though, the assailant was quite close to the senator. Just imagine these people moments before had been cheering their champion. Happy mood. There's no elation really to match an election night headquarters when the vote is going your way. Everybody is happy and quite confident that whatever awaits will be able to be handled. The senator had been speaking moments before of his belief that the primary results thus far, even those in which he was not a major figure, for example, New Hampshire and the Oregon primary, indicated that the American people wanted a change from the policies presently being followed, a change insofar as he was advocating it. And he also spoke of his great confidence that there could be an end to the divisiveness and to the violence, that somehow there could be a reconciliation between the races in this country, as indeed there must be, and as there will be. And he also expressed his belief, you know, that compassion will carry the day. And then he walked out, and just a few moments later was struck down. Dave Jane, an ABC producer who has been on the West Coast working in conjunction with the California primary, was walking right along with the senator, I gather, just a few feet away from him. And moments after the shooting, he came back to the cameras to give this very early account of what had taken place.
Kennedy left the stage, and we were all following him to the rear of the stage, where he was headed to the back stairs and then down to the victory celebration party. In the immediate crush, Kennedy and his aides were probably 2 or 3 men in front of me. Bill Wiesel, an ABC AD, was immediately in front, and as we were crushed along in the pack, all of a sudden I sounded what seemed just like 4 or 5 firecrackers. I dove for the ground, and I saw Kennedy fall in front of me, and then I saw Bill Wiesel lying beside me with the blood coming out from his abdomen and his rear. The doctor says that the wounds are superficial for Billy, and he has been taken off to the hospital. As to how the others are at this time, I don't know. This is Dave.
Yes, that was Dave Jane, an ABC News producer who was very close to the scene of the actual shooting, saw it, and gave us his account. Radio Hanoi has reported the shooting of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. A broadcast was monitored in Singapore. And here is the quotation from Radio Hanoi. This is to show the dirty face and tactics of U.S. politicians who will not hesitate to spill blood in order to even the score. That's from Radio Hanoi. The remainder of that newscast, which was monitored in Singapore, gave an account of the shooting in Los Angeles and the arrest of the unidentified man. The chief of police of Los Angeles, Thomas Redden, has said at a news conference out there that as near as we can tell, I'm quoting him now, there's only one person involved. Redden has said the suspect is a white male, 25 to 28 years old, 5 foot 6 inches tall, 125 to 140 pounds, with a swarthy complexion. The weapon was a .22 caliber pistol. All 8 shots were fired before they were able to seize him and subdue him. Chief Redden said the suspect's fingerprints had been sent to the FBI in Washington for identification. He said he had no identification on his body, on his person, just some scraps of paper. And the chief said he doesn't appear to be under the influence of drugs. He does not respond to questioning, meaning that he simply does not care to, but apparently understands questions put to him. And the chief said nobody has any idea who he may be. We do have a photograph of the suspect. I wonder if we might possibly be able to arrange, well, we can have another look at it in a moment or so. Nobody has yet identified the man. I'm sure he's been advised of all his rights. And we don't know really whether an attorney has been summoned, although I understood from an earlier account that he had not indicated any desire to have an attorney come into the case, at least at this early stage. I want to remind you once again of the reaction of the American servicemen, some of them in Vietnam, and especially this one young man, Sergeant John Tucker of Tell City, Indiana, who seemed to sum it up. He said, "I feel just like the last time. Such a rich family and yet so poor. And after this tragic year in the United States, I feel safe over here." What a year indeed it has been in the United States. The assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, now the attempted assassination of Senator Kennedy, who, let us remind you, is under surgery at this time. The operation has been proceeding for more than 2 hours. It may well continue for another 2 hours before any further medical bulletins are announced. However, the last information we had from Frank Mankiewicz, the senator's press secretary, was that his respiration was good, his pulse was good, breathing, heart activity, and that, of course, is encouraging. On the other hand, there is the undoubted fact that the operation is taking longer than had been anticipated, but I don't know how. I suppose the doctors can say, even before they begin the surgery, that it will last 45 minutes or an hour, but there really is no way of knowing, because part of this is certainly exploratory, and not until they begin the operation can they determine the extent of the injury and thereby, I suppose, figure out how long it's going to take before it's completed. In any event, the world waits now, this country waits on the results of the operation now taking place at the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. Yes, let's see this fellow again. We've got that picture over there now. There he is. Somebody must know him. Perhaps by now they have made some identification. His fingerprints have been sent to Washington, but he has not volunteered his identity to the Los Angeles police. Roger?
You alluded, Frank, to the fact that there was a cause of concern in the extension of the time for the operation. The only bright spot that we have here at ABC is that Dr. Bernard Perlman of Mount Zion Hospital in New York has indicated that the extension of the time for the completion of the operation does not necessarily mean that the condition of the senator is any worse, but rather would have to do with the location of the bullet and the method of extracting it. An incident like this is always underlined by ironies. The fact that the Kennedy family, capable of creating the charisma that it was able to do so, in recent years has been the victim of this kind of violence. The irony that Kennedy was speaking to his followers in Los Angeles about a hope for compassion in this country and an end to violence, only to be struck down moments later. The reaction across the country and in most of the world has been pretty much the same, one of shock and dismay. As Frank reported moments ago, the Hanoi reaction was something else again. The other leading Democratic presidential candidates immediately canceled their plans to continue campaigns in deference to the condition of Senator Kennedy, quite properly and quite expectedly. Just what is going to happen to the Democratic campaign with this incident is, of course, pure speculation at this point. In the reporting of the Democratic primary in California last night, it was ABC political editor Bill Lawrence who opined that only a dramatic breakthrough could allow Senator Kennedy to overcome the commanding delegate lead of the Vice President Humphrey. Now, if this is not a serious injury, and there is no way to tell how serious at this point, perhaps this is a dramatic breakthrough. But it's certainly the kind of breakthrough that no one anticipated, no one wanted, and no one would want to happen again, but it seems to happen too often in this country in recent years. But at the same time, it would be unfair to extend this to an identification of the political climate or the sociological state of the United States. As Bill Gill reported some while ago from Washington, D.C., President Johnson acted quickly after that shooting. He ordered the Secret Service to protect all major presidential candidates and their families. He did not go so far as to name them, but Secret Service agents immediately joined Senator McCarthy and Vice President Humphrey, and they are now given special Secret Service protection. The announcement said the president lacked specific legislative authority to issue the order, but he refused to let legalism stand in the way of such an obvious necessity at this time. Only after directing James Rowley, chief of the Secret Service, to dispatch agents immediately to their new assignments did he set about making the action legal. The president conferred with Senate Democratic leader Mike Mansfield, Senate Republican leader Everett Dirksen, Senator A.S. Mike Maroney of Oklahoma, and Representative Tom Steed, a Democrat of Oklahoma. The president advised these members of Congress, the White House statement said, of the actions he had taken in placing Secret Service details with each of the presidential candidates and discussed the need for authorizing legislation to follow up this action. Maroney heads the the Senate committee, and Steed heads the House subcommittee, which handle appropriations for the Secret Service. And so these steps have been taken, but the corrective measures, which might include some remedial gun law legislation, are yet to be taken. And, of course, there will be the new hue and cry for that type of legislation, which has gone unheeded in the past. Perhaps this is the incident that will result in some legislation. Now back to Frank Reynolds.
I'm reminded, Roger, of the president's statement a week or so ago. How much more anguish must America endure as a result of mail-order guns or rifles? It is true, of course, that this incident today was not carried out with a rifle. It was a handgun, a .22 caliber pistol. 8 rounds, all 8 were expended. It always seems to come, something like this, at a time of such great happiness. Who could imagine a more glowing moment for anybody than shortly after noon, November 22nd in Dallas. The president there was making really a triumphal entry into the city. One of the last things anybody ever said to him, I believe it was Mrs. Connolly, Nellie Connolly, the wife of the governor, turned to him in the car there as they were approaching the underpass and said, you can't, something to the effect, you can't say that Dallas hasn't given you a good welcome, or people of Dallas don't like you, something like that. And then just a second later, there it was. And that's the way it was today with Senator Kennedy, just in the midst of that great triumph for him and the surging happiness of his supporters in the Ambassador Ballroom, and then he walked his way to the kitchen and was struck down. Now let's go back to Los Angeles. Jim Burns is there with the Chief of Police, Thomas Redden of the Los Angeles Department.
The first official police report, Frank, on the assassination attempt came a short time ago from Los Angeles Police Chief Thomas Redden. The chief met with reporters about the same time that the wounded senator was being wheeled into surgery. Here, Redden describes what happened at the Ambassador Hotel immediately after those 8 shots were fired.
Members of Senator Kennedy's party seized the suspect at the scene. It's been reported that he was seized by Rosie Greer of Los Angeles Rams fame, that he was disarmed, and that the weapon was handed to Rafer Johnson, who maintained custody of the weapon until such time as it was given to us. The suspect is in our custody now. We do not know who he is. He had no identification. He refuses to make a statement of any kind. He does speak and understand English. He's described as a male Caucasian, 25 to 28 years of age, 5'6", 140 pounds of swarthy complexion. His hair is described as being wiry and bushy. The gun is in our custody. It's a .22 caliber, 8-shot, and all 8 shots were expended. Senator Kennedy is in surgery now at Good Samaritan Hospital. We're told there are approximately 6 surgeons in attendance, and we have the name of one surgeon, a Dr. Max Andler, who is a neurosurgeon, and also in attendance are Doctors Cuneo and Reed. And that is all the information we have to this time, with the exception that we have sent the fingerprints of the suspect to Washington for the purpose of attempting to obtain an identification from them.
Chief, has that definitely been determined that it was only one person?
As near as we can tell, there was only one person, and this information has been gleaned from dozens of interviews from people who were present at the scene.
Latin American extraction?
I'm sorry,
Latin American extraction?
We
at a news conference a short while ago out there. The shooting has, of course, changed everybody's political plans. All political activity is coming to a halt today. Senator McCarthy, who came in second to Senator Kennedy in the California primary, canceled his immediate campaign plans. He had intended to go on to the state of Washington. Even in the Republican camp, Governor Nelson Rockefeller canceled out all his appointments for today. The governor was supposed to have a breakfast meeting with congressional leaders, Republican congressional leaders in Washington this morning, and then he was scheduled to appear at the National Press Club. He has canceled those appointments. Vice President Humphrey has also canceled all of his public appearances for the immediate future. The campaign in California, while we're on the subject of politics, was, of course, a success for Senator Kennedy. You see here with 77% of the precincts reported, he has 46% of the vote to 42% for Senator McCarthy, and only 12% for the uncommitted or the Lynch slate that nominally, at least, was considered the slate favorable to Vice President Humphrey. Now let's go back to Los Angeles, to the scene just outside the Good Samaritan Hospital and ABC's Marlene Sanders.
There's been a flurry of excitement here at the Good Samaritan Hospital. We expect a new medical bulletin momentarily. The word is that Senator Kennedy will be or has come out of surgery. We're not sure. The brain surgery has been going on now for nearly 4 hours for removal of a bullet lodged in the brain. The bullet entered his head near the right ear, near the mastoid bone, and of course he has a superficial chest wound as well, which is not what is causing the concern at the moment. 6 neurosurgeons are performing the operation. Senator Kennedy was first taken to another hospital, the Central Recovery Hospital, just a block or so from here, where he received his first attention, and then he was brought over here for more intensive care. We've had a few periodic reports from Frank Mankiewicz, Senator Kennedy's press secretary. He reported that progress was satisfactory. At least there were no serious setbacks, which could be expected at any moment. But we have heard from a press aide that there will be an announcement that Senator Kennedy has emerged from surgery any moment, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we have further word. This is Marlene Sanders here at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Clear.
Thank you, Marlene. That is, of course, the center of everybody's hopes right now, the hospital where the doctors are laboring in that operation that has been underway for, well more than 2 hours now. And perhaps it's over. At least there is the indication that Frank Mankiewicz, the senator's press secretary, will come out soon and make some sort of an announcement. The ABC newsman who was injured has now he's completed his surgery, Bill Weisel, one of our associate directors, and he is reported in good shape. Let's have review again, if we may, some of those pictures that photographers took immediately after the shooting. Here is the senator on the floor, Ambassador Hotel kitchen there. And here is a closer shot, one that has given encouragement to people, because it does show the senator clearly with his eyes open, an indication that the injury not as severe as it might have been. He was also, although you can't see it here, at this point someone had given him rosary beads, and he was able to hold them for a few seconds anyway. His motor mechanisms were operating. He was able to move his fingers. And here the senator again with his eyes clearly open. This is a new picture that I haven't seen until now. Senator's eye, his right eye, is open in this photograph too. And we have the account of the ambulance attendant that the senator pleaded against being lifted, so he was able to speak. Here is the wrestling now for the would-be assassin, or the suspect, the man who fired the shots. You see the senator's aides grappling with him, trying desperately to get him under control, and they did, but not before he was able to fire all 8 shots from his .22 caliber pistol. And that man is in custody. He is, of course, being very closely guarded, one can assume. And here is a picture of him as he was being removed to the Los Angeles jail. This is another photograph, close-up shot of the man who thus far has not been identified. He has been charged with attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, whatever the legal technicality is, but he's not been identified. It's a sort of a John Doe charge. His fingerprints have been sent to Washington, and presumably he will be identified very shortly. It's a good idea every now and then to just put his picture on, because somebody must know him somewhere. He didn't just come out of the blue, although in a way that's what he did there in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel. Sam Donaldson, I understand, is standing by in Washington. Sam, can you hear me? Yes. Sam, I'm aware of the location of our studios there, as you mentioned, right on Connecticut Avenue, across from the Mayflower Hotel. It's a pretty good place to sense the mood of the town. I should imagine that Washington is a stricken city.
Yes, it is. The crowd is even larger now than when I spoke of it about 40 minutes ago in front of the studios. It's a natural point for people to gather because our loudspeaker is on. They can look through the glass window and see us as we talk right now. They can get the latest developments from California and the latest developments from anywhere concerning this assassination attempt. Stricken, I think, is a good word, Frank. I want to try to apply some perspective. I don't believe the city is as convulsed as it was on November 22nd, 1963. No. For one thing, of course, Senator Kennedy is not dead. For another, and let's face it, he is not the president. There is that national office, aside from the love and warmth for the man that, as you know better than most, having covered the White House for a long time, is present when something happens to the president. It, I think, is in most places, just a terrible sense of unbelief that this thing can keep happening, whatever it is. I'm no sociologist. Maybe it's different in different cases. But first there was the president. Then there was Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Now there is this attempt on Senator Robert Kennedy. And it's an awareness that it's more than just a personal tragedy. It's some national tragedy that's occurring.
Yes. I've often thought, Sam, you mentioned the White House, and of course we think of Senator Kennedy in connection with the White House because he was striving for it. That really, perhaps the most responsible job anybody has in the country outside of the president is to be a Secret Service agent assigned to protect the president. I just don't know how those people, and I've watched them at close range for some time, I don't know how those people ever are able to relax. I know you've seen them going along in motorcades, and you see them looking up at rooftops and windows and everything, and all the while knowing in their own hearts that if he's up there or crouched in that crowd, there really isn't anything that you can do to stop this.
Frank, the Secret Service, as you know, went through a great trauma because of the assassination of President Kennedy. I was just the other night, by coincidence, rereading William Manchester's book, The Death of the President, and am struck now by the passages I recall of what was happening in Dallas as well as Washington to the Secret Service agents. They were not really, according to Manchester, prepared at the instant the shots were fired in Dealey Plaza because although they'd been trained and although that was their job, it's quite understandable that it doesn't happen every day. And it had not happened to the Secret Service in the lifetime of most of the agents. There were some, the old-timers, who could remember the assassination attempt on President Roosevelt, elect in 1933, and then, of course, there was the attempt on President Truman's life at Blair House later on. But it had not been something that you expect every day.
No. Well, President Kennedy was really the first president ever to be lost by the Secret Service.
Yes, because the agency was not as such when William McKinley was assassinated. So I'm certain that this thing that has happened today has heightened the awareness of the Secret Service agents guarding President Johnson and Vice President Humphrey, and now those that have been dispatched to the other presidential candidates. They know that it could happen.
Sure.
As you say, the man on the rooftop is difficult to stop. Many of the agents, in doing analysis of what happened in Dallas, concluded that really there was no way to stop it. And as you know, Senator Robert Kennedy turned into a great fatalist after the assassination of his brother. And I remember hearing him discuss this once in a private session, his own philosophy of life. And he was asked, what about this fatalism, Senator? And he replied, well, we can't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You can't plan ahead. You can't say, I'm going to be here next July or in 1970. And so he turned into a great fatalist, living from day to day as far as making concrete plans that he was counting on.
Yes, there was always so much talk that 1972 was Senator Kennedy's year to make his move in politics, to drive for the White House. Senator Kennedy, of course, perhaps more than most men, had good reason not to be convinced that life would go on in the expected pattern, and that in 1972 he could do what the textbook more or less dictated and make his bid. So he went after it this year. Thank you very much, Sam. We'll be coming back to you from time to time. Just to recapitulate briefly, Senator Kennedy, so far as we know, is still undergoing surgery at Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. The operation has been underway for more than 3 hours now in attempts to remove the bullet that is lodged in the senator's brain. Entered just behind his right ear through the mastoid bone and came to rest in the brain. The senator was conscious for part of the time anyway. He was able to speak just a few words. He was able to move his hands, but the operation nevertheless is a very delicate one, and the press secretary to the senator said his condition was very critical. We are waiting really for later word. We have had some indication. Marlene Sanders said just a moment or so ago, a few minutes ago, that there at Good Samaritan Hospital there was the expectation that Frank Mankiewicz or some other representative of the senator would come out with later word. As soon as that happens, of course, we'll go right to the hospital. For now, however, let's go back to the Ambassador Hotel where the shooting took place. And ABC newsman Carl George. He'll be coming up in just a moment. Carl George.
This is Carl George at the Ambassador Hotel. We're in the room standing on the spot where this tragic event occurred this evening. I have with me Los Angeles Police Department Sergeant J.R. MacArthur. Sergeant MacArthur, your investigation here has taken a couple of hours. Can you tell us what you've discovered and done?
Basically, we've been examining the crime scene for physical evidence and anything else that might be pertinent to the investigation.
What have you found?
I'm really not at liberty to let you know or tell you what we actually have found. I'll be glad to answer any questions as to what...
Can you tell us, give us your reconstruction of what occurred?
Well, apparently, after the senator left the podium and came down through here, this is part of the kitchen of the hotel. He was shaking hands with kitchen help and so on and so forth, and he proceeded on down, apparently down through here, and was shaking hands with people as he went.
Let me get on the other side.
Continued on here, and he was shaking hands with people. When he reached a point somewhere in here, he reached over to shake hands with one of the...
I don't think we can hear him.
He reached over to shake hands with one of the help. While he was over here, apparently from back over in here where there was also a group of people, the suspect came out of the crowd and came up to a position apparently somewhere here, reached over and fired. The witnesses vary on the number of shots, but anywhere from 1 to 2 or 3 shots initially. And
apparently, was the senator, do you reconstruct, hit by the bullets immediately, hit by the first bullets?
I think, yes, I would say so.
And what was the position of the person who fired the shots? Here on the table or leaning against it? We've heard a couple of stories about that.
Well, like I say, the senator was apparently here shaking hands, and the suspect walked up and apparently reached over several people and fired several shots at the senator where the senator was hit. And apparently the senator fell back over somewhere in that area there. At this time, several people in the crowd grabbed the suspect and disarmed him.
The suspect is now, of course, in custody.
Yes.
Yeah. Did the suspect just fire wildly after that? How do you feel about that?
From what the witnesses say, he fired as he was struggling. Several people grabbed one of the arms and several around him, and he was firing over in that general direction where I guess the other victims were hit.
Have you discovered any bullets or missiles in the wall?
I'm not at liberty to say. One of the other officers from Scientific Investigation was handling this, and what he found I cannot say.
Where does the investigation go from here, then?
Well, like I say, I'm just involved in this particular part of it. Now, I think you'd have to talk to Lieutenant Helder or someone who is handling the main part of the investigation.
You've interviewed witnesses here tonight, of course?
Some. and there have been quite a number of other witnesses have been interviewed by other officers.
Here, let's see, Senator Kennedy was over here, then there was UAW executive Mr. Paul Schrade, I believe his name was, and then we had an ABC associate producer back over in that area over there.
Yeah,
how many were there? We counted 4.
It's my understanding there are 3 or 4 besides the senator were taken to the hospital.
Where is the suspect now?
He's at the main police building in police jail, I believe. I don't know, but I believe that's where he was taken to.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sergeant MacArthur. This is Carl George at the Ambassador in Los Angeles.
We have a later report here on Pope Paul's reaction. The Pope strongly deplored the attempt on the life of Senator Kennedy, and he said, "We pray for the life and health of this young man who was offering himself to the public service of his country." The Pope made these remarks in English for the benefit of hundreds of Americans attending his weekly general audience in St. Peter's Basilica. According to this wire service account, many of them who had waited hours inside the church, as is customary there for the Pope to make his appearance, probably knew nothing of the shooting, heard of it first, really, from the Pope. And according to this story, they gasped and crossed themselves as the Pope made his statement. He said, "With profound sorrow, we have just learned that an attempt has been made on the life of Senator Robert Kennedy, who has received the last sacraments of the church and lies in critical condition. We deplore this new manifestation of violence and terror, and we pray for the life and health of this young man who was offering himself to the public service of his country." And then the Pope spoke in Italian, saying much the same thing, and praying that the means of violence and crime will be banished from the world. We're told that at the Central Receiving Hospital, where Senator Kennedy was first taken directly from the Ambassador Hotel, that a doctor, Dr. Victor Baz, examined the senator and believed for a second or so that he was dead. But he said he then slapped the senator several times on the face and called to him, saying, "Bob, Bob." He put a stethoscope to the senator's chest and, of course, then picked up his heartbeat. And according to this account here, he said he let Mrs. Kennedy listen to the heartbeat, let her put the stethoscope in her ear and listen to the heartbeat before the senator was again placed in the ambulance and transferred to the Good Samaritan Hospital, where he now is undergoing surgery. And for a late report from Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles, let's go back to ABC's Bob Clark.
We are expecting at any moment a new medical bulletin here at the hospital of the Good Samaritan. That medical bulletin, we believe, will be issued as soon as Senator Kennedy has left the operating room. He has been on the operating table for over 4 hours. All indications are that the operation has been succeeding without unusual incident. The last medical bulletin was some 2 hours ago. At that time, we were told that the senator's respiration and heart action were good. It has been some 5 hours since the senator first entered this hospital. He was treated immediately after he was shot at the Ambassador Hotel, was treated at another hospital in the emergency ward, then brought on here. Throughout this long night, his wife, Mrs. Kennedy, has been at his side. A number of family, friends, and staff aides of the senator have been in and out of the hospital. Among the friends who comforted Mrs. Kennedy during the night were Andy Williams, the singer, Roosevelt Greer, the football player, and several others who have been going in and out of the door you see directly across from us. This large group of press, some 75 or 100, have been here throughout the night. We got the word a few minutes ago that they are setting up a press room inside the hospital, which will include facilities for live cameras. That means almost certainly that within a few hours, sometime this morning, there will be a full medical press conference to discuss the surgery. The operation on the senator to remove the small caliber bullet that lodged in his brain has been an extremely delicate one. The time length of over 4 hours is not unusual for this type of brain surgery. The senator suffered 2 wounds. The one bullet passed through the left mastoid bone through the right mastoid bone and lodged in the brain. He also suffered a superficial chest wound. Again, we hope within a few minutes to have another medical bulletin for you, which will include the word that the operation by a half-dozen neurosurgeons is complete. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Bob. We have a reaction here from Foreign Minister Willy Brandt of West Germany. He expressed the shock of all Germans, said his nation's deepest sympathy went to the entire Kennedy family, and this is a quote, which has been smitten as if in a classic Greek tragedy. Germans, and especially Berliners, do have a special feeling for the Kennedys. Remember that great moment in, was it 62? President Kennedy went to Berlin, stood in the square there, the City Hall, before that massive throng, and delivered that really tremendous speech about those who doubt that freedom can survive, let them look to Berlin, and then ended the speech, as I recall, with the words, Ich bin ein Berliner. And then Robert Kennedy, too, went to Berlin after his brother's assassination, stood in the same square, which is now the John F. Kennedy Platz, and repeated those words, Ich bin ein Berliner. So the Germans do have a very special feeling for members of the Kennedy family, and especially for this young senator who, to them, has seemed the heir of his brother. Phone is ringing. Hello? All right. Nothing. Let's go back now to Dr. Perlman, who has been giving us some invaluable assistance here this morning with Jules Bergman. Jules?
Frank, the one encouraging thing as this operation goes on into apparently a fourth hour is the conviction of Dr. Bernard Perlman, a neurosurgeon from Mount Sinai Hospital here in New York, that the bullet did not strike a vital center in Senator Kennedy. Dr. Perlman, why are you so sure of that?
Well, this assessment can be made on the picture that we have seen, indicating that the patient, that Senator Kennedy, is conscious, that he appears to be awake. Certainly, if the blow was a mortal one, he would be deeply comatose and unresponsive.
Right, let's see if we can get that picture up now. One showing Senator Kennedy's eyes open. There he is lying on the floor of the kitchen at the Ambassador Hotel. Frank Reynolds is ready with late word from Los Angeles. Frank?
Well, yes, this is a bulletin here. Senator Kennedy was taken from surgery at 6:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. That was probably about 20 minutes ago. And Deputy Los Angeles Mayor Joseph Quinn said the senator apparently did not suffer brain damage, and doctors were encouraged by his condition. Now, this is a report here from a bulletin from UPI, and it's quoting a Deputy Los Angeles Mayor who said that the doctors were encouraged. The senator apparently did not suffer brain damage.
Sounds to me,
Dr. Perlman?
Sounds to me, Frank, and I think Dr. Perlman would concur that the deputy mayor in Los Angeles is plugged into the city hospital loop or network, as you were, and probably has accurate information.
Well, I hope he does.
We hope he does indeed, and would seem to bear out Dr. Perlman's remote control transcontinental diagnosis. But the pictures showing Senator Kennedy's eyes open and the man obviously alert and conscious, that is most hopeful, Dr.
Yes,
Perlman.
it is, right. And the fact that he's able to move both arms.
Why did the operation take so long, an estimated 4 hours in this case, when initially they thought it would take no more than an hour?
Well, this is very difficult to assess from this position, but as I say, there are two techniques. One is to approach the area of the bullet entry itself with a linear incision and try to remove the detritus and the bullet itself. And the other is to perform a full brain operation, which is known as a craniotomy, where one removes the bone flap and exposes that whole segment of brain. This, in effect, takes many more hours than the initial exploratory trephination.
If the information we have up to this point is accurate, Dr. Perlman, that the damage to Senator Kennedy was relatively minor, no impairment of brain function or paralysis, Robert Kennedy is an aggressive, hard-driving man. How long would you think he'd be out of action?
Well, I would say he'd be up and out of bed by tomorrow and be out of the hospital in about a week, 10 days.
In as short a time as a week or 10 days?
Well, if he suffered no irreversible brain damage and doesn't go on to develop any of the secondary complications of the initial trauma, there's no reason why he shouldn't be up and around.
In cases you've handled yourself in surgery, small caliber bullet wounds, such as 22 caliber wounds in the head, this is a type of thing you go through?
Yes, usually the bullet wound is, the bullet itself is quite superficial and the damage is quite minimal, unless you have bleeding, which must be controlled.
So the outlook is encouraging at this point, Dr.
Yes,
Perlman.
it certainly is, Jules.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard Perlman of Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. Now back to Frank Reynolds.
Well, here in New York City, as elsewhere throughout the nation, most people learned of the developments in Los Angeles as they woke up several hours after it occurred. ABC's Ann Morrissey recorded some of the shocked reaction on a street in downtown Manhattan.
I think it's awful. I can't understand what's happening to this country. You get up in the morning and you hear things like this. You can't run for president. You can't walk the streets. You might as well barricade yourself.
You know, that just shows how sick this country is. Assassination and bad luck. It's just the whole world is in a turmoil, that's all. And they need to straighten it out before it gets too late. Anytime you have a senator or anybody of importance, even down to poor people, they can't even walk the streets, that shows the country is all run all wrong.
What do you think is with the country?
I really don't know. I'm starting to lose faith, I think. I just can't believe that we live in a country of this type that would do such a thing.
Unless something is done very quickly to deal with various problems, from racism to the problems in the city to the Vietnam War, that this kind of thing is going to continue to happen. It's anybody looking at American history for the past 5 years can begin to see this as a pattern. It's not the exception anymore. And I think that that's what we've got to begin to realize.
Well, as I woke this morning about to come to work, I heard the radio. I always turn the radio in the morning, and my wife even woke her up. It kind of startled me quite a bit to say that something about Kennedy. So I stopped in my tracks and said he'd been shot. I says, oh no, it can't be. What this world is coming to. After all, if you don't like a man, you don't have to shoot him because you don't like him.
Well, that's the reaction of some citizens here in New York City. I think it is important here to say that we should really wait for word from Los Angeles and for authoritative word from Los Angeles before we determine that the worst has not happened. We had a report here, wire service bulletin, quoting the deputy Los Angeles mayor. I just would prefer to hear this sort of thing from a doctor, and perhaps we will shortly. We will go back to Los Angeles and we'll get a report there from the Good Samaritan Hospital. I don't know why I keep wanting to say, or not wanting to say, but the word Parkland General Hospital keeps coming into my head every time I'm ready to switch back to Los Angeles. Mrs. John F. Kennedy learned about the shooting of Senator Kennedy today. A telephone call from London that she thought was about Senator Kennedy's victory in the California primary. The story was told by Mrs. Kennedy's sister, Princess Lee Radziwill, at London Airport this afternoon. Her husband, that is Prince Radziwill, Lee Radziwill's husband, is flying now to New York to join Mrs. Kennedy, and her sister will come on a later flight. She told newsmen this sequence. It was 8:30 a.m. in London. The Radziwills were about to start their day in their home. And she said, my husband had a telephone call at our home to tell him of the shooting. He immediately phoned my sister in New York. She knew nothing of what had happened. And she answered the phone saying, yes, you heard that he won California by 53%. And I'm still quoting Princess Lee Radziwill. She said, my husband asked, but how is he? She replied, I just told you he won California. This is Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy. She just didn't know the real story behind it all. It was the middle of the night in America, and she had been asleep. She was terribly stunned. Now let's go back to Los Angeles and the Good Samaritan Hospital. Bob Clark.
It has now been some 4.5 hours since Senator Kennedy was wheeled into the operating room here at the hospital of the Good Samaritan. There are signs that that operation is now over. Pardon? Are we on yet?
Yes, we are.
Several staff aides of the senator have left the hospital in the last few minutes. We just saw football star Roosevelt Greer of the Los Angeles Rams, who has been working in the campaign with the senator, leave the hospital just a minute or two ago. We expect to receive a medical bulletin very shortly on the condition of Senator Kennedy. There are reports that the doctors have been encouraged through the operation that they discovered no brain damage. The senator entered this hospital about 5.5 hours ago. He was shot, of course, shortly after midnight, taken first to the emergency room of another hospital, then brought on here for this lengthy and very delicate operation by a team of 6 neurosurgeons. Mrs. Kennedy has been in the hospital throughout the night. A number of family friends have visited her. They include, along with Roosevelt Greer, who has been quite close to the Kennedys during the campaign, singer Andy Williams and astronaut John Glenn. We have received no medical bulletins for about 2 hours. That was at the midway point of the operation, but the word then was rather encouraging. The senator's breath, his respiration was reported good, so was his heart action. We expect that we will be receiving another medical bulletin within a few minutes. We will relay that bulletin to you just as soon as we receive it. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Bob. And we, of course, will go back to Los Angeles as soon as there is any indication of an impending announcement. ABC News coverage of this event will continue in just a moment. Let's pause briefly now for station identification. Let's review once again the events that brought all this on. Senator Robert F. Kennedy, who won the California primary last night, had just completed making his victory speech in the ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. He then started to move out to return to his suite when he was shot. Let's pick it up now. We'll review it with the closing portion of the senator's victory statement.
So I thank all of you who made this possible this evening, all of the effort that you made, and all of the people whose names I haven't mentioned, but who did all of the work at the precinct level, who got out the vote, who did all of the effort, brought forth all of the effort that's required. I was a campaign manager 8 years ago. I know what a difference that kind of an effort and that kind of commitment makes. So I thank all of you, those of you who are here. Mayor Yorty has just sent me a message that we've been here too long already. So my thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you very much.
Now that was the last public statement by the senator, made as he learned the news of his victory in California, coming after his defeat in Oregon by Senator McCarthy. It was, of course, a badly needed victory, and the senator had campaigned extensively, very vigorously. He changed his campaign tactics and agreed to a debate with Senator McCarthy that was held last Saturday night in San Francisco. Now he goes out of sight now as he begins to make his way down off that platform and into the kitchen, heading for the kitchen, where, unbeknownst to anybody at this time, the assailant was there, waiting for him. And the crowd begins to break up, and the cheers, of course, start. You'll be able to hear that first shot in just a moment. As you will see, very few people had any understanding of what it meant.
Hey, I want to hear really loud.
There it is. That was the first shot. The crowd continues to move away, heading for the doors there of the ballroom. This was at 12:15 Pacific time, 3:15 on the East Coast. As the first screams, somebody has realized what has taken place. Listen for the other shots. Watch this young girl put her hand to her face. You can see the fantastic bewilderment. People jostling, trying to get up, get a look. At this point, as our cameras are focused here on the ballroom, the senator was on the floor, in the kitchen, and his assailant already had been seized. A pistol had been wrested from him, but not, of course, before all 8 rounds had been fired. The word had now, terrifying word, had spread through the ballroom. People knew that something terrible had happened, but there was still great confusion. Our Associate Director, Bill Weisel, who has now emerged from surgery, was also wounded in the abdomen. He's all right. There were several other persons injured, but none seriously. Well, that was the scene, the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles at 12:15 or so, Los Angeles time, 3:15 here in the East Coast of the country, as this unknown assailant, this man who has still not been publicly identified, even if his identity is known to the authorities, was waiting there in the kitchen for the senator to make his way out. Somebody has to investigate whether he had any information that that is the way the senator would exit the ballroom. Let's have another look at this man who, according to the Los Angeles police, is John Doe. He's been charged, but his true identity is not yet known. He has not really responded. The police chief said that I believe he speaks English and that he understands English, but he has not chosen to respond to any of the questions that the police have given him. And they've made a very thorough search. The police chief said that he did not appear to be under the influence of any drugs. We did have a report from another eyewitness earlier who said the man was shouting just seconds after the shooting of Senator Kennedy, but probably was impossible for anybody to really realize what he was saying. I think the eyewitness said that he was saying something to the effect that he had done the right thing for the country. Let's go back out now to Los Angeles and to the Good Samaritan Hospital and Bob Clark.
There are indications here at the hospital of the Good Samaritan that Senator Kennedy's operation has been completed and that he has left the operating room. We have been told by one of the senator's press secretaries that a statement, a medical bulletin, will be forthcoming within 10 or 15 minutes. The senator has been on the operating table for more than 4 hours. This is no reason for concern. The sort of delicate brain surgery that was performed on Senator Kennedy to remove the bullet lodged in his brain normally takes several hours. 4 hours is not an unusual time. We expect again that medical bulletin, which would bring us up to date on the results of the operation, will be forthcoming within 10 or 15 minutes. This has been a very long night here at the hospital. It is now Los Angeles time, just about 10 minutes after 7. The senator was shot shortly after midnight and has been here in this hospital for some 5.5 hours. We have seen in the last few minutes several of the senator's staff aides leave the hospital with wives who were with them through the night. There are other indications here, again, that the operation has been completed, and we expect to be able to report to you within a few minutes the full results of that operation. There have been some indications, some reports that from visitors who were at the hospital during the night, that the senator's doctors, the team of neurosurgeons who performed the operation, were encouraged and reported that there was no brain damage. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Bob. There are other reports or other indications that Senator Kennedy has now, that the operation on Senator Kennedy has been completed and that he has been removed to the intensive care unit of the Good Samaritan Hospital there in Los Angeles. But as Bob indicated, it should not be very long now, perhaps 10 minutes or so, before we get a formal and an official announcement giving us the results of the operation and perhaps the prognosis for Senator Kennedy's recovery. It is of great concern, naturally, to know what effect this will have on him, whether he will have all his faculties, whether he will be able to make a complete recovery, or whether his health will be impaired. Although no one likes to be falsely optimistic about anything, nevertheless it is more encouraging in the last hour or so that the operation has gone on as long as it has, because surely in the beginning, in the first few hours after the assassination attempt, there was, and indeed there remains now, great concern for the senator's life. But as Bob indicated, several of his key members, his key staff aides and their wives have left the hospital. This is an indication that perhaps they know something and feel that it is safe to go. The extent of the tragedies that have befallen the Kennedy family is very well known. Everybody knows about President Kennedy and about the senator's other older brother, Joseph P. Kennedy, Jr., who was killed during the war. Mrs. Kennedy, Mrs. Robert F. Kennedy, has also known tragedy in her family. In 1955, Mr. and Mrs. George Skakel, the parents-in-law of Senator Kennedy, Mrs. Kennedy's mother and father, were killed in a plane crash. And her brother, in 1966, George Skakel, and another close friend, Dean Markham, died in a plane crash. So Mrs. Kennedy, too, knows, even apart from the tragedies that have befallen the Kennedy members of the family, in her own family, knows what it is to have something like this happen. Let's go now to the White House. The president was informed very shortly after the shooting this morning, and he immediately took steps to try to gather more information. He also talked with Senator Ted Kennedy, we are told, and with other members of the Kennedy party. He talked with Ted Sorensen, and has, of course, been very closely following the results or the events of this day. So let's go now to just outside the White House and ABC's Bill Gill.
All presidential candidates have now been located by aides here at the White House, and they have been informed that Secret Service protection is being made available to them. In fact, most of the candidates are already under such protection. They did move in at Montgomery, Alabama, with Secret Service protection for Governor George Wallace, who also is an announced candidate. Mr. Stassen is the only member who has not been contacted as yet. We're told that Harold Stassen is believed to be airborne in the flight into New York City. He will be met by Secret Service agents on the plane at the airport before he disembarks, and he, too, will be given that security. That order was given by President Johnson in the pre-dawn hours of today without legal authority, and he called for emergency legislation in the House and the Senate to authorize his act. But he clearly, at that time, saw that the present danger, in his opinion, was such that he should act and seek authority later. White House aides did have considerable difficulty in locating one of the candidates. That was Richard Nixon. His whereabouts were not immediately known here in Washington, but He, too, has now been contacted, located, and is given security. Congressmen throughout the morning have been contacting the White House, saying that they would be most happy to do whatever they could to support the authorizing legislation for the Secret Service. And there have been some considerable conversations here in Washington, especially on Capitol Hill, concerning the possible passage of a gun control law. And the White House points out that the President and the leaders of Congress have been trying to labor through such legislation to control the mail order and the counter sales of such weapons for some time. This is Bill Gill at the White House.
Thank you, Bill. The deputy mayor... Thank you, Bill. The deputy mayor of Los Angeles has come out. He has not appeared to those reporters who are across the street from the hospital, as you saw Bob Clark and the others, but he is nevertheless being quoted by the wire services as saying that the operation is over and that Senator Kennedy has been transferred to an intensive care unit in Good Samaritan Hospital. I'm quoting now Deputy Los Angeles Mayor Joe Quinn. He also gave out the information that Senator Kennedy's personal physician, Dr. Poppin, is flying to Los Angeles from the Leahy Clinic in Boston. This deputy mayor of Los Angeles, Joe Quinn, is quoted here on one of the wire services as saying it would be 2 or 3 days before it can be determined if Senator Kennedy's brain was severely damaged. But he says the surgery lasted about 3 hours and 40 minutes. Now, the reporters are waiting outside the hospital where it's not known yet whether anybody will come out and speak to them there, or it's possible, I suppose, that they would be called into the hospital where, as Bob Clark indicated a short while ago, a press center is being set up. In that event, I don't know that anybody has any cameras in there, and we'll have to wait for the reporters to go inside, be briefed, and then come back out and give us the word that they received from the hospital authorities. But this deputy mayor of Los Angeles tells us that the operation is over. He says it lasted about 3 hours and 40 minutes. And of course, we will go back to Los Angeles as soon as we get any indication that any kind of an official, formal announcement is going to be made. Roger? I didn't see. I'm sorry. You wanted to show those pictures again?
Frank, there is a condition report of sorts. Of course, we await the definitive announcement from Good Samaritan Hospital, but Senate Democratic leader Mike Mansfield is quoted in Washington as having talked to those sources closest to the stricken senator, and he says Mansfield, that Senator Kennedy has at least a 50-50 chance of surviving. He's got at least a 50-50 chance, Mansfield reported, and further stated, I'm hopeful, and it all depends on how deeply the bullet penetrated. But at the moment of the assassination attempt, apparently things were rather grim. Senator Robert Kennedy was practically dead, according to one doctor. That was Dr. Victor Boz, who was at Central Receiving Hospital in Los Angeles and first treated the senator. Boz said that he and assistants gave Kennedy a closed cardiac massage, administered oxygen, slipped a tube into his mouth to facilitate breathing, and gave him adrenaline. I was ready to put adrenaline into the heart, but as we were working, we found we didn't need that, said Dr. Boz. At first, he was pulseless. Then his pulse came back, and we began to hear a heartbeat, and he began to breathe a little erratically. The lack of a pulse beat had frightened Mrs. Kennedy. She didn't believe that he was alive because she could see that he wasn't responding. So when we began to get a heartbeat, I put the stethoscope to her ears so she could listen, and she was tremendously relieved. Once the senator's heartbeat was restored, he was put on a heart-lung machine, a device that gives closed heart massage while administering oxygen and giving artificial respiration. Dr. Boz said at that point he slapped Kennedy's face several times. I just wanted to see if I could get him to show any sign of consciousness, but he failed to respond. Kennedy was then rigged to receive intravenous fluids and transferred to Good Samaritan Hospital, where he underwent the brain surgery. Now, all the reports following that initial report, we underline, have been hopeful. And it is expected that we will have a more definitive condition report from Good Samaritan Hospital rather shortly. At the time the operation was underway, the Los Angeles Police Department was quoted as saying that it was fully competent to undertake the investigation into the assassination and really didn't need the FBI. But that was not to be so because the FBI was ordered on the case anyway. And Attorney General Ramsey Clark is now saying that the FBI is investigating every single possible angle into the assassination, including the possibility of a conspiracy. But they hasten to add that there is no indication that a conspiracy was a part of the event in Los Angeles last night. Clark said the FBI has received wire photocopies of the suspect arrested in the shooting, but he also says it's very difficult to make a precise scientific comparison from a wire photo reproduction. That's assassination attempt. There was not the gut reaction among the two former athletes who are at the side of Kennedy that you might expect. There are Rayford Johnson and Roosevelt Greer. Eyewitnesses who were in the kitchen at the time of the assassination attempt say that they disarmed the man and then actually protected the suspect from the crowd around him, wanting to make sure that he got into police custody, which was promptly accomplished. It was Rayford Johnson who held on to the weapon believed to have been used, and that weapon, too, is now in police custody. The reaction around the world continues to come in, and it is as you might expect it to be. The Vice President, Hubert Humphrey, said, "Our hopes and prayers are with Senator Robert F. Kennedy and the other victims of a dreadful act of violence." The Vice President, staying at the U.S. Air Force Academy prior to a speech there today, had retired when he received word that Senator Kennedy had apparently been the victim of an assassination attempt. All the Democratic candidates have canceled their plans to continue campaigning, and the Democratic situation is now certainly one in question, if not in flux. In New York, Roy Wilkins, the executive director of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, said, "I'm shocked and horrified to think that this type of attempted assassination has become an American habit, as it would appear." James Farmer, the civil rights activist, said, "A terrible contagion of political violence has struck again. Americans somehow must learn that debate should be conducted with words and not with bullets." And Farmer continued by saying, "Once again, our hearts go out to the Kennedy family." Mayor John Lindsay in New York said, "This is shocking beyond belief. Thank God none of them was fatally hit. Everyone prays for their recovery." American GIs are reacting with shock. And Jacqueline Kennedy's reaction to the shooting of Senator Robert F. Kennedy was, "No, it can't have happened." The former First Lady was informed in New York of the shooting during a telephone call. She said it was reported that Mrs. Kennedy ended the conversation by saying she was telephoning Los Angeles for more news of the senator. She kept repeating, "No, it can't have happened. Tell me more." 3 other members of the Kennedy family are in Paris. They have not decided yet whether to return immediately to this country. They are Kennedy's brother-in-law and sister, Ambassador and Mrs. Sargent Shriver, and Mrs. Edward Kennedy, wife of the senator from Massachusetts. Now back to Frank Reynolds.
Thank you, Roger. You can imagine how painful a task it must have been to have to inform the senator's mother and father. That fell to Senator Ted Kennedy. He talked with his father by telephone this morning and informed him of the attempt on Senator Kennedy, Senator Robert Kennedy. Recall that Senator Ted Kennedy was presiding in the Senate on November 22nd, 1963, when the word was received of the assassination of his brother. Somebody, I suppose, I have here a wire service account, somebody had to ask the young lady, Ambassador Kennedy's niece, Ann Gargan, how the elder Kennedys had taken the news, and Miss Gargan replied the only way that anybody should, I think. She said, "How would you take it if you were told another son had been shot in the head?" Cardinal Cushing, the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Boston and a longtime friend of the Kennedy family, is expected at the Kennedy home at Hyannisport later today, may already be there. The Vice President has canceled that address that he was scheduled to give to the cadets at the Air Force Academy, and in view of the shooting of Senator Kennedy, the Vice President is returning to Washington at once. Let's have another look at those still photographs of the events moments after the shooting. Here is the first one showing the senator on the floor. Nobody really crushing around him. You can see it appears to be a kitchen employee of the hospital who was the closest to him at this point. And here's the second photograph showing the senator obviously conscious. His eyes were open and being ministered to there in the first moments after the shooting. It was at this point that people in the ballroom had just learned of it, and a young man was calling for a doctor to... Let's go to Los Angeles now to Bob Clark.
Senator Kennedy's press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, has just come out of the hospital, and we expect momentarily a medical bulletin on the operation.
All right,
Senator Kennedy, we are... The complication here is at the moment is that they are moving a police car up to a vantage point where Frank Mankiewicz can probably stand on top of it and make the announcement he has to make. We have been told that the operation has been over for some 20 minutes. There have been encouraging reports that the doctors found that there had been no damage to the brain, but we will get the definitive word on this in just a moment from Mr. Mankiewicz, who is now standing up on top of this car just in front of us.
Right up there. Where's our bullhorn?
Have you got that PA system? No, we don't know. The surgical team has now completed their work. Approximately 3 hours of surgery. Team including Dr. Maxwell Andler, A-N-D-L-E-R, the UCLA School of Medicine. Nat, N-A-T, Downs, Reed, R-E-I-D, and Dr. Henry Cuneo, C-U-N-E-O, of University of Southern California School of Medicine. They've completed their surgery. Senator Kennedy has been returned to the intensive care room. His condition is described as extremely critical. The vital signs remain about as they were, except that he is now breathing on his own, which he was not prior to the surgery, although he now has the assistance of a resuscitator. All but one fragment of the bullet had been removed from the head injury. There is still one bullet apparently somewhere in the back of his neck, although this is not regarded as a major problem. Senator Kennedy lost a considerable amount of blood as a result of the bullet which entered and passed through the mastoid bone on the right side of his head. And some of the fragments of the bullet and of the bone went toward the brain stem. In addition to the damage done by the bullet, there may have been an impairment of the blood supply to the midbrain, which the doctors explain as controlling, or at least governing, certain of the vital signs: pulse, heart, eye tract, level of consciousness, although not directly the thinking processes. And the doctors say that the next 12 to 36 hours will be a very critical period. And they list his condition as extremely critical.
Frank, will more surgery be required to remove the remaining fragment of the brain?
Apparently they don't contemplate surgery for that one remaining fragment, and no additional surgery is planned at this time.
Do the doctors regard the operation as such?
I beg your pardon? We understand another specialist is being brought in for about 3 years, and what his job will be.
There's a Dr. Poppin, who is from Boston. I'll come back and give you the exact, his name, and he was sent here. He arrived this morning on an airplane furnished by the Vice President, who called last night. In addition, we've had calls from President Johnson, from Mr. Finney, for Senator McCarthy, and late last night also from Senator Mike Mansfield.
Do the doctors regard the operation as such as a success, Frank?
I told you all they've told me, Bob. They say his condition is still extremely critical. He's living. He's not conscious, but he is breathing on his own, and the signs, his temperature, his blood pressure, his heart pulse remain satisfactory.
What about his wife?
Among the family and the friends. I can't answer that question. Can't answer that question.
You say not conscious, Frank. Is that from the anesthetic then, or is it from?
No, that's from the trauma.
A lot of Frank. Has there been any communication? Has there been any communication from Mrs. Jackal and Kennedy?
I'm sure there has. I don't know whether she's coming or not. Senator Edward Kennedy is here.
Frank, has he said anything? Has he said anything, Frank? He has said nothing.
How many times was he hit, Frank?
No, I said that was merely one of the things that the midbrain controls. Well, I just gave that as an example of the kinds of things that an impairment of the blood supply to the midbrain might do. But of course, it's not clear that any or all of these are or will be impaired. And they said that,
how many times was he shot?
At least 2.
Frank, you mentioned
And apparently is one other grazing wound.
Was the bullet in the back of the neck, the shoulder thing you referred
Yes,
to earlier?
yes, that's a bullet that apparently went in the shoulder and is now lodged somewhere in his neck.
How about the other wound, Frank?
The one in the shoulder?
Yeah.
One came over from this side and apparently went laterally that way, but it's not regarded as a serious
Was it his left
matter.
shoulder, Frank?
It was his left shoulder, yes.
Where is that grazing, Frank?
No, on the forehead, I think. But that's a very minor.
Do the doctors have any real evidence of permanent damage?
No, absolutely not. They have no evidence of any damage at all.
That's right. Given the condition.
If I don't want to put words in the doctor's mouths, I would think they accomplished what they set out to do.
Frank, you said there was no evidence of brain damage?
No.
What'd you
No.
say?
I said there is no evidence that there has been any brain damage, but that the impairment of the blood supply to the midbrain, that is a risk.
Frank, what would it possibly cause, Frank? Impairment of blood supply to the midbrain. Frank, do they not intend still with Frank with the bullet that remains now?
That's the present plan, is that does not seem to be a major danger. Does not seem to be.
Mrs. Kennedy still with him, Frank?
Yes, Mrs. Kennedy.
When can we expect Mrs.
Frank Mankiewicz answering a final question that Mrs. Kennedy is still at her husband's side. The Senator's press secretary just said in that detailed medical statement that Senator Kennedy's condition is extremely critical, that he was on the operating table for more than 4 hours. The next 12 hours or something beyond that will be the critical period. Senator Kennedy, of course, was shot shortly after midnight last night. It now develops that he was struck by 3 bullets. Mr. Mankiewicz had said during the night at an earlier press conference that he was hit by only 2 bullets. The 3rd bullet struck him in the shoulder and lodged in the neck. That bullet has not been removed. The doctors apparently do not regard it as any immediate menace to the senator's recovery. A sliver of the bullet that lodged in the brain still remains, but the operation seems to have been a success to the degree, at least, that the bullet was removed. The 3rd bullet grazed the senator's shoulder. That wound was not serious at all. This is the final medical bulletin On the operation itself, we expect that there will be periodic bulletins throughout the day and quite probably a medical press conference with the doctors within the next few hours. The report on the senator's condition cannot be described as optimistic, though Mr. Mankiewicz did say that the doctors discovered there was no brain damage, or they discovered no signs of brain damage at this stage. The most significant thing, perhaps, could be the concern over the doctors that the impairment of some functions of the brain could cause some permanent damage, but that, again, will depend on the extent of the senator's recovery. This is Bob Clark at the Hospital of the Good Samaritans in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Bob. The senator is now back in the intensive care unit or section of the Good Samaritan Hospital. Mrs. Kennedy is there with him. As Frank Mankiewicz said, his condition is regarded by the doctors as extremely critical, though the vital signs remain pretty much the same as before. He is now breathing on his own. All but one fragment of the bullet has been removed from his head. There is still one bullet in the back of the neck, but that is not regarded as a major problem. As Mankiewicz said, and as Bob confirmed, the senator did lose a considerable amount of blood from the head injury. Some fragments of the bullet and the bone went toward the brain stem, and there may have been an impairment of the blood supply to the midbrain, which controls certain vital activities. And as the doctors said, or as Mr. Mankiewicz said, the next 12 to 36 hours will be a very critical period. His condition is extremely, extremely critical. Dr. Perlman is here in our New York studio with Jules Bergman. Dr. Perlman, what do you draw from that report given by Frank Mankiewicz?
Information becomes apparent, we have to reassess our clinical impressions. Apparently, the bullet, as it went through the mastoid area, may very well have injured some major vessels. Whether they were veins or arteries, it's hard to conjecture. But one of the reasons for doing surgery is that because of the injury, there is intracranial bleeding, a so-called surgical hemorrhage. One must go after the bleeding points and try to ligate it. To say that there's no brain injury, at the same time saying that there is an impairment of the vascular supply to the brain and the brain stem. The brain stem is that portion which controls both respiration and heartbeat. I find it difficult to evaluate, since if there was brain injury, then the patient and the senator would indeed be in critical condition. If there was just bleeding which was controlled without any mechanical brain damage, then it's very possible that the senator will do quite well. Again, vital signs. If the senator is breathing on his own, again, this is very important. It means that he will eventually do well. If he is not breathing on his own and requires the assistance of a resuscitator, then again his condition is critical because the respiratory center, or one of the respiratory centers, lies within this particular area called the brainstem.
That doesn't seem to be totally clear yet, Frank, whether or not Senator Kennedy is breathing on his own or using a resuscitator.
I think it is.
Well,
Jules,
I understood...
as I listened to Frank Mankiewicz, did he not say he is now breathing on his own? You know, just take my notes here.
But with the support of the resuscitator.
Which means he isn't really breathing on his own, apparently. And that's what Dr. Perlman is worried about.
I see. Well, I must have missed that.
The respiratory function is one of those functions in the brain area where fragments of the bullet might have gone to. That's what you're concerned about, is it not?
Right.
Well, would it not be normal, though, doctor, to give a patient in this condition the aid of a resuscitator anyway?
Not if the patient has a good respiratory function. It is done if the patient is still under the effects of anesthesia. But when the patient awakens, then the patient usually is required to breathe on his own without adequate support, without other support.
But Senator Kennedy may well still be under the effects of the anesthesia.
Right. No one said, Frank, that I can recall hearing in Frank Mankiewicz's little briefing there whether or not the senator was conscious or not at this point.
He said he was unconscious.
He said he was still unconscious?
Yes, he's not conscious.
Right. Well, two important features come up with the loss of consciousness. Since initially he was conscious right after the injury, the fact that he's unconscious would indicate that because of the hemorrhage he has brain damage, or number two, that he developed brain contusion, laceration, with subsequent brain swelling affecting the center of respiration and state of consciousness, which makes it much more serious and prognostically certainly a poor choice for recovery.
The word we've gotten from the hospital now is that Senator Kennedy is breathing without special oxygen equipment, but is in but with the use of a resuscitator. So it still doesn't really clarify the matter.
Not really.
What do you think, what are the signs that neurosurgical team there will look for in the next 12 to 36 critical hours, Dr. Perlman?
Well, there's several very important considerations. Number one is change in the state of consciousness. Number two, change in the pupillary signs. Usually we use one or both pupils as an indication of increasing pressure within the brain, intracranial pressure. And number three, whether there's increasing paralysis of one or both sides of the body, of the extremities. The vital signs are certainly considered both respiration and cardiac function.
What is, if there is a norm in this kind of case, a normal procedure, when would you look for that surgical team to see the return of consciousness and to determine whether or not critical functions have been impaired or not?
I'd say within the next 12 to 24 hours.
So by tomorrow morning we should know much, much more. Very good. Thank you, Dr. Bernard Perlman of Mount Sinai Hospital. Frank?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Perlman and Jules. The senator's personal physician, Dr. Poppin, was flown to Los Angeles in a plane furnished by the vice president, as Frank Mankiewicz said, and he noted also that there have been calls to the hospital from President Johnson and from Tom Finney, who is Senator McCarthy's campaign manager. Let's go to Washington now, where ABC's Sam Donaldson has a guest, Senator Birch Bayh of Indiana. Sam?
Frank, Senator Bayh is a good friend of the Kennedy family. In fact, you came to the Senate in 1962 with Edward Kennedy. When your housekeeper told you this morning when you awoke that Senator Robert Kennedy had been shot, it must have hit you very hard.
Yes, I must have just missed it last night. Stayed up quite late watching the California returns and learned of it this morning, and it's one of those things that Sam seems almost impossible here. Another American has been shot at, where a lunatic of some kind has decided he would vent his passion, take into his own hands. We don't know anything about this fellow. He's obviously out of his mind, but...
You know, you have a very controlled anger. At least that's the sense I'm getting listening to you. Are you angry about what's happened?
Yes, I'm not only angry. I think this goes much further than whether you like Bob Kennedy or you don't like Bob Kennedy. I'm concerned, Sam. I'm concerned over what I was concerned about it really before this. This is just another tragic evidence of it. That there seemed to be a small minority, and I think we need to emphasize that this is a small minority. But there are a small minority of our fellow citizens who feel that they have a right to take the law in their own hands, and that's unfortunately that some of this is done. Some of this is done under the guise of freedom, that they feel in their own hearts and minds that they perhaps have a constitutional right to strike out at authority, to try to destroy authority, whether it's to tie up traffic on a street or to close down a great university. And the reason I'm concerned as well as angry is that we have things that need to be dealt with in this country. We have important problems, injustices that still exist, that we in the Congress and each citizen needs to find a way to solve and to deal with. But the basic concept of the American way of life is that as we have grown and prospered and become a great free society, we have righted injustices through legally recognized means. And those unfortunate few who feel that in the guise of freedom they can strike out and try to destroy authority don't understand that when you destroy authority, you don't have freedom. You have anarchy. You have the law of the jungle, and there's no freedom there. The fellow that has the strongest arm or the biggest club is the person that has all of the freedom.
Well, you're talking about what seems to be happening in our political system. We've always prided ourselves as having this system which allows expression through political campaigns and balloons and then finally the ballot box. And we've always sort of thought that those people in Europe, in the Balkans particularly, where assassinations, where the way governments were changed, were sort of archaic. Do you think that we are in danger of becoming a society where it is the assassin's bullet that changes the political system rather than the ballot box?
No, I don't think that. Because here again, we're talking about a very small minority of people. It's unfortunate that it only takes one lunatic who has been stimulated perhaps by what he's heard or seen or read to bring down a great individual. But what concerns me is that it is now the time for all of us to remind our children and perhaps ourselves that as indignant as we may be about certain circumstances that we disagree with, that we must resist the temptation to strike out and take the law into our own hands. We must utilize the normally recognized channel, the lawful means available to us to right injustices. And of course, it's extremely important for those of us in the Congress to make it possible for lawful change to occur and thus to put a damper on the violence, which just cannot be tolerated.
Let's talk about Senator Kennedy's attitude for a moment. Senator Robert Kennedy, you know him. He seems to have developed this fatalism, this streak after his brother's assassination of saying, well, I don't know what's coming tomorrow. Have you sensed that?
Well, as you pointed out, I came to the Congress with Senator Ted Kennedy, and I'm closer to Ted than to Bob. I've heard this discussed by both of them that the family has suffered so many tragedies. It does indeed give to them a sense of fatalism. I know I sort of developed a sense of fatalism myself.
Well, now, you were in an airplane crash with Senator Edward Kennedy. Both of you, of course, survived. So you've been touched by this Kennedy bad luck, this star that seems to be hanging over the family.
It's rather ironic that the family has been taken literally almost to the top of the mountain at one moment and then has been dashed to the depths immediately thereafter.
Should we talk about that a moment? You said earlier that no matter how much people may dislike Robert Kennedy, here was a man who engendered this great feeling. You either liked him intensely, or you disliked him intensely. Do you think that may have contributed to this climate, that for whatever motive this suspect, would-be assassin, jumped into?
Well, Senator Kennedy did create very strong feelings both ways. There's no question about that. And what provoked this particular individual, I don't know. I just think it's extremely important that we say unequivocally, all of us who have the opportunity, to those who may be beginning to feel that it's the modern thing, it's the accepted procedure to move out and to try to destroy authority and to fail to limit our activities to the lawful recognized means. We're not going to tolerate this in America. If we do tolerate it, then our society is in trouble. I don't think we're going to tolerate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Bayh. Senator Birch Bayh, Democrat of Indiana and a friend of the Kennedy family. Frank, back to you.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Senator Bayh. I'd like to run through once again the list of those who were injured in the shooting of the senator this morning. Give you a late report on their condition. Bill Weisel of Washington, who was an associate director for ABC News and was in Los Angeles covering the California election. He received a bullet in the left side near the abdomen, but he has underwent surgery and his condition is good. Ira Goldstein, 19 years old, of Los Angeles. He received a bullet wound in the left hip. He was transferred to a hospital in Encino. He's a newsman. Elizabeth Evans, otherwise unidentified, she was wounded by a glancing bullet at the hairline She was taken to the Huntington Memorial Hospital. Erwin Stroll, a 17-year-old boy, he was wounded in the left shin, treated and released. Reed and Dr. Henry Cuneo of the University of Southern California Medical School. And Senator Kennedy has been returned to the intensive care unit at the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. Let's review once again what we all wish had never happened, the events of last night, 12:15 Pacific time, 3:15 on the East Coast, when Senator Kennedy had completed making his speech of his victory speech after his win in the California primary, and then left to make his way back to his suite. The photographers who happened to be right there, where photographers are supposed to be, close to the candidate, got these very graphic pictures of the attempted assassination. There is the senator on the floor, his arm outstretched. This is just seconds after the bullet had felled him. May we move to the next photograph? It's a closer view of Senator Kennedy with his eyes open. We're told that at this point, too, he was talking just a little bit. I mean, just muttered a few words here and there. Another photograph of the senator a moment or so later with his right eye is clearly open, as you can see there. Someone seems to be reaching for his pulse. We're told that when he arrived at the Central Receiving Hospital, the doctors at first did not detect the pulse, but they quickly applied the stethoscope to his chest and discovered a pulse beat, and then allowed Mrs. Kennedy to listen to the stethoscope herself so that she could be reassured. Let's see the next picture, if we may, please. Here is the picture of, the scuffle with the assailant. His head is just to the left there, below the man in the dark suit. They're all grappling at him, and they got him, but not before he had fired those 8 shots from his .22 caliber pistol. The man is now in custody. He's not identified. Here is the senator, another later photograph of him. And the man who did the shooting is in custody in Los Angeles. He's not been identified. His fingerprints have been sent to the Bureau, to the FBI in Washington, and efforts are underway to identify him and to interrogate him, but the last report we had from the police was that he was not answering questions, was not responsive to the interrogation. There's no way of knowing as yet who he is. Dave Jane, one of our producers on the West Coast, was there in the room at the time the senator was shot, and moments after the shooting, he gave us this report of what had taken place. Let's hear that again.
Kennedy left the stage, and we were all following him to the rear of the stage, where he was headed to the back stairs and then down to the victory celebration party. In the immediate crush, Kennedy and his aides were probably 2 or 3 men in front of me. Bill Wiesel, an ABC AD, was immediately in front, and as we were crushed along in the pack, all of a sudden I sounded what seemed just like 4 or 5 firecrackers. I dove for the ground, and I saw Kennedy fall in front of me, and then I saw Bill Wiesel lying beside me with the blood coming out from his abdomen and his rear. The doctor says that the wounds are superficial for Billy, and he has been taken off to the hospital. As to how the others are at this time, I don't know. This is Dave Jane in the basement of the Ambassador.
Okay, Dave. I want to make this brief announcement. Really, it's an advisory to our viewers and to our affiliated stations across the country. We plan to suspend our live continuing coverage in about 5 minutes. We'll have a 63-second station break. I don't know why everybody has to be told that, but apparently they do. But our affiliates need that information. However, I want to assure you that we will stand by, ready to resume coverage of this tragedy the instant any new development at all or any supplemental medical report on Senator Kennedy's condition warrants it. So we will suspend our live coverage in about 5 minutes or so, but thereafter we will be at hand, ready to relay instantly to you any word, any bit of information that is significant and that bears on this tragedy. The last word we had was from the Senator's press secretary, Frank Mankiewicz, who came out of the Good Samaritan Hospital to give a report to the reporters there. Let's go back now and get the significant part of Mankiewicz's statement.
His condition is described as extremely critical. The vital signs remain about as they were, except that he is now breathing on his own, which he was not prior to the surgery, although he now has the assistance of a resuscitator. All but one fragment of the bullet had been removed from the head injury. There is still one bullet apparently somewhere in the back of his neck, although this is not regarded as a major problem. Senator Kennedy lost a considerable amount of blood as a result of the bullet which entered and passed through the mastoid bone on the right side of his head. And some of the fragments of the bullet and of the bone went toward the brain stem. In addition to the damage done by the bullet, there may have been an impairment of the blood supply to the midbrain, which the doctors explain as controlling, or at least governing, certain of the vital signs: pulse, heart, eye tract, level of consciousness, although not directly the thinking processes. And the doctors say that the next 12 to 36 hours will be a very critical period.
That was Frank Mankiewicz, Senator Kennedy's press secretary, speaking to reporters outside the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles. And as he said, the next 12 to 36 hours will be critical. Senator Kennedy's condition is listed by his doctors as extremely critical, and the senator is now in the intensive care unit of the Good Samaritan Hospital. Mrs. Kennedy is with him. Former Vice President Nixon today canceled a news briefing scheduled for this morning in New York. He has sent a telegram to Mrs. Kennedy. Its contents have not been made public. The man who shot Senator Kennedy is being held under maximum security at the Los Angeles City Jail, and according to Police Chief Thomas Redden, his identity still is not known. So that is the situation as of right now. And what conclusions are we to draw from it? Well, none, I suppose, at this early moment. There will be a wave of national self-guilt that we could somehow have a society in which this sort of thing could take place, but I suppose it's important for us, too, not to lose our perspective and to blame what is obviously an irrational act on all of us. The Attorney General, Ramsey Clark, has said that as of now there is no indication that there is any sort of all of it. Time in the history of this man who did this thing today, there probably were indications of some irrationality or instability, and I suppose we must re-examine our processes on that. Bob Kennedy said just before he was shot, we are a great country, a selfless country, a compassionate country, and we must begin to work together. That's it for now. This is Frank Reynolds in New York.
This special report on the attempted assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy has been a presentation of ABC News. We remind you that ABC News will be standing by to bring you any new developments.